Chapter 621. Pai Lupi glanced at his nephew and asked, "Oh? Count who? What did you mean by what you said just now?" "Yes, your majesty. When I said, quite good, I meant that Xianxia's envoy was willing to ask your majesty for help. This matter is quite good. As the Khan of Heaven, your majesty naturally has the responsibility of arbitrating vassal states. This is your majesty's right and obligation. This is also the reason why the Tang Dynasty is respected by all states and the four seas." Li Wangyou's words touched Pai Lupi's heart. The proud Pai Lupi could not help but feel proud. He nodded slightly and the anger on his face disappeared. However, Pai Lupi did not let Li Wangyu go. He continued to ask, "In your opinion, how should this matter be solved?" The key was to solve the conflict between Xianxia and Ba Yegu. Otherwise, no matter how good Li Wangyou's flattery was, it would not help. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this matter is very easy to solve." What good plan? Not only was Pai Lupi curious, but the officials and the envoys of Xianxia and Ba Yegu were also staring at Li Wangyu. They wanted to see what this young man would come up with. It's simple. If there is a conflict, can't we just compete? The winner will take the grassland, and the loser will admit defeat. It's fair and reasonable. Isn't this a happy ending? Li Wangyou's words were said casually, but it caused an uproar among the officials and the envoys of Xianxia and Ba Yegu in the hall. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots looked at each other. They did not understand why Li Wangyu would say this. Ma Zhou and Yan Liban were even more anxious. They wished they could go up and cover their teacher's mouth. "County Earl Hu, be careful with your words. What kind of idea is this? Do you think that national affairs are child's play? Absurd, this is absurd. County Earl Hu, how can you come up with such an idea to make the two clans fight over the grassland? What are your intentions?" Since the Xianxia and Ba Yegu clans are vassals of the Tang Dynasty, how can you come up with such a bad idea? If the two clans fight each other, what good will it be for the Tang Dynasty and the two clans? Absurd, truly absurd. Your Majesty, I want to impeach County Earl Hu. For his evil intentions, he should be punished. Your Majesty. County Magistrate whose words were filled with evil intentions and could not be forgiven. County Earl Hu, Your Majesty, please punish him. The Xianxia and Ba Yegus, and the officials of Yegu and Baz didn't say anything for the time being. The other officials, were. This was especially true for the officials from the aristocratic families. They were all filled with righteous indignation, looking as if they were sworn enemies with Li Wangyu. A large group of people who wanted to impeach him came out on their knees. Yuqi Jingda and the other generals didn't know what to say. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. It was Chen Yaojin who stood out and laughed. "Wahaha, Your Majesty, I think County Earl Hu's words are reasonable. Since neither side can convince the other, then let's fight. We'll listen to the one with the bigger fist." Pai Lupi stared at Chen Yaojin with a headache. He didn't find it strange that this old man would be so unreasonable. However, Pai Lupi never expected Li Wangyu to come up with such a bad idea. He was caught unprepared. "County Earl Hu, what do you mean by this? Explain it clearly." Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all in the face of the officials' accusations. He chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, this is what I meant just now. Since the vassal states are in conflict and can't agree, then a fair competition to determine the winner is naturally an appropriate method." His words made the ministers who wanted to impeach him explode again. Without waiting for Lier to speak, they couldn't wait to refute. "Nonsense, are the lives of the vassal state not lives? County Earl Hu, how dare you treat human lives like grass? If Xianxia and Ba Yegu fight to the death, wouldn't that benefit the Eastern Turks and that old thief Shelley? County Earl Hu, what are you thinking?" Wang Ranyu stood out and reprimanded. Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "When did I say that I want Xianxia and the Ba Yegu to fight to the death? County Earl Hu, you just finished speaking and you want to deny it? Do you really think His Majesty and I are deaf?" Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile. "Everyone, did you hear me clearly? I said to let the two sides compete, but I didn't say to let them fight to the death." Wang Ranyu sneered. "Ridiculous, swords have no eyes. Could it be that County Earl Hu is thinking of wrapping swords and spears in cotton and playing with them? No, no. Since they are all vassal states of the Tang dynasty, how can we use swords and spears so crudely? Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. Pai Lupi couldn't help but ask curiously, County Earl who, then what do you mean? Hee, Your Majesty. I was wondering if the Tang dynasty can hold a sports meet? Why don't we call it the Tang Dynasty National Sports Meet? Or the National Sports Meet for short. This war is about who is stronger, faster, more accurate in archery, and better in horsemanship. Since that's the case, we can turn these events into sports meets and let the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty compete with the vassal states. This way, we don't need to use swords and spears, and we can show the strength and bravery of the soldiers. Why not? Li Wangyu smiled very proudly. This was the idea he came up with in a flash of inspiration. Holding the Olympic Games in the Tang Dynasty could solve the disputes between the vassal states, and it could also add to the entertainment life of the people of the Tang Dynasty. What a good idea! The origin of the Olympic Games was actually related to solving the disputes of war. In ancient Greece, there were more than 200 city-states. There were also endless disputes between the city-states, and conflicts and wars often broke out. The continuous wars disgusted the ancient Greek people, and they all desired a peaceful environment to rest and recuperate. Later, the Spartan king and Elis king signed the Holy Month of Truce Treaty. As a result, the military training and sports competitions to prepare soldiers gradually turned into a sports meet for peace and friendship. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the Olympic Games and the origin of the Olympic Games, so he came up with this idea. Since the Shui Yantua and the Bagua tribes were entangled with each other for the grassland, they might as well send people from their tribes to Chang and to participate in the sports meet. The grassland would belong to whoever won. If they didn't agree, they could compete again in 4 years to determine the ownership of the grassland in the Krillin River. Li Wangyu's words made Li Er and the other officials look at each other, unable to make heads or tails of it. Sports meet? National Games? What the hell was that? Pai Lupi coughed and asked, County Earl who, can you explain to me what a sports meet is? Yes, Your Majesty. A sports meet refers to a sports competition. Li Wangyu saw that the officials were still confused and knew that they didn't know what a sports meet was, so he explained in detail. A sports meet is a competition to see who can run faster, jump further, and have more strength. Li Wangyu explained in detail the sports meet he knew to Pai Lupi and the officials. Your Majesty, this sports meet can not only resolve disputes like the one between the Shui Yantua and the Bagua tribes, but also make the soldiers and people of the Tang Dynasty braver and stronger. This sports meet can also allow the people to participate and fight for the glory of the winner. There are many benefits and no harm. After these words were said, the officials who had stepped forward to accuse Li Wangyu were all stunned. They opened their mouths but didn't know how to refute. Even Wang Renyu, Ho Junji, and the others didn't know what to say. Sports meet, this idea was too outrageous. They hadn't even thought about it yet. So how could they comment? Pai Lupi narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, County Earl who, this sports meet you speak of, is it similar to a baseball meet? Your Majesty is wise. Baseball can also be a part of the sports meet. The winner will be awarded a gold medal by Your Majesty and announced to the world. Everyone will hear about it as a reward. Pai Lupi nodded and looked at the officials. Everyone, what do you think of what County Earl who has said? For a moment, no one spoke in the vast Taiji Palace. Chapter 622. When Li Wangyu proposed the Tang Dynasty National Games, that no one had ever heard of, Pai Lupi and the other officials didn't know how to evaluate it. It sounded interesting, but even if Li Wangyu explained it for a long time, no one had any idea what the games were. The one who broke the silence in the Taiji Palace was Shui Yantua's envoy. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, he thought for a long time before saying, Your Majesty, if the people of Ba Yegu also agree, I am willing to accept the games on behalf of Ba Yegu. But I would like to ask Hu Xianbo, what are the events of the Tang Dynasty National Games that you mentioned? Li Wangyu pondered for a while and replied, 5 events, batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting. What do you think? Shui Yantua's envoy nodded, I can accept this on behalf of Ba Yegu, but I don't know if the cowards of Ba Yegu dare to participate. Let's compete. Do you think Ba Yegu is afraid of you? Ba Yegu's envoy naturally didn't want to be outdone. Pai Lupi saw that the 2 envoys nodded in agreement before he said anything, so he was helpless. Li Wangyu saw that Shui Yantua and Ba Yegu's envoy were arguing again, so he smiled even more happily. He cupped his hands and said to Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, I think that the winners of these 5 events are worthy of the title of champion. They can be said to be the champion, and they will be ranked first among the armies. They can announce it to the world and let the world know the title of champion. The second place will be the second place, and the third place will be the third place. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh place will be called the Dianjuan, Naojuan, Jianjun, and Taijun to honor these generals and soldiers who have won the titles. After he finished speaking, not only did the eyes of Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals and dukes lit up, but even the envoys of the vassal state who were just watching the fun in the hall were in an uproar. Immediately, many envoys stepped forward. Your Majesty, can Dongying participate in the Tang Dynasty National Games? Yes, Your Majesty. Beich also wants to participate. Nanzhao is also willing to participate. Even Nipponese is willing. Of the 30 to 40 vassal states of the Tang Dynasty, more than half of them actually stood up and were willing to participate in the Tang Dynasty National Games that Li Wangyu just mentioned. This was beyond the expectations of Pai Lupi and the officials. Cheng Yaojin, the generals, and the vassal states were so excited mainly because of Li Wangyu's words. The term champion was first used in the records of the Grand Historian. Xiang Liang crossed the Huai River to the west and defeated Jingju, Qinjia and others. He was the champion of Buchang. After them were the champion marquis and the champion general. Those who did not have outstanding military exploits would not be able to obtain this honor. To a Tang general, being crowned a champion was undoubtedly the highest praise. As for the runner-up, it meant that they were one level lower than the champion. Since ancient times, Wuxia had titles such as quasi-sage and quasi-father, which were also very impressive titles. The reason why the envoys of the vassal states were so excited was naturally because of the word champion. If they could win the championship in the Tang Dynasty National Games, the benefits were self-evident. They could be on good terms with the Tang Dynasty and show their country's ability. Why not? Even if a small country admitted that they could not win the championship, it would be good for them to win the second or third place. Even Taijun's 7th place might not be too hard to accept. Li Wangyu suddenly threw out the idea of the national games, which made Pai Lupi difficult to decide for a while. He simply used the tactic of delaying, intending to delay first and then say, well, I already know about this. Today is the New Year's Day Imperial Court. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it after the Yuanjing holiday. Since Pai Lupi had spoken, Li Wangyu and the officials naturally did not say anything more. The New Year's Day Imperial Court, which was interrupted because of the dispute between Shui Yantua and Bagu tribes, could finally continue. After a series of cumbersome procedures of the Imperial Court, it was already noon. Pai Lupi was going to treat the officials in the palace today. To be honest, the imperial cuisine in the palace was actually not very delicious. Li Wangyu wasn't the only one who thought so. Even Feng Xianling and Cheng Yaojin thought the same. Even Pai Lupi, who had eaten the delicacies of Lai Hot several times, had to admit that the imperial kitchen of Taiji Palace was really not as good as the kitchen of Lai Hot. Because of this, the kitchen maids in Li Wangyu's residence had been replaced several times. After all, regardless of whether it was Li Er or Cheng Yaojin, these big shots, he couldn't refuse to give his kitchen maids to them. After the banquet in the palace, Li Wangyu was ready to go back to his mansion to sleep, but he was directly stopped by Mi Tua. Pai Lupi invited him. Li Wangyu shook his head speechlessly. He knew it must be about the sports meeting, so he could only obediently follow Mi Tua to the Yin and Yang Palace. In the Yin and Yang Palace, not only Pai Lupi was there, but also Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zhang, Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda and other generals. Seeing Li Wangyu enter the palace, Cheng Yaojin could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Zio, you're really good today. You actually threw out such a big bomb without saying anything. Hurry up and tell me, what are you thinking about this Lauscher sports meet? Uncle Cheng, it's the National Games of the Tang Dynasty, or the National Games for short. Li Wangyu seriously corrected him. The reason why he had to emphasize this name was naturally because he wanted to make fun of him. If it were not for the fact that the name Olympic Games was really hard to explain, he would have called it the Olympic Games. Well, the National Games, boy, make it clear. What do you want to do with the National Games? Why did you suddenly mention it today? Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling and the others reclined on the soft couch, holding wine glasses in their hands. They all stared at him, waiting for his explanation. On the way to the Yin and Yang Palace, Li Wangyu had already made a draft in his mind and thought about how to answer. Although the idea of organizing a sports meet was something that he had suddenly thought of in the Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu felt that it was a very promising idea. He cleared his throat and bowed to Li Er and the other big shots. Then he said loudly, "Uncle gentlemen, I didn't propose to hold the national games on a whim. It's because it's beneficial to the Tang Empire. It's actually beneficial." Specifically, what are the benefits? Pai Lupi asked. Yes, uncle. First of all, the national games can promote the national prestige of the Tang Dynasty, promote political exchanges between the vassal states and the Tang Dynasty, promote caravan trade, and bring the vassal states closer to the Tang Dynasty. Of course, more importantly, uncle, the sports meeting can make money. His words immediately aroused the interest of Pai Lupi and the other generals. Zio, be more specific. How can these benefits be realized? Seeing that Pai Lupi and the others were interested, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He first asked the chamberlain to bring him a cup of tea, and then he took a sip. He was so anxious that he wanted to beat him. Then he replied slowly, "Actually, uncle and gentlemen, you should be able to imagine the benefits." Chapter 623. Li Wangyu said unhurriedly, "Actually, uncle and all of you should be able to imagine the benefits of this. First of all, no matter what ranking the vassal states get in the national games, it will cause a lot of discussion in their countries. The champion of the national games of the Tang Dynasty is sought after by the vassal states. Of course, the people of the vassal states will yearn for the Tang Dynasty." Feng Xianling nodded. "That's right. Zio is right. Go on. What are the other benefits?" Secondly, these vassal states are very far away from Chang'an. It's not easy to travel there. Uncle, I think the national games can be held 1 year later. It will make it easier for the envoys of the vassal states to send the news back and give them enough time to select soldiers and come to Chang'an. With so many people coming and going, the trade between the vassal states and the Tang Dynasty will be stimulated. After all, businessmen are after profits. They will see the business opportunities and will not let go of the opportunity. Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs looked at each other and nodded in agreement with Li Wangyu. Zio, tell me, how can we make money from the national games? Pai Lupi already had a plan in mind, but he still asked. Uncle, it's even simpler. Collect tickets and sell advertisements. Tickets? Advertisements? Yes. The national games should be open to the public. Everyone can enter and watch the games after buying tickets. Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was beyond everyone's expectations that tickets could be sold for this competition. Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile, "Uncle, my Dazhao batting field was completed a few days ago. The national games of the Tang Dynasty can be held in the batting field." Haha, the Dazhao batting field can accommodate 100,000 people. 10 coins per person is not a lot, right? That's 1,000 strings of coins per day. 100,000 people will watch the games in the field. They have to eat and drink, right? At that time, we can authorize some businessmen in Chang'an to sell food in the field. We can charge them 100 strings of coins per day, right? They could also allow the merchants to bid. If the price was high enough, they would be allowed to hang the banner of their business in the stadium to advertise. We only need to hold the national games for a month. Do you think we won't make enough money? Besides, these athletes, the soldiers of the vassal states participating in the national games, after they arrive in Chang'an, the vassal states will be responsible for their food, lodging, and transportation. This is also a big income. In my opinion, if you don't earn 100,000 strings of cash, it's considered a failure. This time, Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling were even more moved. Your Majesty, I think Zio is right. The national games of the Tang Dynasty can indeed be held. This subject agrees. Pai Lupi nodded, but he asked, Zio, in the hall today, you only said that there would be 5 competitions, namely, batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting. How did you manage to delay the sports day for more than a month? Uncle, isn't this simple? So many more projects. In addition to batting, there can be different distances in long-distance running. 1,000 steps, 2,000 steps, 5,000 steps, or even more. Different projects will have different champions. Archery and horse racing are the same. The other 5 events are just my nephew's words. We can always add more events to the competition. If we want more vassal states to participate, we have to let them see the hope of winning the championship. Wahahaha, can I, old Cheng, also participate in the competition? Cheng Yaojin suddenly laughed. Yuqi Jingda looked at him disdainfully. You old man, what can you compete with? Don't make a fool of the Tang dynasty. Yuqi Jingda, you want to compete with me? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that the two old men were about to make trouble again, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stare at them angrily. Jijia, Jingda, don't make trouble. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Cheng, not everyone can participate in the national games. Of course you have to be qualified. Bastard, you better tell me clearly. What conditions do you have that I'm not qualified for? Cheng Yaojin said angrily. Hee, it's not up to me to decide. Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't want to provoke this old hooligan. Uncle Cheng, there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in the Tang dynasty. Even if we only select soldiers from the Imperial Guards to participate in the sports day, we still have to go through many rounds of selection. How will they be selected? Li Wangyu said, I think that each of the 16 guards of the Imperial Guards will select one athlete to participate in the national games. As for how each guard will be selected, it will depend on Uncle Cheng and the rest of the officials. In addition to the athletes from the vassal states, there will probably be dozens of people participating in each event. When the official competition starts, they will go through the preliminaries, preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals, and finally the champion will be decided. Li Wangyu then explained the participation methods and competition methods of the Olympic Games to Pai Lupi and the other big shots in detail. They all nodded. Good, Zio, you are really thoughtful. It's really amazing that you can come up with such a detailed and feasible plan in such a short time. Pai Lupi thought that Li Wangyu had come up with the rules and organization of the competition himself, so he praised him generously. Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush. This was just his experience from watching the Olympic Games and the National Games on TV in his later life. Any sports fan in his later life could tell him 1, 2, 3, 4, and so there was nothing special about it. Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others discussed for a while and roughly decided to hold the National Games of the Tang Dynasty. The time of the games was set to be 1 year later, between March and April of the 4th year of Zhengguan. If the National Games were held well, they could be held every 2 years. As for the specific events, content, and rules of the games, Pai Lupi waved his hand and let Li Wangyu take full charge. After writing a detailed memorial and submitting it to him, he discussed it with Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. Finally, he issued an edict and spread it to the whole world. Li Wangyu had no choice but to nod and take the job. After all, except for him, no one in the world knew how to organize the games. Even his beautiful boss didn't know much about it. After all, she didn't have much love for sports. After discussing the matters of the national games, Pai Lupi and the other big shots chatted and drank in the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wangyu was about to leave, but he remembered something and hurriedly stood up to report. Uncle, I spent a lot of gold on the construction of the Dazhao batting field. Do you still remember that I asked to hold the Tang Dynasty's Royal Batting League? Pai Lupi certainly remembered this. Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to build the batting field in order to hold the Royal Batting League. Zio, you just said that the Dazhao batting field had been built? Yes, uncle. It was completed before the end of the year. Pai Lupi was interested. Since Li Wangyu had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build a batting field, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he heard that the batting field had been built, he was interested to see what the 20,000 taels of gold had built. Gentlemen, why don't you come with me to the batting field today? Let's see what this guy has built after spending 20,000 taels of gold. Since Pai Lupi had spoken, the big shots naturally had no objection. However, Chang Yaojin laughed and said, Your Majesty, why don't I order someone to call a batting team from the left Jianghu guards? Let's have a batting match today to liven things up for Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingda's eyes also lit up. That's right. I'll also order someone to call a batting team from the army. How about we have a match in the Dazhao batting field today? Pai Lupi nodded with a smile. Today was the first day of the new year. He had nothing to do during the holidays. It would be good to watch a batting match. Chapter 624. The Dazhao baseball stadium wasn't a very tall building in Chong'an City. The surrounding stands were 10 meters tall, which was a little more than 3 zhang tall. It wasn't as tall as the 4 zhang tall platform under the Taiji Palace. Although the stands were no more than 10 meters tall, it was the height of a 3-story building in the future. But when one really stood in front of the baseball stadium, it was very spectacular. The reason was very simple. The stands were too long. Even in the future, there hadn't been such a large stadium with a 4-kilometer perimeter. After all, the rules of polo had been changed a lot in the future. Not only did it reduce the number of people on the field, but the field was also much smaller. A stadium that could hold 100,000 people at the same time was also a very large stadium in the future. And when Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the other big shots walked into this true polo stadium for the first time, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Ziyu, what kind of monster did you build? This is a baseball stadium? How can it be so big? Pai Lupi stood in the middle of the empty stadium and looked around. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Chang Yaojin also clicked his tongue. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such a huge building in my life. Kid, are all the stands around the stadium used for people to sit? Tisket. Wouldn't it be able to seat tens of thousands of people? Yuchi Jingda was even more shocked, his face full of disbelief. Ziyu, your 20,000 taels of gold really weren't spent in vain. This is the first time I've heard of a baseball stadium of this scale. Li Wangyu said with a smile, Uncle Cheng, did you forget that this little nephew said before that this Dazhao baseball stadium can hold 100,000 people? Oh my god, 100,000 people cheering together. It's enough to scare people to death, right? Li Wangyu pointed to the center of the northern stands. There was a row of private stands at the top. Uncle, that's the private stands that little nephew prepared for you and the other officials. When the time comes for the competition, Uncle will be able to watch it with the other officials. There's no need to worry about safety. Pai Lupi nodded. Let's go and take a look. A group of big shots surrounded Pai Lupi. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, they passed through a special passage and entered the stands of the box. Looking down from here, the entire baseball field could be seen at a glance. There was nothing blocking the view. There were also all kinds of exquisite seats in the box for people to rest while watching the competition. Pai Lupi didn't need Li Wangyu's introduction. He walked straight to the spacious chair in the middle. After sitting down, he looked around. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied. He then pointed to the other boxes on the uppermost level of the spectator stands and asked, Zio, what are those boxes for? Hee, Uncle, I'm going to sell tickets for this stadium. Seats of different grades naturally had different prices. The cheapest seat cost 10 copper coins, while the best seats cost 50 to 500 copper coins. As for those private rooms, it won't do if it's less than 10 copper coins. Li Wangyu's answer stunned Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others. After pondering for a long time, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Zio, what's in your head? Pai Lupi was too lazy to care about his greedy nephew anymore. He called out to the group of big shots. Everyone, sit. Today, we'll be here to watch the game. Jingda, is the batting team ready? Yes, Your Majesty. It's ready. We're just waiting for Your Majesty's order to start the competition. Good. Then get ready to start. Chang Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda nodded. When they were about to go and inform the officials, Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to stop them. Wait, Uncle, this stadium is empty. Isn't it boring to watch the game like this? It's not lively at all. Pai Lupi was surprised. Zio, what do you mean? Uncle, you can see that the stadium is empty. Why don't you immediately let the Imperial Guards go to the surrounding houses to inform the officials? Tell them that the Dazhao batting field is open for free today. Let the people enter and watch the game as they wish. What do you think? Pai Lupi laughed. Sure. Today, I'll have fun with the people. Pass down the order. Let someone inform the officials. The game will start in 2 hours. The Tangs love to socialize and liven things up, even the ordinary people. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the people of Chang held banquets in every house. Neighbors would greet each other and eat at whichever house they went to. There was a special name for it, which was heirloom. The days of the Lunar New Year were the busiest times except for the Lantern Festival. Although the houses in the south of the city belonged to the slums of Chang'an, there were still people coming and going. It was very lively. Just as everyone was paying their New Year greetings to each other, they heard the sound of gongs and drums being struck in the square. Li Zheng's voice followed. Dear neighbors, the saint has decreed that the Dazhao baseball stadium will be free of charge today. Enjoy with the saint. The game will start in 2 hours. Everyone go quickly. Li Zheng's shout entered everyone's ears, causing everyone to be stunned. Dazhao batting field? Enjoy with the sage? Watch the game for free. The crowd immediately rushed out from every house and surrounded Li Zheng, who was still beating the gongs. Li Zheng, is what you said true? Where is the Dazhao batting field? Why does it sound so familiar? You fool. It's the original Da-an house and Zhaoxing house. Wasn't it changed into a batting field by County Earl Hu? Oh right. Is it that prodigal County Earl who spent 20,000 taels of gold to renovate the batting field? I forgot about it. TSK, I have to go take a look. 20,000 taels of gold. What prodigal? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the officials don't catch you and beat you with a plank. County Earl Hu is the god of fortune. What do you know? Li Zheng scolded jokingly. Hee, don't care what it is. Li Zheng, you can enter the batting field as you wish today. The sage is there too? We can even watch the game? Nonsense. The sage ordered the imperial army to inform us. How could it be fake? Everyone, go quickly. Be careful that there won't be any seats left if you're late. After I inform everyone, I have to hurry over to watch the game. After Li Zheng finished speaking, the crowd immediately dispersed. Some ran directly toward the batting field. Some ran back home to call their aunts and children. There were also some who called their friends. For a moment, the houses were in chaos. This scene was happening in dozens of houses in the south of Chang'an City. Not long after, countless people ran out of the houses and headed toward the Dazhao batting field. The news quickly spread to the east and north of the city. Many merchants and wealthy merchants immediately rode their horses and carriages toward the south of the city. Those without horses or carriages naturally chose to take public carriages. Even the officials and nobles immediately ordered their servants to prepare carriages and horses and hurried to the south of the city when they heard about this. After all, even Pai Lupi was there. The officials naturally couldn't pretend that they didn't know. Moreover, even the officials were extremely curious about the batting field that County Earl Hu, Li Wangyu, had built. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what the County Earl Hu had built after spending 20,000 taels of gold. Because of Li Wangyu's suggestion, Chang'an City was in an uproar. Chapter 625. When the crowd surged toward the Dazhao baseball stadium, Pai Lupi was still chatting with the dukes in the box above the stadium. The sudden influx of people into the stadium made Li Er and the others feel surprised. Originally, Li Er and the group of big shots had thought that it would already be amazing if they could fill half of the seats in this huge stadium by notifying the people at the last minute to watch the game. One must know that this was a baseball stadium that could hold 100,000 people. Half of it would be 40,000 to 50,000 people. As the saying goes, when there are 10,000 people, there is no end to it. Let alone tens of thousands of people. However, when the crowd continued to surge into the baseball stadium and the endless crowd slowly filled up Noda Baseball Stadium, even Pai Lupi was moved. Chang Yaojin and the other generals were even more nervous. Your Majesty, should I bring all the soldiers of the Jianghu guards over? There are too many people. I'm worried that something might happen. After the initial shock, Pai Lupi slowly shook his head. There's no need. Do I not trust my own people in Chang'an City? Moreover, the box that Zio made is very safe. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Hearing Pai Lupi's words, Chang Yaojin could only give up. However, he still ordered his retainers and Pai Lupi's imperial guards to be more vigilant and avoid trouble. At this moment, Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb. In his previous life, although he had gone to the baseball stadium to watch competitions and attended concerts of singers, it was not uncommon for tens of thousands of people to gather together. However, there was strict security. Not only were there security guards, but there were also many policemen to maintain order. Today, he was hot-headed and did not make any arrangements. He just informed the people to come to the stadium to watch the game. If something were to happen to him, it would be a big problem. In his previous life, because of a large crowd, there would be a stampede, resulting in heavy casualties. It was not uncommon. He remembered that the worst incident was in 1990, when a large number of pilgrims stampeded in Mecca, resulting in the death of more than 1,400 people. Now Li Wangyu looked at the black mass of people in the stadium below and felt that this was a time bomb that could explode at any time. Uncle, it's better if you quickly transfer the Imperial Guards over. It's your nephew's fault for not thinking things through. Li Wangyu hurriedly persuaded Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi did not understand what he meant and thought that he was worried about his safety like Chang Yaojin. Zio, there's no need to worry. The Imperial Guards around me are enough to protect me. Uncle, I'm afraid that with so many commoners gathered here, there might be a riot or an accident. I'm afraid there might be an accident. Hurry up and get the Jianghu guards to come to the stadium to maintain order. Li Wangyu's forehead was covered in sweat from fear. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others looked at each other, then turned their heads to look at the increasing number of commoners below. They could not help but break out in cold sweat. Pai Lupi did not dare to hesitate and immediately ordered, Jijia, immediately passed down the order to bring all the Jianghu guards to the stadium to maintain order. There must be no accidents. Chang Yaojin also thought about it and did not dare to hesitate. He nodded and followed the order to mobilize the guards. Although the Dazhao baseball stadium had been completed, Li Wangyu had not arranged for personnel to manage it. After the numerous entrances to the stadium were opened, there were no security measures or personnel at all. As a result, more and more commoners poured into the stadium. Li Wangyu looked around. Not only did he not see any empty seats in the stadium, but even the aisles were filled with people. It was clear that there were more than 100,000 commoners gathered in the stadium at this time. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly pray to the gods and Buddhas that there would not be any accidents. Fortunately, the commoners who came to watch today knew that the saints were here, so they did not dare to cause trouble. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the stadium, the order was still acceptable. At the very least, Li Wangyu did not see any signs of unrest. Not long after, a large group of Imperial Army soldiers dressed in shining armor and wielding gleaming sabers and swords entered the field and began patrolling the area to maintain order. Only then did Li Wangyu's tense heart finally relax. After a series of twists and turns, it was finally time for the baseball match to begin. When the batters of the two teams entered the field on horseback, the drums on the side of the field sounded. The originally noisy field suddenly exploded like a pot of boiling oil. Long live! Hua hua hua! Barely! Victory! Today, Pai Lupi had called for the two teams of the Jianghu guards to compete on a whim. It was a civil war of the Jianghu guards. But even so, neither side of the Jianghu guards wanted to lose. Putting aside the fact that there were saints watching the battle, just the fact that after the two batters rode into the field and heard the tsunami-like shouts and cheers, the group of batters felt their blood surging and their bodies brimming with energy. Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the other big shots in the box at the top of the grandstand were extremely satisfied with the explosive atmosphere. Chang Yaojin, that old man, even rushed to the railing and waved his fist as he shouted, "Bastards! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Tang people who had never experienced such an atmosphere were instantly infected by the atmosphere of the stadium. One by one, they shouted as if they were intoxicated. Those who had never watched a match in the stadium would find it difficult to understand the shock and emotional resonance. That kind of excitement could be said to be very high. The crowd who sat in such a stadium for the first time to watch a match entered such a crazy state at this time. Although the match had not yet started, the crowd was already high. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shake his head helplessly. He was really speechless about the shouting Pai Lupi and the others. If they were to see the atmosphere of the World Cup in the future, wouldn't they explode on the spot? What's more, Li Wangyu listened to all kinds of cheers in the stadium and still felt that it was not enough. Naturally, the Tang Dynasty did not have a slogan like, "Do your best," nor did it have a unified standard. So in the stadium, 100,000 people were shouting their own words, and it was very chaotic. He rolled his eyes and simply pulled the group of Imperial guards in the box over and whispered a few words in their ears. At this time, the Imperial guards were also excited by the atmosphere of the stadium. If it were not for their duty, they would probably jump and shout along with the crowd. Hearing Li Wangyu's order, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly nodded in agreement. In the stadium, the gong had already sounded to start the match. More than 20 strong horses seemed to be stimulated by the atmosphere of the stadium and galloped happily. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves stimulated the audience in the stands, and all kinds of cheers were heard again. Today, the batters of the Jianghu guards were also greatly stimulated and played their strength beyond their usual standards. On the field, there was an endless stream of wonderful performances, and the crowd was fascinated by them. The momentum of the applause and the stomping of the feet was very vast. Li Wangyu even suspected that if the spectator stands around the stadium were not made of solid soil, with so many people stamping their feet and shouting together, the spectator stands would have collapsed. Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, Chang Yaojin, and the other big shots also stood up and applauded the wonderful performances on the field. While the crowd was watching happily, suddenly there was a uniform cheer behind them. Rise! 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 Chapter 626. Pai Lupi and the group of big shots turned around in shock. It was the guards in the box. Under the leadership of Li Wangyu, they were shouting slogans rhythmically to encourage the batters below. As a person from Sichuan, Li Wangyu naturally felt that the slogans like, "Come on," in the future were not as powerful as the Sichuan people's "Rise." So when he found that the 100,000 people in the field were shouting their own slogans, he thought of this matter. He called the guards over and let them shout "Rise" with him. Although the phrase "Rise" could be said to be the patent of the Sichuan fans in the future, it actually appeared as early as the Han Dynasty. There was a record in the Book of Ancient Microcosm. Some people rise, Dai Yueying, Lu Qi Chong. Rise was the meaning of rise. In the ancient Chinese language, rise also had the meaning of yang. Rise, rise, rise. Therefore, when the soldiers shouted rise, Pai Lupi and the group of big shots were stunned at first. Then, they all pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed, nodding their heads in agreement. The phrase rise was sonorous and powerful, and it made Cheng Yaojin's eyes light up. He immediately changed his words and began to shout rise with the group of soldiers to encourage the batters below. It had to be said that the slogan rise was indeed very infectious, especially when there was no unified cheering in the Tang Dynasty at this time. Soon the group of big shots including Pai Lupi all followed Li Wangyu and shouted rise. After the uniform sound of rise reached the ears of the people around the box, it quickly infected them. Everyone started to change their tune and shouted along with him. Like a virus, the sound of rise in the batting field became louder and louder, and it became more and more uniform. When 100,000 people shouted rise and rise in unison to encourage the batters, that kind of momentum simply pierced through the sky, with a majestic spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. Even the strictly trained horses on the field were a little frightened due to the loud cheers, forcing the batters to tighten their reins and try their best to control the horses under them. The people in the stadium seemed to have been possessed. They did not care if their throats would break from shouting as they cheered loudly. Who asked the Tangs to be so passionate and unrestrained? What's more, batting was the #1 sport in the Tang Dynasty. Its status was far higher than that of football in the modern era, and its weight in people's hearts. However, due to the limitations of the venue and the horses, most of the people in Chang could only watch a few official cricket matches. But this did not affect the Tang's passion for cricket. Today, when the citizens entered this incomparably huge baseball field, they were already quite shocked and excited. What's more, he would be able to watch a high-level batting match with his own eyes. The huge excitement was self-evident. When the left Golden Guard's batter finally broke through the opponent's goal and scored a goal, Cheng Yaojin was so excited that he directly tore open his robe, revealing a large amount of black hair covering his heart. He waved his fists wildly downwards. It was not until his voice was a little hoarse that he turned around, grabbed a jar of wine and gulped it down. Cheng Yaojin threw down the wine jar, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and shouted at Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, I've played cricket for so many years and watched it for so many years. Today I finally know that batting is so exciting. Wahaha, thinking about it now, it was really boring in the past." It was not Cheng Yaojin's fault for being rude and shouting loudly. It was really too noisy on the field. If he did not raise his voice, he would not be able to hear what the other party was saying. Pai Lupi was also very excited. It was just that he cared about his image as an emperor, so he was not as wild as Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. After he heard Cheng Yaojin's words, he also nodded repeatedly. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said, "Haha, it's all thanks to Zio that we know that watching cricket can be so refreshing. Zio, your 20,000 taels of gold were really not spent in vain." "Hee hee, Uncle is too kind. As long as Uncle and the other officials like it, It's good. Li Wangyu struck while the iron was hot and asked, Uncle, what do you think about the Tang Dynasty's Royal Cricket League that I mentioned before? Is it possible to hold it? Pai Lupi did not hesitate at all this time and directly nodded. It's possible. Write a memorial to us as soon as possible and clearly state your plans. We will definitely support this matter. With Pai Lupi's approval, Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. He had invested 20,000 taels of gold in this cricket field. If the polo league could not be held, then he would suffer a huge loss. Although he was not lacking in money now, the landlord did not have any extra food, right? If he could earn money, then he naturally had to earn it. As long as the polo league was held, even if it was only held once every 10 days, he would be able to make a lot of money. Li Wangyu was very confident about this. On the first day of the third year of Zhengguan, this cricket match that was enough to be recorded in the annals of history finally ended amidst the screams of 100,000 spectators. The final result of the match was not important. What was important was that this matter instantly caused an uproar in the entire Chang'an city and the surrounding provinces. As for cricket, most of the people knew about it but did not know why. Although they were fanatical fans, they had not seen many cricket matches at all. Today's sudden football match had opened the eyes of many people and made them addicted. And the Dazhao cricket field that Li Wangyu had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build became the center of the topic. All the people who entered the stadium to watch the game that day used their poor vocabulary to desperately praise the incredible stadium to the people around them, causing the people who missed the game to cry out in surprise. Those who missed the match beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. However, their frustration did not last long. On the fourth day of the new year, the people in Chang'an City were surprised to find that someone had posted a notice on the gate of the inner square. Lang Jun, may I ask what is written on the notice? Most of the people were illiterate, so they could only ask the neighbor who dressed like a scholar. Oh, the notice says that the sage allowed the founding of Hu County to hold the Royal Batting League of the Tang Dynasty. In the future, every 10 days off, the game will be held in the Dazhao cricket field. His words made the people even more confused. Of course everyone knew about cricket. But what the hell was a league? Lang Jun, may I ask what is the Royal Batting League of the Tang Dynasty? It says that there are 22 teams in the Royal Batting League, which are the 6 armies of the Northern Yamen and the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen. Every 10 days off is the day of the match, and 11 cricket matches will be held on that day. The 22 batting teams will fight against each other. The winner will get 3 points, the draw will get 1 point each, and the loser will get no points. Each batting team will play a total of 21 matches against the other 21 teams. The team with the highest score in the end will be the champion and will be rewarded by the sage. After he finished speaking, the people around him suddenly became lively. This is very interesting, but I don't know if we can go to watch the match. Yes, Lang Jun, look at the notice. Does it say what the league is? Can we go and watch it? The man nodded and said, yes, it says here that the Royal Batting League will sell tickets. The cheapest ticket is 10 copper coins. You can watch the match in the Dazhao cricket field for a day. As soon as he said that, the people were in an uproar again. Chapter 627. On the first day of rest after New Year's Eve, Chang'an City was unusually lively. Early in the morning, whether it was the officials, the nobles or the merchants, they all rode horses or took carriages to the Dazhao baseball field in the south of the city. The ordinary citizens of Chang'an City did the same. They took public carriages or walked to the field. Today's Dazhao baseball field was not as disorderly as last time. Not only were there Chang'an County's bailiffs maintaining order everywhere, but there were also golden guards patrolling everywhere to prevent troublemakers. At several entrances to the field, there were also people checking tickets and reminding the audience where they should sit. Li Wangyu had recruited nearly 100 people to serve for this polo league. It could be considered a big investment. Today was the first day of the Tang Dynasty's Royal Polo League. The people in charge of checking tickets at the entrance were already sweating profusely. However, because there were too many people waiting to enter the field, and these people were on duty for the first time, they were naturally a bit flustered. The ticket checker reached out and took a ticket from an audience member. He glanced at the color of the ticket and saw that it was yellow. He couldn't help but feel a bit disrespectful. He ordered in a very stiff tone, "Yellow zone ticket. Remember that after entering, you can only sit in the seats painted yellow. Don't run around. You can't afford to disturb the nobles." Before the ticket checker could finish speaking, He suddenly froze as if his pressure point had been pressed. His lips trembled. County Earl. I don't know. The person holding the yellow zone ticket and waiting in front of him was Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu glared at him and said unhappily, "The audience holding the yellow zone ticket is also our source of income. Have a better attitude." Yes, I deserve to die. I know I was wrong. The ticket checker hurriedly admitted his mistake with a shocked expression. Li Wangyu didn't want to say more. He gestured to the man behind him and said, "Uncle, you go ahead too." Standing behind Li Wangyu and waiting for his ticket to be checked was Pai Lupi in casual clothes. Behind him were more than 10 palace guards in casual clothes, secretly protecting him. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, had tickets for the yellow zone. The reason why the stadium staff spoke so harshly when they saw Li Wangyu holding a yellow ticket was because the yellow zone ticket was the cheapest ticket. It only cost 10 copper coins. The seating area in the yellow zone was naturally the worst. There were also green tickets worth 50 copper coins, blue tickets worth 100 copper coins, scarlet tickets worth 500 copper coins, and purple tickets worth 5 copper coins. Li Wangyu was also learning from the soccer stadiums of the future, where different areas had different ticket prices. Not only could it allow the common people to watch the baseball game, but it could also provide more choices for the officials, nobles, and merchants who were willing to pay a high price. The reason why the tickets in the seating area in the stadium were separated by color was naturally the same as the public carriage. It was to deal with the huge, illiterate population of the Tang Dynasty. The fact that the common people were illiterate was something that could not be helped. The reason why he came with Pai Lupi and held a green ticket to watch the game was naturally Pai Lupi's idea. He said that he wanted to enjoy the game with the common people. Li Wangyu naturally tried to dissuade him, but he could not dissuade Pai Lupi. He could only get a few of the cheapest yellow tickets. A group of palace guards in casual clothes surrounded Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu as they walked to the stands. When they saw the noisy crowd in front of them, they could not help but frown. Li Wangyu also had a headache about this. The tickets for the green zone were cheap, so the view was naturally the worst. Sitting there and watching the game was not fun at all. "Uncle, it's too noisy here, and the view is not good. Why don't we go back to the box?" Li Wangyu whispered. Pai Lupi did not pay attention to him at all. He found a seat and sat down. He even chatted with the common people who were watching the game. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "Your sister. Do you have nothing better to do? Do you still want to go on an official visit?" He could only helplessly give the palace guards a look, indicating that they should find a place to sit. "Old man, why did you come to watch the game today?" "Haha, thanks to the blessing of the county count of Hu, old me also came to watch the game on the first day of the new year. I really liked it. Today is the start of the Royal Batting League. Old me naturally has to come and watch." The old man next to Pai Lupi said with a smile while twisting his beard. "Old man, you also like batting?" "I like it, but I didn't have the chance to watch it. The construction of this Dazhao batting stadium is a good thing. We common people also have a chance to watch it. It is not easy. Lang Jun, you also like to watch batting?" Pai Lupi smiled. "Haha, yes, I also like to watch it. It is all thanks to that county count. Otherwise, it would be rare to see such a grand occasion." When Li Wangyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he could not help but secretly curl his lips. "Damn, Pai Lupi, you have the nerve to say that it is rare to see a batting competition? Are you not afraid of having a long nose when you lie?" "Lang Jun, did you buy that lottery ticket?" the old man asked. "Old me bought 1 ticket for each of the 5 games today. I don't know if my guess is accurate." "Lottery ticket?" Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. He naturally had never heard of such a thing. He could not help but turn his head to look at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu flashed 8 white teeth at him and chuckled. "Uncle, it's the gambling business launched by the Dazhao baseball stadium. Spectators can buy lottery tickets based on the 5 games on the day of the game. It costs 2 copper coins for 1 ticket. You can guess which team will win each game. The odds are all 1 to 2. Pai Lupi could not help but glare at him. This bastard is too good at making money. He did not need to think to know that since the Tang people were so fond of gambling, the lottery tickets for the batting competition would definitely be popular. Just by looking at the old man beside him, who had taken the initiative to ask which team he had bought, it was obvious. "Go, buy the lottery tickets for me." by the left Jianghu guards, the right Yulin guards, the left Shenwu guards, the left Chenyo guards, and the right Wu guards to win. Buy 100 tickets for each of them. Pai Lupi ordered Li Wangyu without any trace of politeness. Li Wangyu could only follow Pai Lupi's orders. But Pai Lupi, after saying this, why did you turn your head to chat with the old man? Pay up. 500 lottery tickets for 1 copper coin. Could it be that he had to pay for the lottery tickets himself? If he paid for Pai Lupi's lottery tickets with his own money, what would happen if he won and took the money from him? What kind of situation would that be? Li Wangyu was speechless. Pai Lupi was indeed a bad person. He then looked at the group of imperial guards beside Pai Lupi to see if anyone was prepared to pay for the lottery tickets. But it was clear that this group of bastards who were deliberately looking around had no intention of paying for their emperor. Li Wangyu angrily raised his middle finger in his sleeve and then obediently turned his head to help Pai Lupi buy the lottery tickets. Li Wangyu could only rejoice at Pai Lupi's shameless behavior. Fortunately, there were 22 batting teams and 11 matches. Because of the venue, only 5 matches could be arranged in the Dazhao batting field every rest day. The other 6 matches would still be played in the barracks of the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, if there were 11 matches today, wouldn't he have to spend even more money? The 5 teams that Pai Lupi wanted to buy were the teams that would be playing in the Dazhao batting field today. Li Wangyu obediently paid for the tickets of the 5 teams from the field's lottery sales point and handed them to Pai Lupi. The eyes of the old man beside Pai Lupi lit up when he saw the thick stack of lottery tickets. Lang Jun, you're so bold. To be able to buy so many lottery tickets in one go, it seems like you have high hopes for these teams. Haha, you're too kind. I only know a little and want to try my luck. Pai Lupi also laughed loudly. Li Wangyu was the only one who was gloomily drawing circles on the ground. Chapter 628. The opening match of the Tang Dynasty's Royal Batting League was between the guards of the left and the guards of the left. Amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, 20 batters rode their horses onto the field. Unlike the first day of the Lunar New Year, due to the lottery, the spectators who bet on different teams were naturally divided into 2 groups. They began to shout and cheer for the teams they supported. Guards of the left, rise. Kill the guards of the left. Rise. Guards of the left. Victory. Guards of the left, die. Although the old man beside Pai Lupi only spent 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, he also stood up excitedly and shouted toward the field. This made Li Wangyu very worried that the old man would be too excited and suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage. Coincidentally, the old man also bet on the guards of the left, the same choice as Pai Lupi. The old man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Guards of the left, kill the guards of the left. Rise. Motherf ** Ker. Li Wangyu was speechless. Motherf * Ker, he's even using vulgarities. However, Pai Lupi also jumped up and shouted, "Kill the guards of the left." Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel that his worldview was collapsing. Is this still the emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Is it really okay for you to shout like this? The guards of the left are also one of the 16 guards under your command. They're not raised by a stepmother. If Pai Lupi's words were to reach the ears of the imperial guards of the left, would it immediately cause a mutiny? While Li Wangyu's imagination was running wild, the referee on the field had already blown the copper whistle, and the game had officially begun. Because the seats in the yellow section were not very good, and the seats were too far away, Li Wangyu couldn't clearly see the situation on the field even when he stretched his neck. He could only hear the crowd shouting, "Rise!" It had to be said that the words "Rise" spread very quickly. After the batting match on the first day of the new year, the audience that entered the stadium today quickly unified the cheering slogan. What was different was that because of the excitement of winning the lottery, there were also all kinds of curses mixed in with the cheers. This also made the Dazhao baseball stadium, which was filled with 100,000 spectators, seem very lively. It had the flavor of the 5 major leagues of the future, which made Li Wangyu very satisfied. Since they were watching a football match, they naturally had to have their own fans. Although the 16 guards of Nanya and the 6 armies of Baya didn't have any fans, betting on matches was the most direct way to attract spectators to support the various teams. Li Wangyu and the others were sitting at the 2 ends of the court. They were far away from each other and it was difficult for them to watch. He simply took out a metal cylinder from his waist, pulled it open, and put it to his eyes. Needless to say, this was the monocular that he had asked the craftsman to make. Since the microscope that Sun Simiao needed could be made, This telescope was naturally not a difficult task. In fact, compared to the microscope, it was much simpler. Li Wangyu had previously forgotten about the telescope. It wasn't until he was watching the match on the first day of the new year in the private box of the stadium that he remembered this matter. Although the view from the stands was good, it was still very far away. He then asked the craftsman to make it. Uncle Qing actually went into the match personally. Through the lens of the telescope, Li Wangyu could clearly see the golden guards of the left's batting team. The one who was waving the club and shouting was that old hooligan, Chang Yaojin. Zio, how did you know? Pai Lupi had never seen a monocular before. He found it very strange that Li Wangyu put the metal cylinder in front of his eyes. Li Wangyu handed the telescope in his hand to Pai Lupi and showed it off. Uncle, this is a new gadget that I made. It's called a telescope. Through it you can clearly see the scene in the distance. Pai Lupi took the telescope suspiciously. He copied Li Wangyu's previous actions and put it in front of his eyes. In the next second, Pai Lupi looked as if he had seen a ghost. His hands trembled and he almost threw the monocular in his hand. What kind of magical item is this telescope? It can actually see the scene from so far away? Pai Lupi calmed his mind and put his eyes in front of the telescope again. It really is Cheng Jijia. Li Wangyu smiled indifferently. He was about to put on an "I am an expert" expression when the back of his head was suddenly hit hard by Pai Lupi. Scoundrel, if you had such a good item, why didn't you take it out earlier? Do you know how important this item is? Pai Lupi not only did not praise him, he even scolded him. Li Wangyu was speechless. Li Wangyu helplessly touched the back of his head. Uncle, isn't it just a telescope? You don't need to make a fuss about it, right? Fool! Do you know how useful this item is in the military? Pai Lupi stared at Li Wangyu with an expression that said he expected better from him. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. He really didn't think about the military use of the telescope. It wasn't that Li Wangyu didn't know the significance and use of telescopes in military operations. In any case, he was a fan of the military for a long time in the future, so he still had this common sense. But as an ordinary person who grew up in an era of peace, he really didn't think of using the telescope for war. How many of these telescopes did you make? Pai Lupi asked again. Li Wangyu raised 2 fingers. The craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope have only polished the lenses of 2 telescopes. Did the craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope help you make this item? Yes, this telescope is also made of crystal, Li Wangyu replied. Is it possible to make this item in large quantities? Of course, the telescope isn't complicated. The craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope are already familiar with how to use crystal to make lenses. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction. Since it was made by supervising the telescope, then it's a public item for private use. This telescope naturally belongs to me. Consider it a fee for letting the supervisor make your personal item. Since the craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope know how to make it, I will arrange for them to continue making it. Zio, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Li Wangyu was thunderstruck by Pai Lupi's shameless words. How can a person be this shameless? He asked the craftsmen who were in charge of supervising the telescope to help him grind the lenses and make these novel items. He paid them a salary. Why did Pai Lupi say that it was a public item for private use? Is there any law? Is there any reason? However, an arm can't twist a leg, not to mention Pai Lupi, the leader of the imperialists of the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu could only lower his head and admit defeat in front of Pai Lupi's shameless words. Pai Lupi's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He felt really good about bullying his nephew. It was as refreshing as drinking a cold drink in the hottest days of summer. Towards his monstrous nephew, Li Er liked to bully him more and more now. He now deeply understood why that old hooligan Chang Yaojin especially liked to teach this kid a lesson. The feeling of being able to suppress you with force, even though I'm not as smart as you, is really cool. Pai Lupi proudly raised the trophy in his hand and continued to look at the field. Good. Damn thief. Let's play like this. Kill the guards of the left bureau. Cheng Jijia, you old bastard, shoot. Motherf asterisk cur. You can't even shoot like this. Bastard. After Chang Yaojin missed a shot, Li Er suddenly stood up agitatedly, waved his fist at the field and cursed. The old man next to him also jumped up and shouted, You bunch of slave soldiers, do you know how to play? Even the old man played better than you guys. Damn thief. Li Wangyu covered his face with both hands. This is too damn embarrassing. Chapter 629. The reason why Pai Lupi chose to bet on the golden guards of the left was because he had confidence in them. After all, he loved to hit the ball and he often went up to hit the ball himself. The northern 6 armies and the southern 16 guards were 22 teams. Even if Pai Lupi couldn't say that he knew them like the back of his hand, he still had a rough idea. The golden guards of the left had the great general Cheng Yaojin, and they had inherited his fiery personality. When they attacked on the field, they were as fierce as when they were on the battlefield. Back then, in order to deal with the batting team of Zhang Liang's mansion, the debauches and Li Wangyu had secretly practiced the tactics that Li Wangyu had copied from soccer for a few days in the barracks of the golden guards of the left. Thus, the batters of the golden guards of the left were able to learn it. In addition, the batters of the golden guards of the left were already very skilled. Therefore, even if the golden guards of the left were not the best, they were still in the top 3. Pai Lupi even thought that the golden guards of the left would be able to win the league championship. Therefore, when the match had just started, the golden guards of the left had been suppressing the guards of the left to their own half of the field. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that a goal was only a matter of time. However, the bad thing was that old man Cheng Yaojin. The batters of the golden guards of the left usually trained together and naturally had a tacit understanding with each other. Although Cheng Yaojin was skilled in archery and horsemanship, how could he compare to the others when it came to hitting the ball? The 3 great generals of the Tang Dynasty, Yuqi Jingde, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Qiong, were absolutely top-notch in terms of bravery in battle. However, although hitting the ball required skillful horsemanship, it was not only that. It was like the world's fastest flying man, Usain Bolt, had changed his profession to soccer, but he was still very ordinary. Cheng Yaojin's hitting skills, compared to the other 19 people on the field, was like the difference between a professional athlete and an amateur expert. The difference was actually quite big. However, this old man did not realize it. Not only did he personally participate in the match, he also continuously shouted on the field and asked the others to pass the ball to him. Since their great general had given the order, the left golden guards did not dare to disobey. They could only desperately feed the ball to Cheng Yaojin. During the first attack, the golden guards of the left used their skillful cooperation and positioning advantage to easily tear apart the defense of the left supervisor's gate guards. They directly spurred their horses and rushed towards the opponent's goal with the ball. Cheng Yaojin's reaction was not slow. He also urged his horse to rush out. Of course, he was riding a BMW. His speed was very fast, and he quickly shook off the pursuers of the guards. He rode straight to the opponent's goal, and at the same time he did not forget to shout, "Wahahaha, you be *tch, pass the ball to me." The batsman of the left golden guard did not dare to be negligent. He immediately sent the ball straight to Cheng Yaojin's horse. Cheng Yaojin was overjoyed. He turned sideways and raised the stick in his hand. Then, he slammed it towards the goal. The 100,000 spectators all had different reactions when they saw this scene. Those who supported the golden guards of the left and those who bet on the golden guards of the left naturally cheered excitedly. On the other hand, those who bet on the guards of the left prison couldn't help but gasp. However, in the next second, Noda's Dazhao baseball stadium exploded. The fans of the golden guards of the left, who were ecstatic just a moment ago, opened their mouths wide in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What followed was a tsunami of insults, all of which were directed at Cheng Yaojin, the one who had just shot the ball. On the other hand, the supporters of the left prison gate guards heaved a sigh of relief and laughed in schadenfreude. There was no doubt that the polo ball, which was close at hand, was hit by Cheng Yaojin's stick. Then, he beautifully hit the ball with an anti-aircraft gun effect. The polo ball flew out from the top of the goal and landed in the spectator seats at the back. This kind of ball was no different from the soccer field of the modern world, where the goalkeeper would be pushed past, and the goal would be empty. It was much more difficult to miss than to hit the goal. When Pai Lupi and the old man beside him saw this scene, they were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed. On the field, the curses and insults were directed at Cheng Yaojin like a tsunami. This old man was indeed worthy of being called the #1 troublemaker in the Tang Dynasty. Not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also shamelessly laughed. Li Wangyu was also speechless. Who the hell are these people? Pai Lupi angrily cursed for a while. Then he turned his head to look at Li Wangyu. Why is this old man on the field? Who allowed him to play? I'm so angry. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. How would he know about this kind of thing? Just when Pai Lupi was cursing Cheng Yaojin, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The left prison gate guards, who had survived the disaster, took the opportunity to counterattack and rushed towards the golden guards of the left prison gate guards' goal. After 3 passes and 2 falls, they actually succeeded in their sneak attack and broke through the goal. Pai Lupi and the other seats were behind the golden guards of the left prison gate guards' goal. When he saw this scene, Pai Lupi's face turned green. He stomped his feet and cursed. Damn it! Kill them! Kill that bastard Cheng Jijia! In the field, the audience who bet on the golden guards of the left prison gate guards' victory were all cursing. Although they didn't know that the person they were cursing was the current founding duke, it didn't affect them in the slightest. Some people even had blue veins on their foreheads, and they almost had the impulse to grab their weapons and curse Cheng Yaojin's ancestors. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't care. After all, he was selling tickets and lottery tickets. Whoever won or lost had little to do with him. Who had ever heard of a banker who opened a casino losing money? However, Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi would be so agitated. Who would have thought that the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, who usually sat on the throne of the Taiji Palace, would curse Cheng Yaojin because he missed a goal? Even the group of guards beside Pai Lupi couldn't help but turn their heads. They had a strange expression on their faces. Obviously, they were also shocked by Pai Lupi, who had turned into a fanatic fan. Fortunately, the golden guards of the left prison gate guards learned from the shame and bravery. Even with Cheng Yaojin dragging them down, they still scored 2 goals in a row and overtook the score. Cheng Yaojin, who was addicted to the game, proudly took the place of the golden guards of the left prison gate guards. Li Wangyu couldn't help but admire this old guy's thick skin. The final score of the game was 6-1, and the golden guards of the left prison gate guards won. When the final whistle sounded, the spectators who lost their bets cursed and tore the lottery tickets in their hands into pieces and threw them into the air. Suddenly, the entire stadium was filled with flying confetti. Pai Lupi proudly shook the lottery ticket in his hand. However, he heard the old man beside him say enviously, "Haha, congratulations, Lang Jun. You won a lot this time. Old me regrets not listening to the analysis of this newspaper. I shouldn't have only bought 1 lottery ticket." Newspaper? What's that? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. The old man immediately took out a folded piece of paper from his arms. This is the newspaper published by the Dazhao baseball stadium. It said that it's published every 10 days before a game. It has an introduction to the 10 teams in the game, an analysis of their strength, recommendations to buy lottery tickets, and so on. Lang Jun, didn't you buy it? This newspaper is 1 copper coin per copy. It's quite cheap. Pai Lupi reached out to take the newspaper and turned his head to look at Li Wangyu. Needless to say, this must be a novelty that his nephew came up with. Chapter 630. Rather than a newspaper, the newspaper was more like an advertisement leaflet for buying a baseball lottery ticket. Because there was no movable type printing, Li Wangyu could only continue to choose the method of engraving printing to print the newspaper. In fact, Li Wangyu had also pondered whether to get the movable type printing out and make a real newspaper. It was actually not difficult. He just needed to find a craftsman to carve the type. However, after careful consideration, Li Wangyu shook his head with a wry smile and dismissed the idea of making a newspaper. With the terrible literacy rate of the Tang Dynasty, even if he made a newspaper, it might not be able to sell much. Moreover, he did not have much influence in the scholarly circles now. Although he had copied some poems and articles and had gained some fame among the scholars, compared with the reputation of the aristocratic families that had been passed down for thousands of years, it was still too far away. Now that he wanted to make a real newspaper, he did not know who this weapon would be for. Perhaps the aristocratic families would be the ones who would be really ecstatic. After thinking for a long time, Li Wangyu temporarily dismissed the tempting idea of making a newspaper. The newspaper, in the hands of the old man beside Pai Lupi, contained the introduction of the 10 teams that played in the Dazhao baseball stadium every 10 days, as well as the analysis of the strength of the teams, the odds of the lottery, and so on. This was because the people of Chang'an City were unfamiliar with these 22 baseball teams. This was the only way to attract them to bet on the lottery ticket. After the launch of the newspaper, it naturally attracted many people to buy it. Due to the limited literacy rate, There were many people who spent a copper coin to buy the newspaper and then went around looking for people to help them read out the contents. There were also clever storytellers in brothels who bought the newspaper and relayed the contents of the newspaper to the people. The Tangs loved gambling, and gambling on baseball was a novelty, so it naturally attracted people. Almost 80% of the people who came to the Dazhao baseball stadium to watch the game today spent money to buy the lottery ticket. The analysis of the strength of each team in the newspaper was actually written by Li Wangyu. It might not be accurate and was just for the people's reference. The report had divided the 22 teams into 3 tiers. Of the 2 teams that had competed just now, the left Golden Guards were the first tier, while the left Prison Guards were the third tier. The old man was literate. After reading the newspaper, he was skeptical. Following the analysis of the newspaper, he bought a lottery ticket for the Golden Guard of the left. Now that the Golden Guards of the left had won, he could use this lottery ticket to exchange for 4 copper coins. The lottery had just started, so the odds were 1 to 2 to attract people to place their bets. After everyone was familiar with it, Li Wangyu would then analyze the strength of each team and give different odds for each team. Pai Lupi took the report from the old man and read it carefully. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Ziyu, who wrote this analysis of your team? Why would the right Feathered Forest Army be classified as the second grade? The next match would be the right Imperial Guard versus the left Imperial Guard, right? Wasn't this nonsense? How could the left Imperial Guard have a chance of winning? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and laughed. Hee, uncle, this is what I asked Cheng Chumo to write. Is it inappropriate? I'll scold them later. Pai Lupi shook his head. Nonsense. These guys are obviously biased towards the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen. Li Wangyu thought to himself. Wasn't this nonsense? Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Bao Lin, Niu Zhengping were all great generals of the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen. How could they not be biased towards their own people? The 6 guards of the Northern Yamen were, after all, the Emperor's personal army. The old man beside Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lang Jun, is this report wrong? Old me even bet on the left Imperial Guard to win the next match. Pai Lupi smiled. Old man, if you trust me, why don't you go and buy 2 more lottery tickets for the right Feathered Forest Army? I feel that the right Feathered Forest Army will definitely win this match. Lang Jun, how do you know? Haha, I've seen the right Feathered Forest Army play before. Their level is not inferior to the left Imperial Guard. That's why I dare to bet. Pai Lupi naturally couldn't tell the truth and could only find an excuse. The old man looked at the thick stack of lottery tickets in Pai Lupi's hands and immediately stood up without any hesitation. He cupped his hands in thanks to Pai Lupi and turned to walk towards the lottery booth. After every match, there would be a quarter of an hour of rest. Before the match started, people could buy lottery tickets for the match on the spot. Not long after, the old man returned with a lot of lottery tickets in his hands. It was obvious that he had bought more than one. When the old man saw Pai Lupi looking at the lottery tickets in his hands, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Haha. Greedy. Greedy. I've made a fool of myself. Since Lang Jun dares to buy 100 lottery tickets to bet that the right Feathered Forest Army will win, old me will also buy 10 tickets to borrow Long Juan's good fortune. Pai Lupi also laughed. Old man, don't worry. I guarantee that you won't lose. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. Since Pai Lupi said that the right Feathered Forest Army would win, he naturally believed it. But when he thought that the money that Pai Lupi won was actually taken from him without risking anything, Li Wangyu was very unhappy. Of course, this wasn't a matter of money. If Pai Lupi needed it, he could hand over all his earnings from the tournament to the imperial court at any time. Now, Li Wangyu was no longer the petty white-collar worker in the future, who calculated the most cost-effective way to get a loan for a house purchase. With the difference in wealth and status, Li Wangyu became more and more indifferent to money. After all, in the Tang Dynasty, what use did he have for so much money? Did he want to learn from Shi Chong and Wang Kai in the West Jin Dynasty and show off his wealth? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? But even if Li Wangyu didn't care about copper coins, he was still unhappy that Pai Lupi had extorted a small sum of money for no reason. It was the same for Li Er. To be able to extort a small sum of money from Li Wangyu, he would never tire of this kind of game. Unlike the football games in the future, in today's Chang'an City, only the Dazhao baseball stadium was open to the public. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. After a quarter of an hour, the the drums in the stadium sounded again. The game between the right Feathered Forest Army and the left Guard Army began. The result of the game was not different from Pai Lupi's prediction. In the end, the right Feathered Forest Army won 5-2. This time, the old man next to Pai Lupi smiled even more brightly. He repeatedly cupped his hands and thanked Pai Lupi. As for the spectators who had lost their bets, there was naturally another round of white snow in the stadium. The torn lottery tickets danced in the air. At the same time, many people cursed loudly, thinking that the analysis of the newspaper was nonsense and misleading everyone. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Anyway, the newspaper had already stated that it was for reference only. Who could guarantee that what he said was all right? But Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi really knew a lot about batting. At the end of the first day of the game, Pai Lupi actually guessed the results of 4 out of the 5 games. Only one game was unexpectedly a draw, which made Pai Lupi's judgment wrong. This also made the old man next to Pai Lupi a small fortune today. Looking at Pai Lupi proudly taking the 400 lottery tickets to redeem the prize, Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. 1,600 copper coins. How could Pai Lupi not feel embarrassed? Not to mention how Li Wangyu was cursing Pai Lupi in his heart. The next day, Pai Lupi gave him another surprise. Chapter 631. Li Wangyu looked at the manuscripts in front of him. He didn't know whether he should be happy or shocked. These were the manuscripts sent by Pai Lupi early this morning, asking him to publish them in the next issue of the newspaper. Pai Lupi even painfully gave himself a pen name, Li Tianshou. Li Wangyu really didn't have the strength to complain about this name. What the hell was this? Did he want to live as long as the heavens? He rubbed his temples with a headache and handed the manuscripts written by Pai Lupi to Cho Kuan in front of him. Cho Kuan, how do you want to arrange this? As a lazy person, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't take care of those trivial matters himself. Whether it was running the Dazhao batting field or the Royal Batting League, it was very cumbersome. So he simply pulled in Cho Kuan, the fatty, and handed over all the affairs to Cho Kuan. After all, Cho Kuan's ability was recognized by Li Wangyu, including the beautiful boss, who praised this seemingly stupid fatty. Previously, Li Wangyu gave the fatty the management of the automatic beverage vending machine industry that he started on a whim. As a result, the fatty actually made it very popular. Now, the beverage vending machines could be seen everywhere in Chang'an City. Even the surrounding counties had been opened to the fatty's market. Now, no less than 200 beverage vending machines had been invested in Chang'an City and the surrounding counties. Although it was winter now and business was not as good as in summer, it still brought in no less than 100 strings of cash every day. In fact, the beautiful boss was also interested in taking over the batting league. But now how could Li Wangyu be willing to let his woman work so hard? So in the end, this pile of things was thrown to the fatty, Cho Kuan, to take care of. In this regard, both Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kuan were grateful for Li Wangyu's support. For a merchant family like them to manage the Tang Dynasty Royal Batting League, the benefits were self-evident. Just the fact that Cho Kuan could have a good relationship with the 22 Imperial Guards was a great gain. Needless to say, running a baseball field meant having to deal with the powerful officials in Chang'an. Although it was only the first day of the batting league, it had already caused a stir in Chang'an. Now in Chang'an, the first thing people would say to each other upon meeting was, "Have you seen it?" It was similar to the greeting of, "Have you eaten?" in the capital of the modern world. As for the tickets for the next match, there were already people lining up to buy them. The private rooms that cost 5 strings of copper coins and a purple ticket also began to show signs of not being able to meet the demand. Regardless of whether they were officials, nobles, aristocratic families, or merchants, they were all scrambling for this opportunity. Originally, Fatty Cho Kuan had thought that Li Wangyu's pricing was crazy. Spending 5 strings of copper coins to watch a baseball match for a whole day was too crazy. This was the monthly salary of a third-rank official in the imperial court. However, Cho Kuan had underestimated the spending power of the officials and aristocratic families. He had also underestimated the value of the purple ticket box. Not everyone was like Pai Lupi, who was willing to sit in the stands and watch the game with the people. Being able to watch a match in a private room was a representation of one's status. The tickets for 5 strings of copper coins were not in the eyes of the people. Cho Kuan had now invested 120% of his interest and energy into the Dazhao baseball stadium and the management of the baseball league. Hearing Li Wangyu's inquiry, Cho Kuan blinked the small eyes on his chubby face and smiled. What's the problem? If a saint wants to publish an article, how can it not be published? Li Wangyu asked. But the analysis of the strength of the team written by Uncle is completely different from what Du He and the others wrote. Don't tell me that the newspaper will publish two different analyses with different views? Why not? Let the people choose for themselves who to believe. Fatty Cho spread his hands and smiled. It's just for reference anyway. Li Wangyu was speechless. He nodded silently. This was the only way. He really did not expect that Pai Lupi would be so interested that he would personally write an article to analyze the strength of the next match and even predict the outcome. Before the arrival of the second match, this issue of the newspaper had already been released a few days in advance. Everyone was quite fond of buying lottery tickets for the baseball match. Whether it was the ordinary people or the officials and nobles, they all opened their wallets and bought lottery tickets. The originally unfamiliar 22 Imperial Army batting teams had now become the most talked about topic among the people of Chang'an. The newspaper issued by the Dazhao Baseball Stadium became an important basis for the people to study the next match and how to buy lottery tickets. Driver, give me a copy of the latest issue of the newspaper. I want one too. Early in the morning, the public carriage in Chang'an was surrounded by the people who wanted to buy the newspaper. This was also because Li Wangyu wanted to save trouble and let the public carriage of Dingzhou village sell the newspaper. Anyway, these public carriages shuttled back and forth in Chang'an every day. They were the best mobile sales platform. 1 copper coin for 1 copy of the newspaper was cheap and the people could afford to buy it. But these people who had snatched the newspaper were not literate. They could only take the newspaper and look around for people to read it for them. For a time, anyone in Chang'an who could read was in high demand. Even the children who were reading elementary school were asked to help them read the newspaper. However, the content of the second issue of the newspaper stunned everyone. In the newspaper, there were 2 articles that analyzed the strength of the team and predicted the outcome of the match. They actually had different opinions. This caused everyone to discuss this matter animatedly. Hey, today's newspaper is interesting. There are actually 2 articles with different opinions. Who is this Li Tianshou? I've never heard of him. Let's look at Mr. Du's article. Mr. Du is the son of Minister Du, the Duke of Kai. He naturally wouldn't talk nonsense. Yes, that's right. This Li Tianshou is so bold. He actually wrote an article that analyzed the outcome of the team. Almost all of it was different from Mr. Du's. I don't believe that he knows the Imperial Army batting team better than Mr. Du. That's right. I've decided to listen to Mr. Du and buy lottery tickets according to his analysis. Haha, that's right. I think so too. Everyone, although I don't know who this Li Tianshou is, he is well written. However, this article was written with reason and did not seem to be nonsense. Otherwise, why would the global newspaper print this article? I think Li Tianshou's analysis should be taken as a reference. Bah, don't talk nonsense. If you don't believe Mr. Du, are you going to believe this nameless person? But in the last match, it seems that Mr. Du's prediction was not accurate. Nonsense. 5 matches. Mr. Du predicted at least 3 matches correctly. What else do you want? If he predicted all of them correctly, then Mr. Du would be an immortal in heaven. Haha, brother, you are right. Then I'll buy lottery tickets according to Mr. Du's analysis. After the newspaper was printed, it was naturally sent to Pai Lupi's desk. Pai Lupi picked up the newspaper and looked at it carefully. He was very proud. He stretched out his hand to summon Mitua and asked, Mitua, what's the response to my article? Is it because you admire me? Haha. Mituo's face was a little ugly. He stammered for a long time before he nodded and said, Of course. Everyone wrote the article. How can it be wrong? People are saying that they are going to buy lottery tickets according to everyone's prediction. Mitua could not be blamed for lying. He really did not dare to tell the truth to Pai Lupi. He could only lie against his conscience. Pai Lupi did not notice the change in Mituo's face. He was looking at the newspaper and was very proud. Chapter 632. Li Wangyu couldn't care less about the response to the article written by Pai Lupi under the alias of Li Tianshou. At the moment, he was busy making lanterns in the house of Kaihua Square with a group of craftsmen invited from the General Works Supervisor. Since New Year's Eve, Li Wangyu had been staying in his house in Kaihua Square and didn't have time to go back to Dingzhou village. After all, during New Year's Day, He, as the county earl who founded the country, had to go to various big shots in Duke's mansion to pay his New Year's greetings. After that, he was busy preparing for the batting league. Besides, the Lantern Festival was coming soon. It was the first time for him and his beautiful boss to celebrate the Lantern Festival in the Tang Dynasty. Naturally, they were very interested and stayed in Chang'an for a while. The Lantern Festival was the 15th day of the first lunar month. Since ancient times, Wuxia called the night Xiao. Therefore, the Lantern Festival was also called the Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival was also known as the Lantern Festival because of the custom of decorating with lanterns and colored banners. However, in the Tang Dynasty, the Lantern Festival was more important than New Year's Eve. After the 7-day New Year's Eve holiday, the imperial court officially started on the 4th day of the first lunar month. A few days later, it would be the Lantern Festival and another 3 days of holiday. Li Wangyu felt great every time he thought about how many holidays there were during the Spring Festival in the Tang Dynasty. Compared to the 7-day holiday in the modern era, Li Wangyu felt that the civil servants of the Tang Dynasty were really lucky. The Lantern Festival was also the only day in Noda Chang, and that didn't have a curfew. In the Tang Dynasty, the Sunset Square was closed and people were forbidden to go out. Only on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 3 nights before and after the Lantern Festival, the square was not closed. The people were free to go out and light the lanterns. Even the palace maids in the Forbidden Palace could go out and admire the lanterns during these 3 days. On the 15th, 16th, and 17th day, the curfew was lifted in Chang'an. All the temples and Taoist temples and streets were brightly lit. On the spacious streets, hundreds of feet tall greenhouses were built and decorated with lanterns and colored banners for people to visit. The children of all the soldiers in the city came out of the empty alleys. Carriages and horses blocked the road, and it was extremely crowded. Sometimes, pedestrians could even be wrapped in the flow of people, and walk dozens of steps without their feet touching the ground. It could be said that it was extraordinarily lively. Palace maids, singers, and young ladies from Chang'an and Wanyan counties were dancing and singing under the colorful lanterns. For 3 days in a row, they were extremely happy. The Lantern Festival was not just for the common people to enjoy the lanterns. On this day, the officials and nobles had to send their meticulously crafted lanterns into the palace for Pai Lupi and the imperial family to enjoy. It would be fine if it was just for the royal family to see. But the key was that the lanterns placed on the Vermilion Bird Avenue were to be displayed for the appreciation of the entire city's citizens. Moreover, the most novel and beautiful lanterns would naturally be rewarded by the palace. The officials and nobles did not care about the gold and silver that Pai Lupi had bestowed upon them, but they still cared about their reputation. If the lanterns made by their own residents were uglier than those made by others, then it would be too shameful. Therefore, in order to be able to show their faces in the Lantern Festival, many officials and nobles began to recruit skilled craftsmen half a year ago to make those extremely complicated and exquisite lanterns in order to win the first prize of the Lantern Festival, or to win the praise of the common people who enjoyed the lanterns. Li Wangyu, this fellow, did not know that there was such a thing as the Lantern Festival, so naturally, he did not prepare any lanterns. It was not until a group of playboys came to visit that he was dumbfounded. "Zio, why haven't I seen the lanterns made by your residents? Is it in Dingzhou village in Hu County? You have to hurry up and bring the lanterns to Chang'an City, otherwise if there is a bump, it will not be beautiful." Cheng Chumo's words made Li Wangyu stunned, and he asked, "What lanterns?" The group of playboys also looked at each other. After a long while, Feng Yai asked in disbelief, "The lanterns for the Lantern Festival? You didn't order people to make them, did you?" On the day of the Lantern Festival, the sage will give a banquet to all the officials in the palace. At that time, all the families and manors will carry the lanterns they made into the palace and show them to the sage and the empress. After that, these lanterns will be placed on the Vermilion Bird Avenue for the common people to enjoy the lanterns. The sage and the empress will also choose the most exquisite lanterns and give them as a reward. Hearing this, Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how come he did not know anything about this at all? In his mind, there was no memory of it at all. He did not know that Li Zhou did not have a title at all, and had the responsibility of supervising Hu County. During the Lantern Festival, he could only stay in Hu County and did not have the opportunity to go to Taiji Palace to present the lanterns. Naturally, the original owner of this body did not know anything about this. Seeing Li Wangyu's expression, the group of playboys understood and all roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, Zio. Don't tell me you didn't make any lanterns at all? Haha, I think so. Teste. It's rare that Zio has such a timid moment. Hee hee. It seems that after the Lantern Festival, Zio, your name will be spread all over the streets of Chang'an. Since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, you are the first noble who did not present a lantern to His Majesty during the Lantern Festival. Zio, it's okay. I'll go to Shi City later and buy you a lantern. You can take it and present it to the sage. Haha. The playboys laughed heartily and Li Wangyu was so angry that he could only raise 2 middle fingers at them. However, he soon realized that he had miscalculated and immediately returned the gesture with 20 middle fingers. Li Wangyu very childishly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Rebound!" His beautiful superior sat in the corridor and did not know whether to laugh or cry as she watched her childish little man fooling around with the playboys. However, fooling around was just fooling around. After that, the silk pants began to come up with ideas for Li Wangyu. Zio, I'm afraid that now we can only go to Shi City and see if we can buy a delicate lantern from the merchants. How could the goods sold by those merchants be any good? Zio, don't listen to that idiot Cheng Chumo. If you ask me, you should go and ask your enemy. Their residents must also know how to make lanterns. Just ask them to give you the finished lanterns. Feng Yai suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, Chai Lingwu slapped him hard on the back of his head and said, "Yai, you have the nerve to call Cheng Chumo an idiot? How good are you? The enemy is a merchant. Even if they make lanterns, do you think they can use the regulations? If Zio really uses that lantern, you will be laughed at by the officials." Damn. Then what good ideas do you have? Feng Yai said angrily. Needless to say, the word damn was a catchphrase that he learned from Li Wangyu. In this regard, the playboys really did not have any good ideas. After all, the lanterns offered by the officials and nobles were very complicated and could not be made in a short time. It would not be sold in the market either. In this regard, Li Wangyu also did not know what to do. He sat by the table and thought hard. However, his beautiful superior's eyes suddenly lit up and she waved at him. Li Wangyu quickly went over to see if his beautiful superior had any ideas. However, he saw Su Chongqing whisper a few words in Li Wangyu's ear. Hearing this, Li Wangyu's originally knitted brows could not help but relax. Brilliant, really brilliant. Wahahaha, why didn't I think of this before? Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He couldn't care less about the crowd of good-for-nothings watching from the side. He fiercely kissed his beautiful superior's cheek. However, the crowd of good-for-nothings was extremely shocked. This fellow was probably crazy. Chapter 633. The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu's frivolous behavior in front of everyone. She then turned around and pulled Afro and Perrin, who were covering their mouths and giggling, back to the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, laughed heartily. "All right, brothers, please go back. I have to start making the lanterns and don't have time to drink and be merry with you today." His words naturally made the group of wastrels look at each other, not knowing what to say. After a long while, Feng Yai stammered, "Zio, are you muddle-headed? Do you know how much effort is needed to make a lantern? It's only 3 days until the Lantern Festival. What kind of lantern can you make? Won't you be laughed to death if you just make a lantern?" Li Wangyu snapped his fingers, looking as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. "Haha, I have my own brilliant plan. Brothers, don't worry. I guarantee that I won't lose face. I might even get first place and have the Saint and Her Highness bestow it on me." The crowd naturally did not believe his words, and all of them shook their heads endlessly. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Li Wangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes and come up with a mischievous idea. "Brothers, since you don't believe me, why don't you make a bet with me?" Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other warily and shook their heads. "No, what's there to bet on? Hurry up and tell us, what's your plan?" Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't be blamed for being nervous. After interacting with Li Wangyu for so long, even an idiot would know that he never lost a bet. No matter how absurd the bet was, the winner would still be this brat in the end. Thus, how could the wastrels be willing to make a bet with him? Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers looked at each other and cracked their knuckles as they surrounded Li Wangyu with sinister smiles. "Zio, are you going to tell us or not? If you don't blame us for being rough." Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baochi, Feng Yai, and the others also laughed heartily as they surrounded him, looking like they would beat him up if he didn't tell them. Compared to this group of silk pants, Li Wangyu was as weak as a quail. He simply hugged his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. "Spare me, hero. I'll tell you everything." His actions naturally caused the group of profligate sons to burst into laughter. In fact, the idea that the beautiful boss gave Li Wangyu was very simple. It was the merry-go-round. Since he didn't have the time to find a skilled craftsman to carve a complicated and exquisite flower lantern, he might as well use a trick and win with something new. The principle behind the marquee was actually very simple. It was the heat generated by the burning of the lamp that caused the airflow to push the wheel axle to rotate, thus causing the paper cut on the wheel axle to rotate. The light projected the paper cuts onto the lampshade, and the images automatically circulated and moved around. As for the merry-go-round, although there were later historians who said that it had been recorded in the Han Dynasty, in fact, the merry-go-round only appeared in the Song Dynasty. In the Southern Song Dynasty, Wu Zimu's Dream Beam records, there were records of the merry-go-round being sold in the Lin and night market in the capital. Zhou Mi's Old Wulin stories also had a description of the lantern, which was like sand playing with shadows. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty for nearly a year, but they had never seen anything like the merry-go-round. Therefore, Su Chongqing had a flash of inspiration and came up with this idea for Li Wangyu. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation that he wanted to make a flower lantern that didn't require manpower and could make the images in the lantern rotate on their own, the profligate sons couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Zio, don't lie to us. How can this flower lantern rotate on its own if no one drives it?" "That's right, I've never heard of such a thing. This flower lantern isn't your water wheel. Without the power of water, how can it rotate on its own?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. This group of scientific idiots was really difficult to communicate with and explain. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the profligate sons. He just ordered Niu Wu to invite Yan Liben to his residence to help him make the flower lantern. Yan Liben was good at setting up mechanisms. If he wanted to make the merry-go-round, how could he do it without the help of this disciple? Moreover, he had to borrow the craftsman of the general supervisor, and he also needed Yan Liben, the general supervisor and junior supervisor, to coordinate. When the profligate sons saw that Li Wangyu didn't seem to be joking, they became even more interested. They all stayed in the Lai hut, waiting to see how the flower lantern that could rotate on its own was made. Since his master had summoned him, Yan Liben naturally didn't dare to neglect and hurried to Kaihua Square. When he heard that Li Wangyu hadn't made the flower lantern yet, he was also very anxious. "Master, this is all my fault. How could I forget to remind you? Please forgive me, Master. I have already made the flower lantern in my residence. I'll ask someone to send it over later." Li Wangyu naturally smiled and waved his hand to reject Yan Liben's words. Even if he didn't, he couldn't be so thick-skinned and shameless as to steal his own disciple's flower lantern. That would be too shameless. "Liben, there's no need to be anxious. There are still 3 days until the Lantern Festival. It's enough time for me to make an unprecedented flower lantern. Haha." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he brought him to the study and began to draw the diagram of the merry-go-round on a piece of paper. The profligate sons also hurriedly rushed over and looked at the diagram that Li Wangyu drew. "Wonderful, Master. It's really wonderful. I understand now." As expected, when the oil lamp in the flower lantern burns, the heat it emits can move the axle. It's really simple. Why didn't I think of it before? Master is very talented. I understand now. Yan Liben was indeed good at mechanism construction. After Li Wangyu's explanation, he immediately understood the principle behind it. Yan Liben bowed deeply to his little master, indicating that he had learned a lot. To him, learning how to make mechanisms was one of the greatest joys in his life. And his master was always able to create something unexpected, which made him very happy. The profligate sons could only look at each other in dismay. They didn't understand what this master and disciple were talking about. What did they understand? Why didn't they understand anything? Li Wangyu disdainfully glanced at the profligate sons. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this group of semi-literate people. "Master, I'll go to the construction supervisor and find a few skilled craftsmen. We definitely can't delay the Lantern Festival's flower lantern." Yan Liben quickly went to the construction supervisor and helped Li Wangyu find a few skilled craftsmen. They then started to make the flower lantern in the Lai Hot residence. 3 days passed quickly. With the help of Yen Liben and the craftsmen, the flower lantern was finally made. The profligate sons surrounded the completed flower lantern. They were like a group of grannies who had just entered the Grand View Garden. They were very curious. Tsk tisk, it's actually like this. Ziyu, how did your 7 orifices exquisite heart grow? Feng Yai exclaimed. If the officials of the imperial court saw this, wouldn't they be so shocked that their teeth would fall out? It's no wonder that my master always says that Ziyu is an unworldly talent and wants me to learn from you. Yai, don't mention it again. Just talking about it makes me angry. After the saint's birthday, my master came back and gave me, Erlang, and Sanlang a good beating. In the end, he even said that we should learn from Ziyu. Speaking of this matter, I have a belly full of anger. Ziyu, tell me, how will you compensate us brothers for our loss? When Cheng Chumo heard Feng Yai say this, he suddenly remembered that he had been beaten up by Cheng Yaojin for no reason. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. That's right. We brothers are the same. When the Yuchi twins brought up this matter, they were also angry. Li Wangyu was baffled by the words of these brothers. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, these 2 old hoodlums, what did it have to do with him? Were they still reasonable? However, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. When Li Wangyu saw that Cheng Chumo and the others were angry, he turned and ran. Naturally, the profligate sons weren't willing to let him go. After a strange cry, they chased after him. The Lai Hot was once again in chaos. Chapter 634. Li Wangyu actually didn't want to go to the palace to join in the fun during the Spring Lantern Festival. Shouldn't he be holding his beautiful superior's soft hand and leading Avro and Perrin around Chang'an City on such a joyous and lively festival? In comparison, going to the Taiji Palace to drink and have fun with Pai Lupi was simply too boring. However, he was in the pugilistic world and had no choice. The banquet in the Taiji Palace was for hundreds of officials and nobles. As the county earl who founded the country, it was impossible for him not to go. Fortunately, there was no curfew today and the festivities during the 3 days of the Spring Lantern Festival went on almost overnight. He could only make an appointment with his beautiful superior and return to the mansion to take the 3 girls out for a lantern tour after he finished dealing with those matters in the Taiji Palace. On the day of the Spring Lantern Festival, the evening drum was sounded as usual. However, unlike in the past, there were no people hurrying back home in the streets and alleys. The sound of the evening drum was like a signal that made hundreds of officials, nobles, and aristocratic families in Chang'an City open their doors one after another. Large groups of servants carried the meticulously crafted lanterns in their mansions and headed toward the Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu naturally led Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and a group of troops to carry the hurriedly crafted lanterns out of his mansion. These lanterns had to be sent to the imperial city and lit when night fell. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son would then lead the people in the palace to admire and comment on them one by one. Finally, they would choose the most exquisite lantern of the day and bestow it as a reward. Hundreds of exquisitely crafted lanterns were lined up in order in the imperial city of Noda. It was a spectacular sight. However, compared to those lanterns in other mansions, which had dragons and phoenixes carved on them, the lantern in Li Wangyu's mansion looked rather shabby. This was naturally normal. After all, even with the help of skilled craftsmen, how could it compare to the meticulously crafted lanterns that took half a year to craft in 3 days? The lantern that was taller than a person looked very simple and crude. Compared to the exquisite lanterns around it, it was like an ugly duckling in a flock of swans. Not only was there no craftsmanship to speak of, but it was also extremely simple and elegant. The polyhedral prism flower lantern, in addition to the bright red lampshade holder painted with red paint, was separated by 7 or 8 plain white lampshades in the middle. It was extremely simple. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even in the eastern and western markets, the folk lanterns sold by the merchants were much more exquisite than the lanterns brought from Li Wangyu's residence. The appearance of this lantern naturally attracted the attention of all the officials. Wahahaha, kid, what kind of toy did you bring? How could this be called a lantern? Who are you trying to fool? Chang Yaojin did not avoid the topic and laughed mockingly. Chang Yaojin didn't know about the merry-go-round because Li Wangyu had asked them to keep it a secret. Today, he was prepared to let the country bumpkins, including Pai Lupi, experience the magic of science. Therefore, the simple and elegant appearance of the lantern was not because the artisans did not have the time to decorate it, but because Li Wangyu did not allow them to. He purposely did not allow the artisans to decorate the lantern because of the strong shock brought by the contrast between the front and back. The effect of the merry-go-round lantern naturally had to be lit before it could be seen. The more people despised the simple lantern, the more they would be shocked by the merry-go-round lantern. As a result, his lantern had a higher chance of winning. It had to be said that Li Wangyu was very two-faced. In order to win the lantern, he even used psychological warfare. Hearing Chang Yaojin's ridicule, Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. Haha, what is Uncle Chang saying? This little nephew's lantern was made with great care and is the only one in the world. Today, this little nephew is here for the sage's reward. Chang Yaojin was taken aback by these words and almost wanted to reach out and touch Li Wangyu's forehead. Was this fellow crazy? Carrying such a simple and crude lantern into the palace. He actually had the nerve to say that he wanted the reward? Chang Yaojin wasn't the only one thinking this. When they heard Li Wangyu's words and saw the lantern he had ordered his troops to carry to the imperial city, there wasn't a single person who didn't laugh. Those close to Li Wangyu, such as Yuqi Jingde, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Yu Shernan, naturally couldn't help but shake their heads, unable to understand what this brat was up to. And people like Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zhang Yuanshou naturally scoffed at his words. If not for the fact that today was the Spring Lantern Festival and they didn't want to spoil the mood, they would have mocked and ridiculed him. If the bigwigs of the imperial court didn't say anything, the officials below rank 4 or 5 naturally couldn't say anything. After all, with Li Wangyu's status, they couldn't casually mock him. Even so, the officials couldn't help but point at the lanterns Li Wangyu brought over. From time to time, there would be a burst of light laughter from the crowd. Clearly, they were all laughing at the lanterns offered by the county count's manor. Fortunately, the time had come, and the officials were invited into Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi continued to hold a banquet in Taiji Palace for the officials. Today was the Spring Lantern Festival, so there was no need for so many formalities. It wasn't just Pai Lupi who was attending the banquet. Empress Zhang's son, Consort Yang, and the other concubines of the imperial harem were also present. Even Li Wangyu's 3 disciples, Pai Lupi's sons Li Chengqian and Li Tai, as well as First Princess Li Lizzie, had appeared in the hall. Seeing Li Wangyu appear, the 3 little ones immediately ran over obediently and bowed respectfully to Li Wangyu. First Princess Li Lizzie was cute as she pulled on Li Wangyu's sleeve and complained angrily. "Teacher, I made a bet with my brothers today that the lantern you made would definitely be the most beautiful lantern in the world." Humph, the 2 of them didn't believe it. After Li Lizzie finished speaking, she didn't forget to stick out her tongue and make funny faces at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. This extremely cute appearance made Li Wangyu laugh uncontrollably. Haha, Chang'e is right. Since Chengqian and Qingke don't believe it, we won't show them our lantern, okay? Li Lizzie nodded seriously. Yes, we won't show it to my brothers. Li Chengqian immediately explained to Li Wangyu. Teacher, don't listen to Chang'e's nonsense. Chengqian didn't doubt that the lantern you made wasn't beautiful. Yes, it was Qingke who said it. Li Tai was also anxious. The little fatty said angrily. Nonsense, it was clearly the crown prince who said it. Teacher, of course Qingke believes you. Li Wangyu smiled and patted the heads of the 2 little ones lightly. All right, don't talk nonsense. You 2 sly little fellows, don't think that I don't know who said it. The commotion caused by the 4 of them laughing attracted the attention of many in the great hall. Everyone was very surprised and envious that Li Wangyu could be so close to Li Chengqian and the others, but they had nothing to say. After all, Li Wangyu was the teacher of the crown prince, prince, and princess. This matter was irrefutable. Li Wangyu was also a member of the imperial family, and had a close relationship with the imperial family. No one could say anything against this. Even so, there were still people who were dissatisfied and snorted coldly. County Count Hu, the crown prince is the heir to the throne. He is the ruler. How can you be so presumptuous and disrespect the law? Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. Where did this trash come from? It was like a toad yawning. What big words! Chapter 635. The speaker was a middle-aged man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize. Today was a festive day, and the officials didn't need to wear court robes when entering the palace. Li Wangyu couldn't tell the rank of this middle-aged man. Who are you? Li Wangyu narrowed his eyes and asked in dissatisfaction. What did it have to do with him talking to the 3 little ones? The middle-aged man arrogantly replied, Yu Jining, the son of the crown prince's concubine. The reason he had stepped out to provoke Li Wangyu was naturally because of jealousy. He was jealous that Li Wangyu was able to become a county official at such a young age. He was jealous of Li Wangyu's close relationship with the crown prince. As the son of the crown prince's concubine, he felt that he should be the one close to the crown prince. Naturally, he couldn't stand seeing Li Wangyu and Li Chengqian being so close. Li Wangyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The son of the crown prince's concubine was a fourth-rank official. He was a subordinate of the Eastern Palace and was a high-ranking official that assisted Li Chengqian. In the words of later generations, he was the head of the crown prince's office and had a lot of power. It could be said that he was Li Wangyu's colleague and had the same responsibility of teaching the crown prince. The difference was that although the son of the crown prince's concubine had the responsibility of teaching the crown prince, he wasn't the crown prince's teacher. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was the teacher that the crown prince, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizhi had kowtowed to him. The last teacher referred to by the ancients referred to Li Wangyu's relationship with Li Chengqian and the others. The son of the crown prince's concubine wasn't included in this category of teacher. To be honest, only the crown prince's grand tutor, crown prince's grand tutor, and crown prince's grand guardian could be considered the crown prince's true teachers. However, the three teachers had no real position. Pai Lupi had once joked that he would make Li Wangyu the crown prince's grand tutor, scaring Li Wangyu to death. What kind of joke was this? He was only 16, and after the new year, he would only be 17. How could he dare to accept this reward? The title of the crown prince's three master teachers was an honor that only secondary rank 1 bigwigs had. If he really agreed to Pai Lupi's request, it would be strange if he didn't get scolded to death by the bigwigs in the royal court. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was only joking. He also knew that it was impossible. Thus, although Li Chengqian and the others had taken Li Wangyu as their teacher, and Li Wangyu was nominally the imperial teacher, this was a personal relationship, and not the official relationship recognized by the imperial court. Li Wangyu had read about this crown prince Yu Jining in the history books. He was the son of the crown prince's concubine. According to the historical records, this person could be considered a loyal subject. When Li Chengqian was arrogant, extravagant, and indulgent, Yu Jining had always admonished him. He had even written 20 volumes of admonition to admonish him. At the time, Pai Lupi had been overjoyed. Not only had he rewarded him with gold and silk, he had also promoted him to the position of crown prince. Later on, his mother had passed away, and Yu Jining had to resign to observe mourning. However, Pai Lupi had stolen his love, and he had been reinstated. The new book of Tang also recorded that because Li Chengqian was angry at this person, he had sent an assassin to kill him. In the end, the assassin could not bear to do it, and Yu Jining had escaped with his life. When Li Wangyu had read the history books, he had felt that this Yu Jining was actually not a good person. Deep down, he was just a person who had deceived the public to gain fame. Otherwise, as the crown prince's left concubine, and as the crown prince's subordinate, not only did he not give advice to Li Chengqian, he even used the excuse of extravagance and indulgence to gain Pai Lupi's favor. He put on the appearance of a straightforward subject and did his best to persuade Li Chengqian. The 20 volumes of admonition were even more laughable. When Li Chengqian was the crown prince, he was only addicted to singing and dancing, and his life was a bit extravagant. As the crown prince's subordinate, he actually wrote 20 volumes of admonition. In Li Wangyu's view, how was this admonition? It was clearly writing black material for Li Chengqian, reporting him to Pai Lupi. When Yu Jining's mother passed away, it could be seen that this person was infatuated with his position. Pai Lupi only had to persuade him a bit, and he happily returned to the crown prince's position. It could be seen from this. As for the new book of Tang where the crown prince sent an assassin, in Li Wangyu's view, it was even more ridiculous. The grand crown prince of the Tang dynasty sent 2 assassins to kill an old man, and there was actually a situation where the assassins could not bear to do it. How much of a failure was this Li Chengqian? Moreover, this kind of extremely secretive matter could be openly written into the history books. Wasn't this purely a joke? In Li Wangyu's view, this kind of thing was simply a scholar pouring dirty water on Li Chengqian. In fact, Li Chengqian did not make any big mistakes back then. He just lived a bit extravagantly. With his status, was this even a problem? In Li Wangyu's view, Li Chengqian's tragedy was basically forced out by the crown prince's subordinates and Pai Lupi. Thinking about a rebellious youth who could not do anything he liked, and who kept saying that he was muddle-headed, licentious, and extravagant every day, no matter how good his temperament was, he probably could not take it, right? Moreover, after interacting with the three little ones, Li Wangyu felt that Li Chengqian and Li Tai's temperaments were actually very good, and he liked them very much. Otherwise, why would he be willing to take such a big risk and stubbornly perform an appendix operation on Li Chengqian to save his life? Now that he heard that the person who had interrupted his conversation with the three little ones was the crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, Li Wangyu had even less of a good impression of him. I'm talking to Chengqian, Qing Ke, and Chengel. It's none of your business. Li Wangyu directly cursed after understanding who was on the other side. Yu Jining couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he flew into a rage. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, "County Count Hu, how dare you speak such obscenities? How dare you be so arrogant?" Yu Jining was angry, but Li Wangyu completely ignored him. He took the three little ones' hands and walked into the great hall. When he passed by Yu Jining, Li Wangyu tossed out, "Bastard!" His words made Yu Jining so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. He didn't care that he was in the great hall and directly roared, "County Count Hu, how dare you humiliate me?" This commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the great hall. They all looked over, wanting to see what was going on. Li Wangyu turned his head and said with a smile, "Yu's was bastard son, you're mistaken. I didn't humiliate you. I simply couldn't be bothered with you. With your appearance, don't come out and show off. You don't care, but if you affect the appearance of Chang'an, then you're in the wrong." Many of the surrounding officials couldn't help but burst into laughter at his vicious words. Although they didn't quite understand what he meant by the appearance of the city, everyone could roughly understand the meaning. When Yu Jining heard the laughter of his colleagues around him, his face turned even redder. He pointed at Li Wangyu and repeated, "Don't be a son of man, don't be a son of man." Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son were chatting on the royal steps. After noticing the commotion, he couldn't help but smile at his wife. "Guanyin maid, what do you think that bastard Zio is doing now?" Empress Zhang's son also smiled. "Zio doesn't have a bad temper. Perhaps someone provoked him again. Erlang, don't let him suffer." Pai Lupi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "He suffers? Guanyin maid, you underestimate him too much. Since I've known him, I've never seen him suffer." "Hee, Erlang, you're right. I don't know how Zio was born with such an exquisite mind. I feel that there's nothing in the world that he doesn't know. By the way, Erlang, is there any progress on the mirror workshop that Zio mentioned to you last time?" "I'm still waiting for the silver mirror." Empress Zhang's son covered her mouth and chuckled. She thought of the mirror again. Since Li Wangyu presented the mirror on Pai Lupi's birthday, it caused a stir in the harem. Whether it was Empress Zhang's son or concubine Yang, after seeing the silver mirror in the main hall, they couldn't move. Now, the concubines in the harem wanted to go to Pai Lupi's bedroom to pay their respects when they had nothing to do. On the surface, they wanted to pay their respects, but in fact, they wanted to look at the mirror. Hearing his wife's words, Pai Lupi could only give me to a look, indicating that he should summon Li Wangyu. Chapter 636. Seeing Mi Tua come over to greet him, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue paying attention to Yu Jining. He led the three little ones to the front of the steps. Pai Lupi was just about to walk down the steps with Empress Zhang's son when Yu Jining squeezed through the officials and fell to his knees with a plop. "Your Majesty, I want to accuse County Count Hu of disrespecting the law, disrespecting the ways of ruler and official, and disrespecting the crown prince. This is truly treason." Yu Jining had been scolded by Li Wangyu until he lost his head. He ran directly to Pai Lupi to complain. However, he didn't think about it. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie had kowtowed and offered tea in front of Pai Lupi and Princess Zhang's son. How could the relationship between the two sides be stirred up by his words? Pai Lupi didn't even raise his eyelids. His tone carried some impatience as he asked, "Yu Jining, what do you mean?" "Your Majesty," County Count Hu came to the Great Hall and saw His Highness the Crown Prince. He didn't salute and greet him. He even disgracefully slapped the Crown Prince's head. This is disrespect. At this moment, Pai Lupi was thinking the same thing as Li Wangyu. He didn't say anything. What does it have to do with you? However, as the ruler, he naturally couldn't be like Li Wangyu. He could only nod and say, I understand. Yu Jining didn't realize Pai Lupi's impatience and continued to chatter. Your Majesty. His Highness the Crown Prince is the heir apparent and the ruler of the officials. County Count who is like. Before he finished speaking, Pai Lupi slapped the armrest of the throne heavily. I said, I understand. You may leave. Yu Jining was stunned and stopped talking. His old face was red, but he could only bow to Li Er in an extremely aggrieved manner and leave silently. However, the gaze he used to look at Li Wangyu was still filled with resentment. Li Wangyu had been laughing and watching Yu Jining make a fool of himself. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with this person. In his view, this crown prince's concubine born was pedantic to the extreme. He didn't know what Pai Lupi was thinking to choose such a subordinate of the Eastern Palace for his son. Recently, Pai Lupi had been dissatisfied with Yu Jining, crown prince's concubine born. The reason was that comparing goods would result in throwing them away, and comparing people would only infuriate them. They were both in charge of the crown prince's education, but the difference between the crown prince's concubine-born son and Li Wangyu was too great. Originally, Pai Lupi had great expectations for the crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, Du Zhengluan, and the others. He had even specifically instructed them, when you teach the crown prince, you must often talk about the problems of the common people. The crown prince lives deep in the palace, and the common people live a difficult life. You must often share your thoughts with him. Every time you see something wrong, you must advise him to the extreme so that it will be beneficial. However, Yu Jining and the others only knew how to talk big. After teaching Li Chengqian for 2 years, other than constantly complaining to Pai Lupi about Li Chengqian's small mistakes, they only nagged like Tang sang. However, Li Wangyu was different. Not only did he send Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the others to Dingzhou village to have them interact with people of the same age, he was also good at guiding the 3 children to think about problems. Now, Pai Lupi felt that his 3 children had not only become polite, but also virtuous. Every time he thought about how he had forced Li Wangyu to accept the 3 children as his disciples, Pai Lupi felt very proud. Comparing the two, he naturally became less and less satisfied with the subordinates of the Eastern Palace. Pai Lupi did not feel that Li Wangyu had done anything wrong by treating Li Chengqian and the others this way. After all, he himself was not born in the orthodox royal family, and did not care much about etiquette. That was why the Confucians of later generations said that the Tang Dynasty was dirty. It meant that the Tang Dynasty was too liberal in matters of etiquette and ethics. After sending Yu Jining away, Pai Lupi called Li Wangyu to his side. Zio, your aunt wants to ask you about the mirror workshop. She is still waiting for the mirror to be used. Empress Zhang's son unhappily rolled her eyes at her husband who had betrayed her. She smiled at Li Wangyu and said, Zio, that silver mirror is indeed rare. Not only do I like it, but all the concubines in the palace are also looking forward to it. Erlang is also stingy and is unwilling to give it to me, so I can only count on you. Concubine Yang also smiled and came over. Zio, don't forget to give me one of your mirrors. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Aunts, don't be anxious. Recently, because of the new year, the progress has been a bit slow. However, there is a ready-made place for the mirror workshop. It is in the valley of the Jade Star Palace. After the Lantern Festival, in less than 10 days, this nephew will definitely send the mirror to the palace. He was not speaking nonsense. Nowadays, the valley where the Jade Star Palace was located had almost become the industrial base of the Tang Dynasty. The coining workshop and the military equipment workshop were both there. Every day, there was constant noise and black smoke. After Pai Lupi went to inspect it once, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted that he had been fooled. A good imperial palace could be considered to be abandoned. With such an environment, he would not live here even if he was beaten to death. As for the mirror workshop, Li Wangyu naturally arranged for it to be located here. There was a blast furnace to smelt copper, and it was convenient to use hydraulic forging hammers to forge the mirror surface. Most importantly, using silver amalgam to cast the mirror would produce mercury poison during the production process. It was naturally suitable to throw it in this valley far away from the residential area. This mirror workshop was the same as before. The imperial family owned 60% of the shares, Li Wangyu owned 40%, and the sales were naturally handled by his beautiful superior. Now, the production process and methods were handed over to the supervising craftsmen sent by Pai Lupi. After the Lantern Festival, they would officially begin the production. Empress Xianxia and consort Yang were very satisfied with Li Wangyou's reply. The Lantern Festival's imperial banquet was naturally very relaxed. There was endless wine, musicians played music, and palace maids danced. It was lively and cheerful. When it was time to light the lanterns, Pai Lupi helped his wife stand up. Everyone, it's time to admire the lanterns again. I wonder which one of my beloved officials thinks that their lanterns will win first place? Pai Lupi asked the officials with a smile. Before the others could speak, they heard Chang Yaojin's hoarse voice shout. It's hard to say for others, but the lanterns in Li Zio's residence will definitely win first place. This old fellow even purposely emphasized the two words first name. His words caused all the officials and nobles in the hall to roar with laughter. Li Wangyou rubbed his nose in embarrassment. This old man really wasn't a good person. Pai Lupi, Empress Xianxia, consort Yang, and the others were confused by the officials' laughter. What? What's so special about the lanterns in Zio's residence? Yes, Your Majesty. Zio's lanterns are quite special. Haha. Feng Xianling explained from the side, but he couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was on good terms with Li Wangyou, he couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Lai Hot's extremely simple lanterns. Even Zhang Wuji cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, Zio's lanterns for the Lantern Festival this year are really, haha, quite unique. These words naturally caused all the officials in the hall to laugh. Pai Lupi and Empress Xianxia looked at each other and felt that the crowd's laughter was very strange. He simply said, in that case, let's go take a look. We are also very curious about what kind of lantern Zio will make. He and Empress Xianxia led a few concubines out of the hall. Chapter 637. Although it was the Spring Lantern Festival, they had to be careful of candles in the palace. Therefore, all the lanterns were placed in the imperial city. Between the Taiji Palace and the imperial city, there was a wide street. This was also for the safety of the Taiji Palace. Therefore, the side of the imperial city that was close to the Taiji Palace had a road that was 100 meters wide. At this moment, all kinds of lanterns were brought over by the officials and nobles. They lined up in a long line and filled the road between the Anfu Gate and Yanxi Gate. Pai Lupi led Empress Xianxia, the imperial concubines, and the officials and nobles out of the Taiji Palace's Chengtian Gate and saw the lanterns sent over by the various residences. At this moment, the lanterns had already been lit up by the servants of the various residences. The oil lamps on the lanterns emitted all kinds of bright lights in the night sky. Pai Lupi wasn't in a hurry. He pointed at the lanterns with Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang, and commented on which residence's lanterns were more exquisite and ingenious. There were devil's lanterns, screen lanterns, pagoda lanterns, carriage lanterns, jade lanterns, beaded lanterns, sheepskin lanterns, and so on. For the Spring Lantern Festival, all the residences had put in a lot of effort. The craftsmen who made the lanterns ingeniously used beast horns, feathers, and silk to make the lanterns into the shapes of lotus flowers, peonies, chrysanthemums, and so on. The lanterns were colorful and varied in shape, containing different auspicious meanings. Good. This year's lanterns are indeed exquisite. Compared to the previous years, they are more exciting. Pai Lupi nodded and praised. Zhang Wuji at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, this is naturally because our Tang dynasty is prosperous and the people are safe. Therefore, there are many skilled craftsmen. Now that our Tang dynasty has the aura of prosperity, it is all because of Your Majesty's contribution. Haha, what you said does make some sense. Pai Lupi accepted Zhang Wuji's flattery without blushing. It was obvious that today was the Spring Lantern Festival, and his mood was very good. Li Wangyou secretly gave Zhang Wuji a thumbs up. As expected of the imperial brother-in-law, his bootlicking skills were amazing. His words to Pai Lupi were just like how Uncle Yu was supporting Uncle Gua on stage. Everyone enjoyed the lanterns along the way, chatting and laughing, and it was very lively. When they reached a lantern, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stop and frown. Empress Xianxia and consort Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Whose manor had sent these lanterns? Why were they so special? Needless to say, the lantern placed in front of Pai Lupi was naturally the marquee that Li Wangyou had ordered people to bring in.
The only difference was that the servants had already lit up the oil lamps in the other house's lanterns. But the lanterns in his house were still dark and had yet to be lit. This was naturally what Li Wangyu had instructed Niu Wu and the others to not be in a hurry to light the oil lamps.
He wanted to personally light the oil lamps in front of Pai Lupi to give everyone a surprise. Pai Lupi didn't know what he was thinking.
He frowned and looked at the extremely simple lantern for a while, and then thought of the laughter of the officials in the main hall.
He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, if I didn't guess wrongly, this lantern must have been brought into the palace by you, Zio, right?
It's indeed very special.
Come, tell me, what's the deal with this lantern of yours? Li Wangyu chuckled and stepped forward. He bowed and said, Hee hee, uncle has good eyesight. You can see it with one look. That's right, this is the lantern that I specially made for you. This lantern took a lot of effort from me. There's only one in the whole world. Uncle, take a look. Isn't my lantern the winner today? Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, and concubine Yang looked at each other. They thought, could it be that this kid's lantern has some secret? He wasn't in a hurry to speak. He walked around the lantern and looked it up and down several times. However, he couldn't see anything special about it. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an extremely simple and ordinary lantern. Other than the fact that it was slightly bigger, he couldn't see anything strange about it. The officials were originally making fun of Li Wangyu's lantern, but when they heard him say the same thing in front of Pai Lupi, they couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it be that this ordinary lantern really had some secret that they couldn't see through? However, no matter how the officials gathered around and studied it, it was just an ordinary lantern that couldn't be any more ordinary. Zhang's son Wuji suddenly clapped his hands. Zio's meaning is that you're using this lantern as a metaphor for our Tang dynasty. Just like this simple and elegant lantern, it looks simple and plain, but it's like a piece of white paper that your majesty can draw a poetic and picturesque picture scroll with ink. His words made the sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead almost drip down. Imperial brother-in-law, are you really a comedian in crosstalk? The hole in your brain is really too big for your flattery. Before Li Wangyu could shake his head, the officials at the side all nodded and praised. That's right. It seems that this is what County Earl Hu meant. Haha, County Earl Hu, you're using a trick. The champion of this year's lantern competition can't be given to you because of this, haha. Bastard, why do you also have so many tricks up your sleeve? You're beating around the bush. You're really annoying. Chang Yaojin also scolded jokingly. However, with just this, you can forget about taking the champion of this year's lantern competition. Although Pai Lupi didn't say anything, he secretly nodded and smiled. In his opinion, this nephew of his should be what Zhang's son Wuji had guessed. Among the officials, there were quite a few who secretly admired Li Wangyu and felt that this county earl who really knew how to flatter. Other people meticulously made lanterns, but he wanted to do the opposite. He made an ordinary lantern and was able to attract the emperor's praise. He was really amazing. Li Wangyu's face darkened, but he could only mumble, that little nephew, and it should be like this. However, uncle, this lantern can only be seen after it's lit up. Why don't you let little nephew light this lantern and let uncle and the officials take a look? After receiving Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward and, with the help of the palace's eunuchs, blew on the lighter and carefully lit the oil lamp inside the lantern. When the lantern was lit up, Pai Lupi and the officials once again carefully examined it, but it was still very ordinary. However, through the white gauze lampshade, they seemed to be able to faintly see something inside the lantern. However, they couldn't see it clearly. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Pai Lupi didn't understand and asked, Ziyu, what are you trying to do? Hee, uncle, you will know when you see it. I dare say that this lantern is the only one in the world. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. The oil lamp in the flower lantern had just been lit. Due to the size of the flower lantern, it would take some time for the hot air to rotate. The flame of the oil lamp would heat up the air. Everyone looked at it for a while, but there was no reaction. They couldn't help but frown, thinking, what is Li Wangyu trying to do? Before the others could say anything, the crown prince's concubine's son, Yu Jining, stood out again. Your Majesty, County Earl who is obviously deliberately mystifying and deceiving Your Majesty. He stopped halfway and stared at the lantern with his eyes wide open. Chapter 638. Under everyone's astonished gazes, they saw that within the lantern, there was an object that slowly started to spin. Within the lantern, the light from the oil lamp projected the object's shadow onto the plain white gauze lampshade, reflecting an image. When the crosstalk comedian Zhang Sun Wuji saw the image clearly, he gasped, This is His Majesty! Wahahaha, not only is there His Majesty, there's also Laozi's image. Old Yuqi is also in there. Second brother, there's also you. Chang Yaojin shouted towards Qin Qiong. Through the white gauze, the continuously spinning image was reflected. It was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Pai Lupi, as well as a group of generals and dukes. They were all riding on horses, waving the weapons in their hands, looking like they were charging on the battlefield. The image of the marquee lantern was similar to the shadow play in the future. It shone through the lampshade, projecting the image onto the screen. Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to make the marquee lantern. Inside the marquee lantern, there were 12 images carved on cowhide that were constantly spinning. With the push of the hot air, it achieved the effect of shadow riding unhindered. It looked like Pai Lupi and a group of dukes and dukes were galloping on their horses, repeatedly appearing and disappearing, urging their horses to chase after each other, changing the scene. When this scene fell into the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other officials, it immediately shocked everyone present. For a moment, no one said anything. They all stared stupidly at the endlessly spinning image of the lantern. After a long while, Pai Lupi let out a long breath and sighed. This lantern is really a work of art. Ziyu, I don't know how you created such a heavenly item. It's really uncanny and unbelievable. The crown prince's left concubine's son, Yu Jining, who wanted to complain just now had his old face flushed red, as if he was suddenly slapped by someone. He didn't dare to say anything else and quietly retreated, afraid of causing more trouble. Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and was too lazy to bother with this person. The crowd of officials and nobles surrounded the lanterns that Li Wangyu presented, each of them praising it endlessly. Wahahaha, didn't I just say that Li Zio is the winner of today's lantern festival? What do you think? Don't you think I, old Cheng, have a discerning eye? Cheng Yaojin suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He had a look of, I knew this would happen. Everyone who saw this wanted to give this shameless old man a kick. King said that in Taiji Palace. But was that what you meant when you said those words? Li Wangyu also silently rolled his eyes. With regards to Chang Yaojin's thick skin, he also had a deep understanding and was not surprised. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for the merry-go-round, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a folk story about the merry-go-round. He couldn't help but smile and say, Uncle everyone, I have the first half of a couplet here. Would Uncle and everyone be interested in matching the second half? The Lantern Festival, riddles guessing, and matching couplets were all things that the Tang people loved. Hearing him say this, everyone naturally smiled and nodded. Li Wangyu lightly coughed and pointed at the merry-go-round. My first half is merry-go-round lantern. The lantern moves the horse, the lantern extinguishes, the horse stops. Li Er smiled when he heard that and said, Good point. Zio's first half is very ingenious. Just as Pai Lupi finished speaking, Wang Renyu stepped forward and said with disdain, I thought that Count Huxian would come up with something absolute, but it seems like it's just a... What's so difficult about this? Listen to this old man's second half. Shake the heavens, the drum shakes the heavens, the drum stops the heavens to rest. Wang Yuanshou also twirled his beard and smiled. It is indeed very simple. Cry the phoenix flute, the flute cries the phoenix, the flute sings the phoenix's harmony. The crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, immediately came over. I've long heard that Count Huxian's talent is outstanding, but this first half is just a... I also have a second half. Snow falls in the sky falls in the sky is clear, the snow reflects the sky. Count Huxian's couplet is really too simple. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he would be mocked for his casual couplet. Even Pai Lupi's expression became somewhat ugly. He had just been exaggerating the ingenuity of Li Wangyu's first half, and these three people had jumped out to slap him in the face. It was really annoying. This first half was not difficult. The reason Li Wangyu thought of this first half was because he thought of Wang Engxi's folktale. Later generations said that Wang Engxi went to the capital to take the imperial exam and coincidentally met a certain official looking for a husband for his daughter. The first half of the couplet was pasted on the merry-go-round lantern. Wang Engxi did not immediately think of a way to match the second half. When they arrived at the examination hall,
The head examiner wanted to test Wang Engshi. He pointed at the flying tiger banner in front of the hall and said, "Flying tiger banner, banner flying tiger, banner rolling tiger hiding body." Wang Engshi's mind was very lucky. He immediately thought of the first half of the couplet from the official's family. Without thinking, he matched it with merry-go-round lantern, lantern galloping horse, lantern extinguishing horse, lantern stopping horse. His fluency shocked the head examiner. Afterwards, Wang Engshi used the head examiner's couplet to match the official's family's couplet and married the official's family's young miss. Of course, this was only a folktale and could not be taken seriously. Of course, Wang Engshi would not be unable to match such a simple couplet. Li Wangyu had said the first half of the couplet to match the situation and to amuse Pai Lupi and the officials. He did not think that he would be mocked by Wang Renyu and the others. How could he endure this? His eyes turned and he said with a smile, "Haha, it seems that Duke Wang Duke Shang are also knowledgeable people. That is very good. I do have a few couplets here, but I have never thought of a second half. I think that for Duke Wang, Duke Shang, and this Yu's Washu son, it should be very simple. Would Duke Wang, Duke Shang, and Yu's Washu son be willing to teach me a thing or two?" Wang Renyu stroked his beard and smiled proudly. "Couplets are just a small path, just words for a game. However, since today is the Shangyuan festival, I will not be stingy with teaching County Count Hu." Yes, couplets are just words for a game. What is so difficult about it? County Count Hu, just say it, I can teach you. Wang Yuanshou was not polite. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile even brighter. "That is good. Duke Wang, Duke Sheng, please teach me. My first couplet is Smoke Locks Willow Pond." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Jining jumped out again. "What is so difficult about this? I'll give you a pair of lanterns." Yu Jining's words stopped abruptly halfway through. The blood slowly drained from his face. He opened his mouth for a while, but no sound came out. Only now did Yu Jining realize that the first half of the couplet was not easy to match. Li Wangyu laughed inside. How could this couplet be so simple? The first half of the couplet had 5 characters embedded in each character, and the concept was very wondrous. Smoke Locks Willow Pond was an absolute first half of the couplet. Over the years, countless scholars had tried to match it, but none of them had a good couplet. Many people in the future even thought that this was the first absolute in the world. Not only had Yu Jining figured out the first half of the couplet and the difficulty it contained, the other officials present, including Pai Lupi, had also figured out the meaning. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. 5 characters. Not only did they have a concept, each character had the 5 elements as water. This was too difficult. Without waiting for everyone to figure it out, Li Wangyu continued, "I have a second first half of the couplet. Duke Wang, Duke Sheng, please teach. This first half is." Chapter 639. When Li Wangyu said the second couplet, Yu Jining's face turned even paler. The faces of Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and company turned even uglier. It was another absolute. All the characters in the first half of the couplet had the same pronunciation. In addition, the words yen and yen were both verbs, meaning that the smoke from the chimney would follow the eaves to smoke the eyes of the swallow. Together, they formed a story. This homophonic couplet was naturally hard to match. The officials all looked at one another, wondering how this county earl managed to come up with such a couplet. Weren't they deliberately making things difficult for him? Even Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and the other Confucian scholars had no idea what to do. Li Wangyu did not wait for the crowd to react, but opened his mouth again and said, "My third couplet, the first line is lonely cold windows empty widows." Everyone was speechless again. Why were the couplets County Count Huxian came up with so many difficult couplets? These 7 words were all part of a side division. Furthermore, they had such an artistic conception. How was one supposed to deal with them? The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more spirited he became. In his previous life, his grandfather had forced him to learn ancient texts. He felt that these ancient texts were definitely very interesting, and thus he had memorized many of them. "I have another couplet here. Long, long, long. Please enlighten me, Duke Wang and Duke Sheng." This was a multi-tone couplet. One word, with different pronunciations, combined to form a couplet. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others' faces were already pale, and their eyes were glazed over.
What the hell were these couplets? Why would there be such an inexplicable couplet? The officials were also dumbfounded. Since when were they so absolute that they could do wholesale? Their gazes towards Wang Renyu and the others were filled with sympathy and mockery. Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, was well known throughout the court. Why did they still provoke and ridicule him? Wasn't that the same as asking for a slap in the face? After Li Wangyu said these couplets, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible to match them. It was too difficult. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally snickered in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? Although it wasn't that no one could match it, there were still people who came up with an appropriate second verse in the later generations. However, the reason why these couplets were known as the absolute couplets throughout the ages was because they were extremely difficult to comprehend. He did not believe that Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, Yu Jining, and the other officials would be able to come up with a second verse in such a short time. In fact, they might even be dominated by the terror of these first lines for the rest of their lives. Now, not only were Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou, the two heads of aristocratic families, pale, but even the hundreds of officials from aristocratic families were the same. How could the one who was humiliated by Li Wangyu be Wang Renyu? The faces of these aristocratic families were also slapped swollen by Li Wangyu's couplets. For a moment, no one said anything. Feng Xianling and the other big shots were happy to watch the show, but the aristocratic family officials did not know what to say. In the end, it was Pai Lupi who helped Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou out of this predicament. He laughed and said, "Ziyu is truly worthy of being called a genius. We cannot match a single one of these couplets. You have made us very embarrassed. Haha." Pai Lupi's self-mocking words immediately relaxed the atmosphere. The officials also laughed and said, "Haha, it's not just your majesty. We are also ashamed. We cannot match a single one of these couplets." Tesese. This old man's eyes have been opened today. This old man always thought that this couplet was just a game, but I never thought that it would make Huxian Bo so embarrassed. I am ashamed. Haha, fortunately, the spring examinations do not test couplets. Otherwise, if Huxian Bo was the examiner who set the questions, wouldn't none of the examinees be able to get in? The officials laughed at themselves and brushed this matter aside. No one mentioned the couplets again, giving Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou a way out. Li Er looked at the merry-go-round lantern that was still spinning and asked, "Zio, does your lantern have a name?" Li Wangyu shrugged and said, "Uncle, did you forget? Didn't I say it in the couplet just now? Lantern, 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 horse, lantern, lantern, horse stop. This lantern is called a lantern, also called a lantern. As long as the candle in the lantern is not extinguished, the pattern will continue to spin." Lantern? It is very appropriate. Pai Lupi looked at Empress Zhang's son and consort Yang. We think that today's lantern should be Zio's lantern. What do you think? Yes, Erlang is right. Zio's lantern is even more exquisite. What's even more peculiar is that it can make the pattern in the lantern spin without any human effort. I have never seen such a lantern. The lantern is the best of the lanterns today. It is well deserved. Empress Zhang's son nodded. The officials did not have any objections. Such a unique lantern naturally left everyone speechless. After admiring the various lanterns that the officials had sent into the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to move the lanterns to Vermilion Bird Avenue in Chang'an for the people to enjoy. Today was the Shangyuan festival, so Pai Lupi did not keep the officials any longer. Everyone bowed to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son and left the Taiji Palace, returning to their own manners. At this time, the city of Chang'an was already brightly lit. All kinds of lanterns and streamers had appeared on the streets and everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The streets were full of pedestrians. Men and women in Chang'an, under the beautiful light, were looking for the face that moved them. The young ladies brought their maids and maidservants to play around with blushing faces. The polite young men kept a distance from the beauties and brushed past them in search of their 500 years of marriage. That night, spring came early. Many shoes and socks were squeezed off on the street, and many tender skin were touched by those hands. For the Tangs, the Shangyuan festival was not stingy with Valentine's Day. To be precise, in the Tang Dynasty, the Shangyuan festival was Valentine's Day. In the old plays, there were countless stories about lovers meeting on the Lantern Festival or reuniting with each other. In The Riddle of the Spring Lantern, Yuan Yen and Ying Yang were engaged on the night of the Lantern Festival. In the two capitals, Princess Lekong of Nanshan and her husband Su Dian were reunited on the night of the Lantern Festival. Ouyang Xiu's poem, Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lanterns in the flower market were as bright as day. The moon was above the willow branches. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lanterns were the same. I didn't see the person last year, and tears filled my sleeves. It also described the regret and sadness of the woman who didn't see the person she liked on the day of the Lantern Festival. In the city of Chang'an, men and women exchanged glances and tried to test each other's feelings. People who were controlled by hormones were collectively caught up in this large-scale outdoor blind date.
As the saying went, looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly looking back, she was still there, in the waning light of the lantern.
Wasn't this the style of the Lantern Festival? Li Wangyu rode on horseback, surrounded and protected by Niu Wu and his troops, slowly passing through the crowd. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be intoxicated. Finally, the group returned to the house in Kaihua Square. His beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing that he had finally returned, the three women complained that he was too slow and immediately pulled him out to enjoy the lanterns. Li Wangyu naturally agreed to it. Not avoiding the eyes of others, he laughed, holding his beautiful boss's hand in his left hand and Aphrodite's hand in his right hand. Behind him Perrin, who was pouting because Lang Jun didn't pull her, followed by Niu Wu and the others. Then, under the protection of Niu Wu and the others, they merged into the crowd at night. Watching lanterns, performing tricks, welcoming Aunt Z, and dancing. This night in Chang'an was like a dream, a carnival feast. Chapter 640. For Chang'an city, which had a curfew for 362 out of the 365 days of the year, the 3 days of the Spring Lantern Festival were extremely precious. Therefore, these 3 days were the hottest and wildest days in Chang'an city. Li Wangyu and his group, under the protection of the central platoon, followed the crowd and headed towards the eastern market. Since the curfew was lifted during the Spring Lantern Festival, the merchants naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to make money. The East Market and West Market were also open for business throughout the night for these 3 days. No matter which dynasty it was, the commercial center was naturally the most attractive place, and the East Market and West Market naturally became the most lively places in Chang'an city during the Spring Lantern Festival. Even Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who had transmigrated from the future, had never experienced such a bustle. Along the way, Su Chongqing seemed to have turned into a young girl like Perrin, constantly pointing at the various snacks sold by the roadside vendors and acting like a spoiled child, asking Li Wangyu to buy them. Speaking of which, the snacks sold in the Tang Dynasty were indeed plentiful, including all kinds of piping hot pastries, glutinous rice balls, boiled water drinks, meat porridge, silk baskets, fried cakes, candied haws, sugar figurines. But whether it was his beautiful boss, Aphrodite or Perrin, they were all actually narrow-minded. They ordered Li Wangyu to run around and buy all kinds of snacks, but they stopped after tasting them. In the end, Niu Wu and his troop benefited from these snacks. Because there were simply too many people roaming at night. Even though it was winter, Li Wangyu was sweating profusely in the crowd. Niu Wu had wanted to help his Lang Jun out when he saw that it was hard on him, but Li Wangyu flatly refused. On such a festival, squeezing through the crowd and helping the girls buy things was where the fun was. If any guy in the future had the chance to accompany his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin on the streets, he would probably be willing to run around until his legs broke. Looking at the mature and alluring Su Chongqing, the sexy and charming Aphrodite, and the shy and shy Perrin, Li Wangyu could not help but think of the comic The Three Cat-Eyed Sisters that he had read in his previous life. For many people born in the 90s, the bad side of the animation was a childhood memory for many people. The three sisters' sexy and explosive figures were the ultimate temptation in many boys' dreams. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, yet he could have these three. He really didn't know if he had saved the universe in his previous life in exchange for this. Thinking of this, the corners of Li Wangyu's mouth could not help but curl up. The villainous heavens treated him well. They played, laughed, and fooled around. Until the second half of the night, but the number of people on the streets still didn't decrease. At this moment, Li Wangyu finally felt that his legs were no longer his own. Looking at the three girls who were still in high spirits, Li Wangyu could not help but sigh in admiration. Sure enough, when it came to shopping, men would never be able to beat women.
He pointed to a restaurant not far away and said in a pleading tone, "Ladies, let's take a break.
We really can't walk anymore. There's a restaurant over there. Let's go have a midnight snack, drink some wine, and take a rest."
His beautiful boss naturally smiled and nodded in agreement, and the group headed to the restaurant. Since it was the Lantern Festival, these restaurants in the city were naturally open all night. However, when Li Wangyu and the others arrived at the entrance of this restaurant, they found that there were many people dressed like scholars gathered in front of the restaurant. There were also many young ladies with their maids, but they did not go in. They just wandered around the entrance of the restaurant, as if looking at the lanterns hanging in front of the door.
Li Wangyu found it very strange. What were these people doing? What were they doing loitering around the entrance of the restaurant instead of going in to eat and drink?
There were a lot of lanterns in front of the restaurant, hundreds of them, but they were all very ordinary.
What was there to look at? He was too lazy to think about it. He led the group of people to the entrance of the restaurant.
Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the waiter, the doctor.
"Sir, I'm really sorry. Today, you can't enter the restaurant at will. You have to meet the conditions." Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. There were conditions for eating and drinking?
The doctor pointed to the hundreds of lanterns hanging in front of the restaurant.
"Sir, today is the Lantern Festival. My boss said that only those who can guess the riddles of the lanterns can enter. All the expenses will be treated by the restaurant's boss. There are many people in your residence. If you want to enter the restaurant, everyone has to guess the riddles."
After being reminded by him, Li Wangyu and the others noticed that each lantern hanging outside the restaurant had a red piece of paper tied to it. It seemed that the riddles of the lanterns were written on it. No wonder there were so many people gathered in front of the restaurant, but they did not go in. The owner of this restaurant was quite interesting. Today, he was treating the guests for free, and the only requirement was to guess the riddles.
This was interesting. Li Wangyu laughed.
"Haha, since that's the case, let's just guess the riddles.
What's so difficult about that?"
His voice was a little loud, but it caused the few scholars beside him to be dissatisfied.
"Humph, Xiaolang, Kuan, don't talk big. These riddles today are very difficult. Can't you see that we're all racking our brains here? There are so many people in your residence. It's better to change to another restaurant."
Today, apart from Li Wangyu, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu, as well as 4 other bodyguards in the residence, there were a total of 10 people. According to the requirements of the restaurant, they had to guess 10 riddles before they could enter.
Clearly, these riddles were not simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered in front of the restaurant.
Li Wangyu didn't get angry at the Confucian scholars' questions and only chuckled.
Was guessing the riddles very difficult?
Perhaps it was not easy for the Tangs. After all, there were no books like the complete collection of lantern riddles for sale in the Tang Dynasty, and no one had specifically summarized how to guess the riddles. But for Li Wangyu, who had been reading a thick book of complete collection of lantern riddles since childhood, it was not that difficult. Li Wangyu held his beautiful boss's hand and strolled under the lantern, looking around.
Pillow chat after 5 o'clock a.m. Type 1 word.
Li Wangyu thought for a moment, then pointed at the lantern and smiled at Su Chongqing.
Quickly take it down. I've guessed it.
His beautiful boss naturally smiled and nodded. She reached out to take the paper hanging under the lantern, but suddenly an arm stretched out from the side and snatched the lantern riddles away before she could.
Li Wangyu could not help but fly into a rage.
He turned his head and glared, wanting to see who was so arrogant, but he could not help but be stunned.
"Uncle, aunts, what are you doing here?"
The one who snatched the riddle was none other than the smiling Empress Jianghu.
Beside her stood Pai Lupi and Yang Fei.
The 3 of them were dressed in casual clothes and were obviously traveling incognito. Li Wangyu looked behind Pai Lupi and saw dozens of palace guards in casual clothes hiding in the crowd to protect him. He had seen a few of them several times and was very familiar with them. His beautiful boss hurriedly pulled Aphrodite and Perrin to greet Pai Lupi and the others. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand.
"No need to be so polite.
Today is a festive day, and your 2 aunts and I are also here to join in the fun." Empress Jianghu smiled and waved the lantern riddles in her hand.
"Chongqing, you don't have a problem with this, do you?"
The beautiful boss naturally knew that Empress Jianghu was joking with her. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "Of course I don't have a problem,
but you'll have to ask Wang Yu for the answer. I don't know. Empress Zhang's son turned to look at Li Wang Yu, waiting for him to give the answer. Li Wang Yu rubbed his nose with an embarrassed smile. What else could he say? Naturally, he smiled and replied, Ants, Zhen Bian can be understood as the side of the character Zhen, which is derived from Zhen. Wu Yang is Mao, which is derived from Mao. Chatting past Wu Yang can be understood as the character chatting has passed Wu Mao, leaving behind air. Therefore, the riddle is the character de. Empress Zhang's son nodded in satisfaction and took the riddle to the doctor with a smile. Sure enough, she exchanged it for a small wooden tablet, which was the proof to enter the restaurant today. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry. He strolled around with his hands behind his back, looking for the riddle, wanting to solve it himself. Li Wang Yu naturally did not disturb him and looked for the riddle himself. Now that there were even more people who wanted to enter the restaurant, he had to make more guesses. Chapter 641. For Li Wang Yu, these riddles were actually not difficult. Most of the riddles in the Tang Dynasty were guessing riddles. In fact, there was a pattern to follow. At least compared to the puzzling brain teasers of the later generations, the riddles were much simpler for those who had studied them. The later generations even summed up the method of guessing the riddles into 20 rules, such as the correct deduction method, the reverse deduction method, the increase of characters, the damage of characters, and so on. Li Wang Yu walked to the next lantern and looked up. The riddle hanging under the lantern was, Flying Swallow in the Sky, fighting a character of the Qin Dynasty. He thought for a moment and immediately tore off the riddle. However, he was not in a hurry to find the doctor to verify it. Instead, he continued to wander among the lanterns and guess the riddles. For every riddle that he guessed the answer to, he gently tore the riddle from the lantern and held it in his hand. He was ready to go to the doctor in the restaurant later to check the answer. However, his actions were very strange in the eyes of the bystanders. The Confucian scholars who had spoken before became more and more dissatisfied when they saw Li Wang Yu taking off the riddles as if he was playing around. Someone could not help but say, Mr. Xiao Lang, if you don't guess the riddle, don't take off the riddles like this. How can we guess the riddles when you are so mischievous? That's right. If everyone was like you, tearing off the riddles regardless of whether they guessed it correctly or not, how can others guess it? Mr. Xiao Lang is so mischievous. Aren't you letting down the kindness of the owner of this restaurant? Faced with the accusations of several Confucian scholars, Li Wang Yu could not help but be stunned. He guessed his own riddles. What did it have to do with these people? Was their sense of justice so overflowing to this extent? Why don't you go and save the earth? When he looked around and saw many beautiful young women around him, who were covering their mouths and chuckling, pointing at them, he immediately understood. It seemed that these guys were obsessed. It was like a male peacock in heat spreading his tail in front of a female peacock. He needed to show his feathers to seek pleasure. Unfortunately, he had become a prop for these male peacocks to show off their feathers. Li Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed very happily. Everyone, how do you know that I am fooling around? Why can't I already guess the answer to these riddles? His words caused the few Confucian scholars to laugh coldly. What kind of joke is this? How can you, Mr. Xiao Lang, guess these riddles? As far as I know, these lantern riddles were all written by the owner of this restaurant. He spent a lot of money to invite the great scholars of the present age to write them for the sake of enjoying the Lantern Festival today. If you don't abide by the rules like this, wouldn't you be letting down the master's good intentions? That's right. Looking at your appearance, Xiao Lang, Kuan, you're also a scholar. How can you be so disgraceful? You are also traveling with your womenfolk. Don't be so reckless and disgrace the face of the scholars of the Tang Dynasty. Humph, ignorant and incompetent. Do you think these lantern riddles are a game used in elementary school? Seeing that many people around them were looking at them, these people raised their voices more and more, and even seemed to be defending the integrity of the scholars of the Tang Dynasty. Li Er, Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and their beautiful boss naturally noticed the commotion on Li Wang Yu's side. However, when they understood the words of the few Confucian scholars, they all had smiles in the corners of their eyes, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Even Niu Yong and Niu Wu wanted to come over and scold those ignorant Confucian scholars, but they were stopped by Pai Lupi's eyes. There were actually Confucian scholars who dared to scold Li Wang Yu for being ignorant and incompetent. In Pai Lupi's eyes, it was really interesting.
Now Li Wangyou's reputation in the scholars of Chang and could become more and more famous. Not to mention the poems sung by the prostitutes in Ping Kong Square, the several essays of epigraph of my shack were enough to make his name immortalized. If it were not for the fact that Li Wangyou was too young and had not yet reached the age of 20, he might really be respected as a great scholar in the literary world. Even so, now there were often scholars in Chang and who rushed to the Lai Hot of Dingzhou village in Hu County, wanting to submit their poems and essays and ask Li Wangyou for advice. For these fans who came to him, Li Wangyou politely declined and ignored them. What a joke! He just plagiarized some poems and essays, which could be used to show off, but if he wanted to give advice, he would be asking for humiliation. Although Li Wangyou had been forced by his grandfather to learn ancient poetry since he was a child, if they really wanted to talk about it, the scholars of the Tang Dynasty who had been immersed in essays, laws, decrees, and moi since childhood could easily defeat him. How could Li Wangyou ask for humiliation by giving advice on poems and essays? Wouldn't that be exposing his own shortcomings? He had been rejected too many times. Now there was a rumor in Chang, and that Li Wangyou, the Earl of Hu County, was unreasonable and quite arrogant. Regarding this, Li Wangyou could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Was this the after effect of being a plagiarist? In short, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, including Pai Lupi, sincerely admired Li Wangyou's talent and learning. Even the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 looks had to pinch their noses and admit this. Therefore today in the Taiji Palace, when Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou heard Li Wangyou say the couplet, they couldn't wait to show off and give him a blow. However, they didn't expect that even a small trick like couplet would be defeated by Li Wangyou. It was very embarrassing. Li Wangyou naturally didn't disappoint Pai Lupi. After hearing the words of the scholars, he directly waved the thick stack of riddles in his hand and said, "Haha, since you all think I'm fooling around, then let's see if I'm right." After he finished speaking, he walked to the doctor at the entrance of the restaurant, picked up the riddles in his hand, and handed them over. "Excuse me, I want to guess the riddles. This riddle is to wake up naturally at 5 o'clock and type one word. It's very simple. The combination of xing and yu is the word wake, so the answer is naturally xing. Is it correct?" The doctor took the riddles and checked them in the book in his hand before nodding with a smile. "That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun. You've guessed correctly." Seeing that Li Wangyou had guessed correctly, the faces of the scholars couldn't help but turn ugly. One of them coldly snorted. "Humph. Maybe he just happened to guess correctly. I don't believe that he has guessed the answers to so many riddles." "That's right. It's just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's just one riddle. It's not like we didn't guess it. Just now, we also guessed 2 riddles. It's not that rare." There were 4 or 5 scholars in this group, and they only guessed 2 riddles. Naturally, it wasn't enough, so they kept guessing outside the restaurant. The doctor handed Li Wangyou a small wooden tablet as proof that he had answered the riddles correctly. Li Wangyou waved his hand. "There's no rush. We'll calculate it together later. I still have a lot of riddles to guess." He picked up another riddle. "Paint it white and it's black. Type one word. Paint the word 7 with white, and it becomes the word soap." The word soap is black, so the answer to this riddle is 7. "Doctor, is it correct?" "Congratulations, Lang Jun. You've guessed it again." The doctor's words made the faces of the scholars suddenly turn ugly. They looked at each other a few times, and their hearts were filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this young man had really guessed all the riddles in his hand? Chapter 642. As the saying goes, 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't go your way in life. The few Confucian scholars at the entrance of the restaurant were feeling this way. They originally wanted to use this as a pretext to show off their feathers in front of these young ladies who they had never met before, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones to show off their cowardice. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them would be so terrifying? He took out the riddles in his hand and said the answers one by one without getting a single one correct. These Confucian scholars were shocked, angry, and ashamed. Had all their years of living been in the belly of a dog? These riddles, which were extremely difficult in their eyes, were as easy as child's play to this young man. They were pitiful. After spending so much effort, they were only able to guess 2 riddles. Compared to the 2, they were simply beaten. The Confucian scholars didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that they had lost today.
The few of them looked at each other and snuck out. They squeezed into the crowd of night roamers and disappeared. Li Wangyu glanced at the Confucian scholars from the corner of his eye. He was too lazy to say anything. With his current status, he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it with these people. His actions just now were only because these people's words were too unpleasant, so he wanted to teach them a small lesson. Li Wangyu had about a dozen riddles in his hand. He said the answers to all of them in one breath, which also frightened the doctor in the restaurant. After the main house hung up these riddles today, who knew how many literati had come to try? Those who were able to guess the riddles correctly and enter the restaurant to enjoy free food and wine were only a few dozen people. Li Wangyu was the first person to treat these riddles as a child's game. According to the rules set by the owner of the restaurant, Li Wangyu could bring a dozen people into the restaurant. No one had thought of this before, so the doctor didn't dare to act on his own. Secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead, the doctor hurriedly apologized to Li Wangyu and ran into the restaurant to find the manager to deal with it. Not long after, the manager of the restaurant, who had been informed by the doctor, hurried over. He politely welcomed Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, and the others into the restaurant. He carefully led them to a private room on the 3rd floor. The view from the elegant room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant was quite good. Opening the window facing the street, one could see the colorful Chang'an city, which was very lively. Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, their beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were all very satisfied. Everyone then called for the doctor to bring over some drinks and dishes that they were good at. At this time, the shopkeeper gently knocked on the door of the elegant room and said carefully, "Sir, my master would like to invite you for a chat. Would you be willing?" Li Wangyu was a little interested in the owner of this restaurant. The owner who could come up with this riddles for free meals was also a wonderful person. He was worth getting to know. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also interested. He got up and walked out of the elegant room with him, intending to meet the owner of this restaurant. The shopkeeper respectfully led the two of them to another elegant room on the 3rd floor. When the door was pushed open, before Li Wangyu could see the scene inside the room, he heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. Haha, this old man knew it. In this world, only you, Li Zio, can solve so many riddles in one go. Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that they were all acquaintances. The one who laughed was the Imperial College's chancellor, Kong Ingda. There were a few people beside him, including the Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, Li Wangyu's old friend, Yu Shernan, and an old man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize. Kong Ingda made fun of Li Wangyu before noticing Pai Lupi behind him. He hurriedly bowed. Pai Lupi smiled. "Sir, why are you so polite?" "Haha, I just ran into Zio downstairs. I didn't expect you to be in this restaurant." Speaking of which, they had actually just met a few hours ago in Taiji Palace. They didn't expect to run into each other again when they came out for a night tour of Chang'an. Kong Ingda smiled. "I'm ashamed to say this, but this restaurant is my family's property. Therefore, I invited Sir Yu and the others to come here to admire the lanterns." Li Wangyu suddenly realized that Kong Ingda was the owner of this restaurant. No wonder he came up with the idea of guessing the lantern riddles and eating for free. As the 31st descendant of Confucius, Kong Ingda naturally had many properties in his residence. This restaurant was just one of the many small properties. Pai Lupi looked at the old man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize in surprise. He respectfully bowed to the old man. "Teacher Wenji, you've finally returned to Chang'an. Shimin has been waiting for you for a long time. If we didn't run into Teacher Wenji today, I'm afraid that you wouldn't want to see Shimin, right? Is teacher still blaming Shimin?" Pai Lupi's words shocked Li Wangyu. He couldn't figure out who this skinny old man was. How could he make Pai Lupi speak to him like a disciple? "Your Majesty is too serious. Haha, old me is already old. I'm weak and sickly. I don't deserve such treatment from your Majesty. I came back to Chang'an to visit an old friend. As for the matter of becoming an official, your Majesty, please don't mention it again. I'm 82 this year. I'm really useless." The old man shook his head and smiled. Pai Lupi saw that the old man refused so firmly. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He planned to slowly persuade the old man. In short, since the old man had returned to Chang'an, he naturally didn't plan to let him go. Yu Shernan smiled and said, "Brother Wenji, you're not in good health." "Haha, You haven't been in Chang'an for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know this young man? His surname is Li and his name is Wang Yu. His courtesy name is Zio.
His Majesty has granted him the title of County Count of the founding of the country. Li Zio was a miraculous doctor. Even the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was cured by him, and old Taoist Sunday Master Zhao's lung disease was also cured by Zio. Your small ailments are nothing. Ha! Yu Shernan turned his head and smiled at Li Wang Yu. He introduced, Zio, come and meet Master Li. Master Li's name is Gang and his courtesy name is Wenji. He's a great Confucian scholar. Li Wangyu's eyes involuntarily lit up when he heard that. So, this old man was Li Gang. No wonder Pai Lupi had such an attitude. Li Gang was a famous minister of the Sui and Tang dynasties. During the reign of Emperor Wan of Sui, he served as the Crown Prince's chamberlain and taught Crown Prince Yang. After the Sui and Tang dynasties were established, Li Gang was appointed by Li Yuan as the Crown Prince's grand guardian and taught Crown Prince Li Zhenqing. After the Xuanwu Gate incident and Li Zhenqing's death, Li Gang resigned and returned to his hometown. In history, Li Gang returned in the 4th year of Zhengguan and was appointed by Pai Lupi as Crown Prince Li Chengqian's grand tutor. However, Li Gang was old and sickly. He passed away in the 5th year of Zhengguan. As a great Confucian scholar who taught 3 crown princes, Li Gang was unparalleled. Even retired Emperor Li Yuan, out of respect for Li Gang, never called him by his name. Pai Lupi, in front of this old man, could only greet him as a disciple and call him Shimin. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Li Gang. So it's Teacher Wenji. Zio has long heard of Teacher's great name but has never seen Teacher's face. Today, I finally get to see Teacher. Li Gang twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, County Count Huxian is too polite. This old man has long heard of your great name. This old man loved your 3 kingdoms so much that I couldn't put it down. As for the poems you wrote, this old man was even more amazed. With such a young man in my Tang dynasty, there is no need to worry about prosperity. Teacher Wenji is too kind. Teacher should just call me Zio. Li Gang's expression suddenly became serious and a trace of anger appeared on his face. County Count Huxian, today you have embarrassed this old man. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to this old man? The old man's sudden change in expression stunned Li Wangyu. What was going on? Today was the first time he had seen this old man. How did he say that he had embarrassed him? Could it be that the few Confucian scholars downstairs were close to Li Gang? Chapter 643. Li Wangyu didn't know how to respond to Li Gang's words. Even Pai Lupi was confused. He didn't understand how his nephew had offended Li Gang. Even Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and Lu Quan were confused. They didn't understand why their old friend had suddenly turned hostile. Just as they were about to mediate, they saw Li Gang suddenly laugh like a naughty child. The mischievous expression on his face was like that of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. Haha, Zio, don't panic. This old man was just joking with you. Today's lantern riddles in Brother Chong Yuan's restaurant were all this old man's proudest works. I didn't expect that Zio would treat it as a game. It's really annoying. Zio, tell me, how should you compensate this old man for his loss? Li Gang laughed very happily. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this old man's words. Sure enough, old children were always like this. He didn't expect that such a great scholar like Li Gang would be so humorous. Pai Lupi also reacted. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Teacher Wenji still loves to joke. I thought this scoundrel had really done something to annoy Teacher Wenji. Li Gang clapped his hands and laughed. Zio, hurry up and tell me how you're going to compensate this old man. Otherwise, this old man will have Brother Chongyuan drive you out. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man was already 82 years old, but he still loved to joke around. He was really drunk. However, looking at Li Gang who was laughing happily like a child, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and a mischievous idea popped into his head. Heh, since Teacher Wenji says so, then it's my fault. Since that's the case, how about I compensate Teacher with a few lantern riddles? Li Wangyu laughed very mischievously. Li Gang shook his head repeatedly. No, this old man has nothing to do and likes to study lantern riddles. There really isn't anything new. This compensation won't do. That's not true.
Teacher Wenji must have never heard of my lantern riddles and may not be able to guess them. Li Wangyou's smile became even more brilliant. Li Gang's interest was piqued. Ziyu, why are you so sure? This old man isn't afraid to tell you that this old man has been studying lantern riddles for more than 10 years. When I have nothing better to do, I like to study them as a game. You'd better think carefully. If I can answer your riddle, it won't count. Of course. If Teacher Wenji doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? I will give you 10 riddles. If you can guess 3 of them correctly, then you win. I wonder if Mr. has seen the portrait in Duke Yu's mansion? If I lose, I will draw a painting for you as an apology. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Gang's old eyes lit up. He had a good relationship with Yu Shernan. During Yu Shernan's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu had given him a sketch of Yu Shernan as a congratulatory gift. Naturally, he had seen it and liked it very much. Now that he heard that Li Wangyu actually wanted to bet with him, how could the old man not agree? Haha, Ziyu, you're really willing to go all out. It seems that if this old man loses, you must have some ulterior motive. Let's hear it. What will happen if this old man loses? Li Gang was also shrewd with age. He saw through Li Wangyou's plan with a single glance. Li Wangyu smiled. If Teacher Wenji loses, I will take the liberty of asking you to teach the Crown Prince. I wonder if Teacher and His Majesty will allow this? Pai Lupi heard this and immediately nodded. Li Wangyou's words were simply spoken to the bottom of his heart. How could he have any reason to disagree? He looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of encouragement and praise. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai had both acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, this didn't conflict with Li Gang being one of the Crown Prince's 3 tutors. Pai Lupi had previously planned to do this. However, Li Gang had become somewhat dejected because of the matter with the Crown Prince, Li Zhenqing. As a result, he wasn't willing to accept the edict. He only said that he was too old to teach the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi was thinking. Wasn't this nonsense? In history, Pai Lupi had coaxed and pestered Li Gang to become the Crown Prince's imperial tutor in the 4th year of Zhengguan's reign. Unfortunately, Li Gang was already old and passed away a year later due to illness. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu decided that if there was an opportunity, he would have Sun Simiao help Li Gang recuperate. Although he had just met the old man, Li Wangyu felt that they were very congenial. Naturally, he didn't want this humorous and witty scholar to pass away 2 years later due to illness. Li Gang's old eyes stared at Li Wangyu for a while. Then he twirled his beard and smiled. All right, since you've said so, then it's settled. Give me your questions. I don't believe that there are any lantern riddles in this world that I can't even guess 3 questions. Kong Yingda also smiled. Zio, I'm afraid that you've miscalculated. Brother Wenji's greatest hobby, aside from poetry and essays, is to study lantern riddles. If you make this bet with Brother Wenji, I'm afraid that you'll lose 9 times out of 10. Yu Shernan and Lu Quan also looked as if they were watching a good show. However, it was clear that the 2 old men didn't think that Li Wangyu could beat Li Gang. Hearing this, Pai Lupi frowned. He was hoping that if Li Wangyu won, he would be able to trick Li Gang into becoming a teacher in Chengqian. Li Wangyu smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet as well? How about this? If I'm lucky enough to beat Teacher Wenji, each of you will write a piece of calligraphy for me. How about that? Everyone present was famous in the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu was naturally more than happy to swindle some calligraphy from these big shots and take it back home as a family heirloom. Currently, he had built a special collection room in his castle to store these big shots calligraphy. This included Yu Shernan's Ode to the Gallant, Wang Shiji's calligraphy that he swindled from Chai Linggu, and his disciple Yen Libin's calligraphy. Kong Yingda and Lu Quan looked at each other. They didn't understand where Li Wangyou's confidence came from. However, they also smiled. All right, since Zio wants to play a game with us, then it's settled. However, if you lose, what will you do? Will you give each of us a portrait like Brother Bashi's? Of course. Li Wangyu nodded without hesitation. Pai Lupi also became interested. If that's the case, then we will also participate. We will also bet that Teacher Wenji will be able to answer your riddle correctly. Haha. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He thought, Pai Lupi, whose side are you on? I'm helping your son trick his teacher into going home, and you're actually betting that I will lose? This is truly infuriating. However, on second thought, Pai Lupi's flying white calligraphy was also famous in the future. Coupled with his imperial status, it would also be a good collector's item. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a loss. Hee, then it's settled. I will ask 10 riddles. If Teacher Wenji can answer 3 correctly, then it will be my loss. If Uncle and you lose, you can't go back on your word. Of course. Just give me the question. Li Gang's interest was piqued, and he urged. Li Wangyu coughed lightly and pretended to think.
He paced back and forth in the room before saying, "The first question."
Chapter 644. Li Wangyu said, "For the first question, ask. There is a word that everyone will mistake. Type it." In the private room, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and the others lowered their heads and pondered. What word would everyone mistake? Thinking about it, it should be a very rare English character. Li Gang frowned and thought for a while.
He raised his head and asked, "Is it the word woman?"
This word is pronounced "ru" in woman returns. Gu kills the swine for his woman. Many scholars will make a mistake. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. No. Kong Yingda wrote in the air with his hand as he said, "Brother Wenji, there are many Tongfa words, but not everyone will make a mistake. In my opinion, it should be the word Yao. There is a wrong meaning. Zio, did I get it right?" Li Wangyu still shook his head. No. Pai Lupi, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan also frowned. They pondered for a while but could not come up with an answer. Zio, this is not right, that is not right. What word is it? Tell us. If we don't agree with the answer, it will not count. Li Gang stopped guessing and asked Li Wangyu for the answer. Li Wangyu said, Hee, Teacher Wenji, the answer is wrong. Look, isn't everyone making a mistake? His words instantly dumbfounded everyone. What? Was it this mistake? Mistake. Zio, why is it this mistake? Sure enough, everyone makes a mistake. Zio, you are really unexpected. I didn't think of such a simple answer. Li Gang slapped his head. So it was a word trap. It's my fault. I didn't think Zio would play such a trick. We lose this question. Zio, come up with another question. Li Wangyu laughed inwardly. What he thought of was the brain teaser of the future. The Tang people had never seen such a way of answering a question that required them to leave their original way of thinking and think from a different angle. A brain teaser naturally meant that the brain had to turn around to answer the question. However, this turn was not easy. In fact, this was where the fun of brain teasers lay. Every time he heard the answer, he would be enlightened, and then he would be annoyed that he couldn't think of such a simple answer. Since he dared to propose a bet with Li Gang and the others, he was naturally certain that they would not be able to guess the answer. Li Wangyu said, Okay, this is the second question. Ask in a year which month has 28 days. In the elegant room, everyone was very cautious. Li Gang pondered for a while before replying, February. There are only 28 days in February. Kong Yingda stopped him. Wait, Brother Wenji, that's not right. Haha, I know this brat is digging a hole for us again. There are 29 days in February of a leap year, so the answer should be that there are 28 days in February of a normal year. Pai Lupi and the others immediately clapped their hands and cheered. Haha, Confucius is indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have been tricked by this kid again. Li Wangyu was not the least bit disheartened. He only shook his head and said, No, you are wrong again. Kong Yingda was anxious. How can you be wrong? There are 29 days in February of a leap year, and 28 days in a normal year. What's wrong with that? Li Wangyu shrugged. Confucius, there are 28 days in every month. This is really true. There are 28 days in every month. We were tricked by Zio again. So it's this 28 days. This answer is so simple. Why didn't we think of it just now? Li Gang also wrung his hands and sighed, but some confidence returned to his face. Zio, I lost this question. You can continue with the questions. I already know what to do, so I definitely won't be tricked by you again. Pai Lupi and the others also nodded repeatedly. They felt that Li Wangyu's questions were not difficult. It was just a momentary surprise. Li Wangyu chuckled in his heart. This brain-twisting trick was not that simple. He coughed lightly and said, The third question is, what can Teacher Wenji do? What can I do? What can all of you do? One person can do it, but two people cannot do it together. What is this? In the private room, everyone began to think hard. They felt like they were about to catch on to something, but after some thought, they felt that something was wrong. I know, Xianxia suddenly said. Going to the toilet is indecent. Naturally, it can't be done together. The others' eyes lit up. They felt that although this answer was indecent, it was the truth. Li Gang laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Haha, Zio's question is indeed indecent. But we should have answered it correctly, right? Of course. Zio, you have to accept your loss. Pai Lupi also laughed.
Li Wangyu still shook his head. No.
How is that possible? Could it be a bath? Zio, could it be that you did it on purpose? What's wrong with this answer?
Li Wangyu said, Haha, I wouldn't dare to lie to uncle and all of you.
If you don't believe me, I'll tell you the answer later. You can see if it's correct. Everyone could only think again. Now, they understood that Li Wangyu's questions were all unexpected. They needed to think about it from a different perspective. However, how could it be so easy to change one's habits of thought? After thinking about it for a while, no one had a clue. They could only admit defeat. After all, this was only the third question. There were still 7 questions, so there was no need to rush. Zio, tell us the answer. I admit defeat. I can't guess the answer. Li Wangyu smiled. Teacher Wenji, uncle, and all of you, it's a dream. Of course, everyone can have this dream, but it can't be done together. Xianxia was drinking from his wine cup. When he heard this answer, he couldn't help but spit out all the wine. Lu Quan, who was beside him, couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed with wine. Lu Quan didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He looked at Xianxia. Brother Bo Shi, how much do you have against me?
Sorry. I couldn't help it. Zio's answer made me laugh. Xianxia hurriedly helped his old friend wipe the wine off and explained with a laugh. Li Gang was so annoyed that he kept hitting his head with his hand. Hi, why didn't I think of it? Dream, haha, isn't it just a dream? Pai Lupi was also annoyed that he didn't think of such a simple answer. Zio, continue. I don't believe I can't guess the answer. Li Gang said, rubbing his hands together. Kong Yingda and the others were also waiting for Li Wangyu to come up with a question. Everyone had forgotten that Li Wangyu had promised them that he would answer the question alone. Now, it was Pai Lupi and the others who were united in their determination to compete with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't care. He shrugged. Question 4. What's the middle of Chang'an?
It's Vermilion Bird Avenue.
No, this kid's trap can't be so simple. I know, the middle of Chang'an is the common people. No, uncle, everyone, the middle of Chang'an is naturally the word en.
It's the middle of Chang'an? Is that even possible?
Haha, this question deserves a toast. Zio, you're too evil. In the private room, everyone laughed again. Then they couldn't help but applaud. Zio, continue. I don't believe I can't get a single question wrong. Li Gang raised his head and drank a cup of wine, laughing loudly. This feeling of racking his brains and finally having the answer right in front of him was too torturous. Chapter 645. Seeing that the big shots were so excited, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and continue with the questions. Uncle, everyone, the 5th question is, iron and copper will rust if placed outside. What about gold? Everyone had become very cautious. Lu Quan asked, will this gold also rust? It shouldn't, right? When have I ever heard of gold rusting? Pai Lupi laughed. I know about this. There are many gold objects in the palace that need to be polished by craftsmen. I once asked out of curiosity and learned that gold will rust as well. Therefore, it needs to be polished frequently. Xianxia clapped his hands and applauded. That's true. I also know that gold will rust. Li Gang was about to answer when he lowered his head and thought for a while. He felt that Li Wangyu's questions wouldn't be so simple. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only answer, Zio, gold will rust. This question can't be wrong. Li Wangyu shook his head again. No. How can it be wrong? Tell us, won't gold rust? Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Uncle, everyone, I didn't ask you if gold will rust. The correct answer is that iron and copper will rust if placed outside, but gold will be stolen. Ah. What? Zio, didn't you ask if gold will rust? Sigh, we fell for Zio's trick again. This iron will rust is clearly a trick to mislead us into thinking if gold will rust. Haha, isn't that right? If gold is placed outside, it will be stolen. Everyone was annoyed that they had fallen for Li Zio's trick again. How annoying. Every time they heard the answer, they felt that it was very simple. But they didn't think of it at all. Everyone felt that these questions were very simple, but when it came to the next question, they still couldn't answer it correctly. Zio, continue. I don't believe that I'll get it wrong today. At this time, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, Yu Shernan, and the others didn't care about winning or losing. The most important thing was that they had to answer a question correctly to save their face. Otherwise, if he couldn't even answer a single question out of the 10, it would be too embarrassing. Question 6. What won't get wet after falling into water? Question 7. There is an item that you can use your left hand to hold, but not your right hand. What is it? Question 8. What is it that gets bigger and bigger when you cut it with scissors? Question 9. Ask. Question 10. There were a total of 10 riddles, but none of the people present could answer a single one. Li Gang, Pai Lupi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. The emperor of the Tang Dynasty and several top scholars of the Tang Dynasty were really hit hard by Li Wangyou's strange questions. Kong Yingda's face was flushed red. He suddenly stood up and went to the table in the private room. He picked up a brush and wrote down the 10 questions Li Wangyu had given him, as well as the answers. Then, he called for the manager of the restaurant. Go, remove all the riddles outside and replace them with these 10 questions. Those who can answer them correctly can come in. The manager didn't understand. After looking down at the riddles and the answers on the paper, he couldn't help but have a very interesting expression. Yes. The manager didn't dare to ask more. He followed Kong Yingda's order and ordered the doctors in the restaurant. Li Gang, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan pointed at Kong Yingda and laughed. Haha, Chong Yuan, are you not going to entertain guests today? Some people could answer those riddles, but I don't believe anyone can answer Ziyu's 10 questions correctly. Humph, what does that have to do with me? I didn't come up with these questions. Kong Yingda raised his head and drank a cup of wine gloomily. Today, he was really depressed because of those 10 damn questions. Since he was unhappy, he would make those scholars who were traveling at night feel depressed as well. If they wanted to enter the restaurant and enjoy the wine for free tonight, they had to answer those damn questions first. It had to be said that because Kong Yingda was unhappy, he threw out those 10 questions, which really tortured the scholars in Chang'an. During the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, the restaurant of the Kong family almost didn't receive any guests after the 10 questions were put up. The more difficult it was for people to answer these 10 questions, the more competitive the countless scholars in Chang'an became. During the Lantern Festival, many scholars gathered in front of the restaurant of the Kong family, wanting to guess the answers to the questions. For a time, whether or not they could answer the riddles of the lantern and get the right to enjoy the wine for free became a secret competition between the scholars in Chang'an. If others couldn't answer, it would be a great honor if they could answer correctly. But even great scholars like Li Gang, Yu Shernan, and Kong Yingda couldn't do anything about the brain teasers of the later generations, let alone these scholars. After trying various answers but being judged wrong by the restaurant, these scholars couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the entrance of the restaurant and demanded an explanation. In their view, the restaurant was deliberately making things difficult for them. In this regard, the manager of the restaurant asked Kong Yingda for instructions and came out to appease the crowd. He said that after the Lantern Festival, the answers to the 10 riddles would be posted. If the crowd was still dissatisfied by then, the restaurant would take responsibility. Seeing the manager of the restaurant so determined, the anger in the hearts of the scholars was temporarily suppressed. The 10 questions of the Lantern Festival in the 3rd year of the Tang Dynasty's Jingguan era became a nightmare for the scholars in Chang'an. Even the officials of the imperial court were interested in the 10 riddles of the Kong family restaurant. However, the officials cared about their reputation and were afraid of being embarrassed if they answered wrong. They secretly sent their servants to the restaurant with the answers they came up with, but they all returned empty-handed. After the Lantern Festival, when the 10 questions were posted, everyone was dumbfounded. The answers were actually like this? So simple? What was even more wicked was that when the answers were posted, Kong Ingda specifically said that the 10 riddles were all written by Li Zio, the county count of Huxian. This news immediately caused an uproar among the scholars in Chang'an. The scholars who were tormented by the riddles, in addition to admiration, couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred of Li Wangyu. How did this count of Huxian, who was famous throughout Chang'an, come up with such a ridiculous question? There were even some busybodies who simply called Li Wangyu the Baize county count. Baize was an ancient divine beast. It was said that it knew astronomy, geography, and trifles. Through it could see the future. Giving Li Wangyu such a nickname was not only to praise Li Wangyu's knowledge, but also to express their resentment. They also secretly cursed him for not being human and compared him to a divine beast. This elegant nickname was in line with the crowd's thoughts. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu to be called the Baize county count, in private in Chang'an. When Li Wangyu learned of this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't angry. Baize was Baize. In any case, it was still a divine beast. Moreover, Baize had a high status and was a symbol of auspiciousness. Baize county count sounded much better than county count of Huxian. These were all things for later. At this time, in the elegant room of the Kong family restaurant, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the other big shots very proudly. "Uncle, everyone, I've won now. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Please leave behind some calligraphy for me." He pointed at the several tables. Naturally, there were good brushes and ink in the elegant room. However, Li Gang shook his head. No. Chapter 646. Li Wangyu asked in astonishment, "Teacher Wenji, what's wrong with that? Don't tell me you intend to renege on your debt?" Li Gang twirled his beard and smiled. "Of course we won't renege on our debt, but we can't just write it casually. There has to be a method." Yu Shernan immediately understood Li Gang's meaning. He clapped his hands and smiled. "That's right, Brother Wenji is right. Since Zio wants us to write for you, we can't write for you for free. It just so happens that today is the Spring Lantern Festival. Why don't you write a poem using the Spring Lantern Festival as the theme? If you write a poem, we'll write some calligraphy for you. How about it?" Even Pai Lupi applauded Yu Shernan's suggestion. "Teacher Yu's suggestion is very good. Haha, Zio, if you want our calligraphy, then give us a poem in exchange." Kong Ingda and Lu Quan also clapped their hands and applauded, shouting that if Li Wangyu didn't write a poem, they wouldn't write one either. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How could these scholars be so crafty? They obviously lost a bet, but they still wanted to get some interest back. Fortunately, he had some goods in his bag, so it didn't matter. He could just continue copying poems. Not to mention 5, even 50 would be fine. He picked up a cup of fine wine and walked to the window. He looked down at the thousands of lights below and pretended to be in deep thought. After a while, he began to recite. Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lights of the flower market were bright as day. The moon was high above the willow branches. People made an appointment at dusk. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lights were the same. Not seeing the people of last year, tears wet the sleeves of spring. Li Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this poem that Li Wangyu copied from Ouyang Xiu's Spring Lantern Festival. Even though he was over 80 years old, his reaction was still quite fast. Before the others could react, he had already walked to the table and picked up a brush. Haha, good poem. The moon was high above the willow branches. People made an appointment at dusk. This poem belongs to this old man. This old man will write this one. Yu Shernan and the others, who had just completed the first step, glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, if the next song isn't as good as this one, don't even think about getting away with it." Pai Lupi was even more domineering. He directly demanded, "Zio, I'll write the next song. Think carefully." Li Wangyu almost fainted. Was there a need to fight for this? Li Gang waved his brush and splashed the ink. Not long after, a poem, Birth Check Child, New Year's Eve, appeared on the paper. The old man wrote down his promotion and stamped it with his own seal. Only then did he blow dry the ink and hand it over to Li Wangyu. "Thank you, Mr. Wenji." Li Wangyu happily put it away. The first calligraphy piece was in his hands. Pai Lupi did not hesitate. He stood beside the table and stared at Li Wangyu, waiting for him to continue composing. Being stared at by Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu could only rack his brains to find the most popular Xiangyuan festival poem to deal with Pai Lupi. After pretending to be deep in thought for a while, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and recited, "On the night of the east wind, thousands of flowers bloom, and the wind blows down, stars fall like rain. The fragrance of precious horses and carts fills the road. The sound of the phoenix flute moves, the light of the jade pot turns, fish and dragons dance in the night. Moths, snow and willows, and golden strands, laughter and hidden fragrance pass away." Looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, she's still there, in the waning light. Xianxia's Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, was naturally one of the most widely read Xiangyuan festival poems in the future. Pai Lupi recited it once and nodded his head in approval. He was very satisfied with his nephew's poem. He immediately used his famous Fei by script to write down Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve on the paper. Haha, today's Xiangyuan festival was really worth it. With these two masterpieces, we should drink to our heart's content. Come, Zio, let this old man toast you. In this old man's opinion, when it comes to poetry, no one in the world can compare to you. Yu Shernan was very excited. He actually personally poured a cup of wine for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu hurriedly thanked him and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Kong Yingda also stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Today is really delightful. Who knows how many young ladies in the world will fall for Zio's two poems. Haha, what a good looking for her thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly turning back, she's still there in the waning light. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Come, your majesty, everyone, let's drink. Li Wangyu was puzzled. What's wrong? From what Kong Yingda and Yu Shernan said, he didn't need to write more poems? This actually wasn't strange. In the eyes of Yu Shernan and the others, poems weren't vegetables in the fields. How could they be wholesale? Just now, when they said that they wanted him to write 5 Xiangyuan festival poems, only then would they each write one. That was just a joke. Now that Li Wangyu had written 2 masterpieces in a row, what else could they ask for? On the other hand, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel excited after drinking a few cups of wine. Originally, in the future, when he was forced by his grandfather to memorize so many poems, he didn't feel much. But now that his soul had traveled to the Tang Dynasty and personally witnessed the flourishing flowers of the Xiangyuan festival, he had a deeper understanding of these masterpieces. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to recite the extremely beautiful poems in his mind. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't get too carried away and forcibly restrained his urge to recite poems. Low-key. A person must be low-key. It was enough that he had monopolized Xianxia and Ouyang Xiu's masterpieces. He should leave some leeway for his descendants. Otherwise, in the future Xiangyuan festival, what would Su Shi, Li Shangyin, Li Qingzhao, Lu Yu, Wang Shouren and the others write? Seeing that Yu Shernan and the others no longer brought up the matter of composing poems, Li Wangyu stopped while he was ahead. After pulling Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan to leave him calligraphy, Li Wangyu finally stopped. At this time, Pai Lupi solemnly bowed to Li Gang again. "Teacher Wenji, you must also accept your loss. Crown Prince Xianxia will be in your care." Li Gang also helplessly shook his head. Hi, this old man is already 82 years old this year. I only want to enjoy the rest of my life and have children and grandchildren. Why bother, your majesty? Besides, the crown prince has Zio to teach him. There is no need for this old man to meddle. How could Pai Lupi let him go? Li Wangyu was naturally a good teacher, but as a parent, how could he dislike having too many great teachers teaching his children? This was a common problem for parents. Teacher Wenji, although Zio's talent is unparalleled in the world, he is still young. The crown prince still needs a knowledgeable and highly respected scholar like Mr. to teach him how to conduct himself. I hope Mr. won't refuse. Pai Lupi's sincere attitude naturally left Li Gang with nothing to say. He could only nod in agreement. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, laughed inwardly. In history, Li Gang, this great scholar, was truly unlucky. Although he was knowledgeable and had a strong character, he was an out-and-out crown prince killer. He taught 3 crown princes in a row, and none of them had a good ending. He was simply unlucky to the bone. However, things were different now. Li Wangyu believed that with his guidance, Crown Prince Xianxia would not be as bad as he was in history. Li Gang would not continue to be unlucky. After Li Gang nodded in agreement, the elegant room became lively again. Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan all raised their glasses to congratulate their old friend on his return to the imperial court. They drank until 5 o'clock in the morning. Before leaving, Pai Lupi did not forget to call Li Wangyu to his side and whispered to him to go watch the match the day after tomorrow. Li Wangyu was reluctant in his heart, but he could only accept it with a smile on his face. In his opinion, accompanying Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium was not as comfortable as sitting in the box with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. However, how could he refuse a saint's summons? Chapter 647. After parting ways with Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, and the others, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they continued to tour Chang'an City at night, enjoying the rare scenery of the Spring Lantern Festival. Even though it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, there were still many people on the streets, be it the east or west markets. Obviously, no one was willing to waste the once-a-year curfew by going back to sleep. On the spacious Vermilion Bird Avenue, under the huge lanterns made by the imperial family, men and women were singing and dancing tirelessly. Dancing was a kind of group dance. The dancers were in groups, holding hands and stepping on the ground with their feet, singing and dancing at the same time. It was very lively. Stepping on the ground with one's feet meant to beat the rhythm. Of course, anyone could participate in this dancing. Just like in the future, when traveling to the Tibetan area, there was no need for any skills, just enthusiasm. Li Wangyu was so excited that he simply pulled his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin, and ran into the singing group with a big laugh, cheering along with them. That night, they sang, danced, and laughed, until the sky turned white and the morning drums sounded in Chang'an City. The joyous feast of the Spring Lantern Festival finally came to an end. That night, countless lovers and girls secretly sent glances at each other as they walked under the moon and looked at the lanterns, making promises of marriage for that lifetime. That night, they were dressed in fine clothes, dazzling with pearls and jade, and powdered with fragrant powder. That night, the moon was above the willow tree, and they made promises after dusk. It was not until dawn that Li Wangyu, who was sore all over, hoarse and exhausted, led the reluctant crowd back to the mansion in Kaihua Lane to sleep. After returning to the mansion at dawn, everyone went to wash up and rest. Li Wangyu even wanted to sneak into Su Chongqing's room to kiss her, but he was naturally turned away. Although the two of them had broken through the last line of defense on New Year's Eve, and had done something shameful in bed, things were different today, and the two of them could only do things secretly. If it was in the future, this pair of adulterous couple would definitely live together and live their lives shamelessly. But since they were in the Tang Dynasty, if the two of them moved in together without any official status, who knew how big of a disturbance it would cause if this matter was spread out? Besides, Li Wangyu was still in mourning. Even if he wanted to marry his beautiful superior, he would have to wait until the 4th year of Zhengguan. Before this, he still had to avoid the eyes of the people in the mansion when he was with his beautiful superior. Under such circumstances, how could Su Chongqing allow Li Wangyu to sneak into her room in broad daylight? Apart from Perrin, who had roughly guessed the truth, even the old housekeeper Li Hang didn't know what had happened between his Lang Jun and Madame Su. On the other hand, the muddle-headed Avro had no idea that her sister Chongqing had already cheated on her husband. But even if Avro knew, she probably wouldn't have any thoughts about it. After all, she already knew that her sister Chongqing would be the mistress of this family in the future. As a noble lady of the Byzantine Empire, Avro had long given up on the idea of returning to her hometown in this life. Now, her heart was completely tied to Li Wangyu. In the afternoon, Li Wangyu, who was sleeping soundly, was carefully woken up by the old housekeeper, Li Hang. Lang Jun, the young Duke of Duke Lu's mansion, is here. Li Wangyu struggled to open his eyes. After a long while, he shook his groggy head and asked in confusion, "Why are they not resting in the mansion? What are they doing here?" The young Duke didn't say. Last night, it was needless to say that this group of silk pants must have stayed up all night to seek pleasure. Originally, the silk pants had invited Li Wangyu to travel with them, but Li Wangyu had rejected them. "Are you kidding me? Why are you not accompanying your beautiful superiors on Valentine's Day and having fun with a bunch of men?" Now that he was no longer a single loser, he naturally didn't want to spend such a beautiful day with these playboys. Presumably, this group of playboys must have spent the night in the Peace Square or the Hu wine shop. Scum! Li Wangyu got up angrily and took the hot towel handed over by the maidservants in the mansion to wipe his face. After clearing his head, he got up and changed his clothes with the help of the maidservants. He hurriedly walked to the main hall and greeted the group of debauches. "Brothers, what are you doing here in my mansion instead of resting in your mansion? Haha, Zio, you weren't kind last night. You didn't even call your brothers. Do you know that today, Chang'an City is restless because of you?" Feng Yai clapped his hands and laughed as soon as he saw Li Wangyu. Naturally, Li Wangyu was baffled by his nonsensical words. What was this and what was this? Last night, he had gone out with his beauties and met Pai Lupi and the others by chance. They drank and had fun in the Kong Mansion's restaurant and then went out to sing until they returned home in the morning. What did he mean by stirring up trouble and restless Chang'an City? Where did this come from? Brother Yai, why don't I understand what you're talking about? Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Zio, you're still pretending. Did you make a poem last night? Ah, so what if I did? Li Wangyu asked curiously. It wasn't like he hadn't copied poems before. After transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty, he had copied at least dozens of poems. Why was he making such a fuss? What he didn't expect was that when the playboys heard him admit that he did make a poem last night, their eyes lit up and they swarmed up to surround him. Zio, we've treated you well, haven't we? Hee, those poems, give us some of them. We're not greedy. We'll give each of us one. Li Wangyu was even more confused. Why did they ask him for a poem out of nowhere? Brothers, if you have something to say it slowly. What are you trying to do? You've really confused me. Li Wangyu finally understood the situation after the debauches gave a lively explanation. He felt even more speechless. It turned out that the 2 poems about the Lantern Festival that he wrote last night had begun to spread in Chang'an City at a very fast speed. Unlike the poems and articles that Li Wangyu copied before, these 2 poems about the Lantern Festival were like spiritual bombs for women, especially the young ladies in Chang'an City who were yearning for love. After hearing these 2 poems, they almost went crazy. After all, the poems that Li Wangyu copied before were beautiful, but they didn't necessarily resonate with women. Whether it was Ode to Chivalry, or Leaving the Fortress, or other poems, they were loved by the literati. As for the noble women, young ladies, and those prostitutes in Chang'an City, although they liked them, they didn't necessarily love them to the core. As for the 2 Shangyuan festival poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized last night, they described the scene of 2 lovers whispering sweet nothings under the moonlight and the shadow of willow trees. It was hazy, quiet, graceful, and gentle. It simply took one's life. To use an inappropriate analogy, Li Wangyu was originally just an A-list celebrity in the eyes of the young ladies in Chang'an City. But after the 2 poems of the Lantern Festival last night spread, Li Zio, the Count of Huxian, suddenly rose from the A-list to the level of a superstar. In short, Li Wangyu became popular. Chapter 648. The 2 poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized, The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, and The Birth of a Child New Year's Eve, both had a graceful beauty. Although the emotions contained in them were different, whether it was the poignant beauty and melancholy of The Birth of a Child New Year's Eve, or the desolation and loneliness of The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, or the unexpected joy of The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, they all made the young ladies in Chang'an City cry silently, their tears falling onto their clothes. It could be said that in Chang'an City, there had never been a poem that spread faster than the 2 poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized during the Lantern Festival. After the 2 poems were written last night, the manager of the restaurant, who was carefully waiting on them in the elegant room, wrote them down. He immediately copied them out and asked the restaurant's doctor to send them to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane. Of course, the manager did not have any other ideas. He just wanted to please Li Wangyu. In the Tang Dynasty, it was very difficult for the poems written by literati to be passed down. It was naturally the easiest way to make a name for oneself by letting the courtesans in the brothel sing it. In the brothel in Ping Kong Lane, there were scholars who sent their poems every day, regardless of whether they were the most beautiful courtesans or courtesans. They hoped that the courtesans would like their poems and make a name for themselves by singing them. As for these brothels, they naturally did not accept anyone who came. If it was not a truly wonderful poem, they would not bother to sing it. In the Confucius family restaurant, there were many literati who would recite poems. The elegant room had paper, ink, and brush stones prepared for these literati. If the restaurant felt that the poems they wrote were good, they would also be sent to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane to make a name for their customers. Although the manager of the Confucius family restaurant was a merchant, he could still distinguish between good and bad poems.
Moreover, the two poems by County Count who were obviously not ordinary to be able to make his master and a group of scholars so excited.
Therefore, after he copied the poems, he immediately asked the doctor to send them to Ping Kong Lane. When the courtesans in Ping Kong Lane heard that the poems were new poems by County Count who for the Lantern Festival, they naturally did not dare to neglect them. After reading it, the group of young ladies immediately trembled with excitement, unable to control themselves. While Li Wangyu was still drinking with Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and Yu Shernan in the restaurant, Peace House was in an uproar. Almost all of the prostitutes, without prior agreement, began to recite these two poems over and over again with their graceful, ethereal, or lively voices. During the Xiangyuan festival, Peace Square was also packed with people. Naturally, there were plenty of ordinary people who didn't want to admire the lanterns and only wanted to admire the beauties. The debauches had also gone to Peace Square early in the morning and found a large group of gorgeously dressed young ladies to accompany them. They were very happy. When they heard the young lady in the building recite Li Wangyu's two new poems, other than sighing at Li Wangyu's talent, they didn't have much of a reaction. Naturally, this was very normal. Just like the Korean dramas of the future, the steely straight men might not think much of it, but they could make the young ladies cry. This was the difference between men and women's feelings. Therefore, the debauches were depressed. The group of young ladies in the painting building, when they heard the two poems being recited over and over again, were all sobbing uncontrollably. Their tears spilled over their clothes, making people feel pity for them. What made the debauches even more dumbfounded was that this group of young ladies actually shyly stuffed a pile of sachets, handkerchiefs, and even the courtesans in the painting building. And these things were naturally not for them, but for them to pass to County Count who. The debauches were provoked by this scene and hated that bastard Li Wangyu so much that the roots of their teeth itched. He didn't even show his face, but he was able to seduce the young ladies in Peace House. He was really despicable. What made the debauches even more stunned was that when they returned home, they found that the two poems of the Lantern Festival had already spread throughout Chang'an City. And those unmarried sisters, cousins, and cousins in their mansions simply didn't care about what the debauches were thinking. They shyly stuffed all kinds of sachets and handkerchiefs into their hands. Needless to say, they were naturally asking the debauches to pass them to Li Wangyu. In this way, how could the debauches still stay in their mansions? When a few of them met and discussed, they were shocked to find that the poems had such benefits. They didn't have time to express their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Li Wangyu. They directly came to Li Wangyu's mansion just to ask for such a poem so that they could go to Peace House and enjoy the admiring eyes of the courtesans and young ladies in the future. After the debauches finished speaking, they each took out a pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs and stuffed them into Li Wangyu's arms. Take it, take it. These are all gifts from your admirers. Take it away quickly. Don't try to show off in front of me. I'm so angry. Today, if you don't give us some poems, we won't agree. Chung Chumo was full of anger when he mentioned this matter. Looking at Li Wangyu's youthful and handsome face, he had always been deeply influenced by that old man Chang Yaojin. He, who was proud of selling his muscles, couldn't help but secretly wonder if Brother Valiant General was no longer welcome. Chung Chumo didn't know that since ancient times, this was a society that looked at the face. And with the face that he inherited from Cheng Yaojin, it was estimated that even if he memorized many poems, it would be useless. Li Wangyu was also stunned by Monogatari. Holding the pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that casually copying two poems would cause so much trouble. In fact, this was not strange at all. Lu Yong, Lu Sanbian, who was famous in history for writing poems by imperial decree, relied on a good poem to appear in the red light streets and willow alleys, and lived in pink tents and brocade quilts. It was very romantic and happy. The prostitutes of the Song dynasty even said, unwilling to be summoned by the king, willing to be called by Lu Qi, unwilling to be 1,000 gold, willing to be in Lu Qi's heart, unwilling to see the immortals, willing to know Lu Qi's face. In order to see Lu Sanbian, in order to ask him to write a wonderful poem, they were willing to die. Lu Sanbian was like this, not to mention Li Wangyu, who was so handsome, Xiao Lang, Kuan. Which girl didn't love him? It had to be said that Li Wangyu's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. The biggest advantage was that this body was really handsome. In the future, Li Wangyu was just a middle-aged man. But now, Even if he took this body to the future, he could be hyped up to be a popular little fresh meat without any acting or singing skills. Even Li Wangyu secretly thought that his success in winning the heart of his beautiful boss might not have nothing to do with his good looks now. In short, he was handsome, and he was a member of the imperial court. Plus, he wrote good poems that women loved to the bone. How could Li Wangyu not be loved by the young ladies in Chang'an City? In this regard, Li Wangyu was 30% distressed and 70% secretly happy. While he was secretly laughing, he heard the cold voice of his beautiful boss behind him. Wangyu, what are you holding? No, nothing, haha, you see, Brother Chimo and the others are too polite. Just come, but bring so many gifts. It's really too polite. Li Wangyu casually put the pile of sachets and handkerchiefs on the table beside him and said perfunctorily. Unfortunately, his words were really not convincing. He couldn't even fool the little girl Perrin, let alone his beautiful boss. Chapter 649. How could the beautiful superior believe his words? Moreover, she had already heard the conversation between the wastrels earlier. She coldly snorted and gave Afro and Perrin a look. The two attendants of the beautiful superior immediately understood their older sister's meaning, and immediately stepped forward. One of them coldly snorted at Li Wangyu, reached out to pick up the fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs on the table, turned around and left. In this regard, Li Wangyu naturally broke out in a cold sweat. The beautiful superior was jealous, and the consequences were very serious. He was wronged, truly wronged. This was simply a person sitting at home, but the pot fell from the sky. He didn't take the initiative to provoke those young ladies who adored him, so how could they blame him? Snow in June, how wronged was that? However, Li Wangyu cleverly shut his mouth. It wasn't a good idea to argue with a jealous beauty. This was a bloody lesson for countless men in the future. Obviously, after the substantial change in their relationship, even a goddess like the beautiful superior couldn't help but develop in the direction of a jealous little girl. Even the group of wastrels could feel the low pressure brought by the beautiful superior. In the main room, everyone sat upright and still, and no one spoke. Only after the three women left did Feng Yai, I let out a long breath. Zio, you're too henpecked. You haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already like this. I'm afraid that in the future, you won't be able to uphold your wife's authority. Li Wangyu looked at him with disdain and scolded in his heart. It's fine if other people say it, but how can you have the face to say such things? The story of jealousy in the future came from your old master and madam of the Feng residence. And you, Feng Yai, were the #1 cuckold in the Tang Dynasty. How can you shamelessly say things like, a husband won't uphold his wife? After finding such a big trouble for yourself, you still want to write poems? Dream on. Moreover, the wastrels wanted him to write poems to seduce the young ladies of Ping Kong Lane. Li Wangyu couldn't agree to this kind of thing. Wasn't this helping the evildoers? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to these silk pants' nonsensical requests. He casually said, Brothers, this kind of thing like writing poetry, how can it be done just because you say so? It's not like we're buying things from the shops in the East and West markets. Let's talk about this later. Everyone burst into laughter again, scolding Li Wangyu for being disloyal. He suddenly thought of something, and with a furious expression, she pulled out a newspaper and handed it to Li Wangyu. Ziyu, why did this newspaper publish this article? It's utter nonsense. It's just nonsense. Tell me, who is this Li Tianshou? Why did you agree with Cho Kuen to publish this person's article in the global newspaper? Du Go also stood up for his elder brother. That's right. Zio, who is this Li Tianshou? Why haven't we heard of this person before? There will be 5 matches tomorrow. Aside from one match where they agree with our analysis, the other 4 matches are different from ours. What are they trying to do? Do you want to fight in the ring? Li Wangyu was stunned. Then, the expression on his face became strange. Pai Lupi had changed his name to Li Tianshou and published an analysis of the team's strength in the global newspaper. Only he and Cho Kuen knew about this matter. They didn't expect that the silk pants would come over to denounce them because of this matter. This was interesting. He squinted his eyes and smiled. This Li Tianshou, is also someone who likes to hit the ball. I saw that this article was written quite well, so I let Cho Kuen publish it in the global newspaper. Brothers, don't be angry. Isn't this a good thing? If he guesses wrong, won't it show how strong you are?
Du He pondered and felt that this was true. Although the article published in the global newspaper was written by Du He, it was also the result of the silk pants analysis. Therefore, they were naturally very unhappy to see someone go against them in the global newspaper. Good. After tomorrow's match, we'll let Li Tianshou know how strong we are. Feng Yai shouted. After tomorrow's match, Zio, point out Li Tianshou to us brothers. We must beat him up. Li Wangyou's expression didn't change, but in fact, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Haha, you want to beat Pai Lupi up? Brother Yai, I'm afraid you'll be beaten up by Feng Xianling? This guy was also bad. He rolled his eyes and simply dug a hole for the silk pants. Brothers, tomorrow Li Tianshou invited me to watch the match together. Do you want to go together? You can vent your anger in front of him and beat him up. I won't stop you. Really? When the silk pants heard this, they immediately rubbed their fists and looked as if they wanted to beat Li Tianshou to death. Li Wangyu shrugged. Of course. Why would I lie to you? That's good. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we brothers will go with you to watch the match. We'll see if that Li Tianshou has the guts to go against us brothers. Tomorrow, we must teach that Li Tianshou a lesson and let him know how strong we are. The fops gathered together to discuss how to humiliate the audacious Li Tianshou the next day. Unbeknownst to them, Li Wangyu, who was at the side, almost pinched his own thigh red in order to stop himself from laughing out loud. After agreeing to meet at the baseball field tomorrow, the silk pants said goodbye and went back to their respective residences. At this time, Li Wangyu finally couldn't help but laugh. He laughed so hard that even tears came out. He dug a hole for the silk pants. Naturally, he didn't have any bad intentions. It was purely a prank between brothers. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Li Wangyu immediately trotted to his beautiful superior's boudoir and told her about it. His beautiful superior, who was still a little jealous and sulking because of the previous incident, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle after hearing his words. She rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu flirtatiously. Go ahead and make fun of them. Be careful that Chumo and the others don't come looking for you. Haha, what does it have to do with me? They were the ones who wanted to settle the score with Li Tianshou. Hee hee. Seeing his beautiful superior laugh, Li Wangyu hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity and reached out to grab her soft hair and gently stroke it. His beautiful superior didn't pull her hand back, but only gave him a sidelong glance. I'll get Aphrodite and Perrin to send those bags and handkerchiefs to your room later. Don't let those ladies down. Li Wangyu was about to break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Why was she still waiting for him here? He didn't know this woman was so jealous before. Out of a strong desire to live, Li Wangyu naturally complained. He didn't do anything, and he couldn't stop someone from having a crush on him. Humph. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Who knows what you did? Actually, Su Chongqing wasn't really angry. It was just a way for women to act coquettishly with men. Anyone who took it seriously would be a fool. Li Wangyu was naturally not an idiot. He really thought that his beautiful superior was angry over such a small matter. He didn't continue the conversation and changed the topic. He casually talked about something trivial, but his hand was very mischievous as it climbed up the soft part of his beautiful superior's chest. Pah! This time, the beautiful superior didn't condone this sinful hand and directly slapped it away. Behave yourself. Where are you touching? What are you trying to do in broad daylight? Li Wangyu thought. Don't you know what I'm trying to do? Hee hee. As soon as Su Chongqing saw his expression, she knew that this guy was definitely up to no good. She simply pushed him out of her room and closed the door. Humph, if you have any ideas, go to Aphrodite. Li Wangyou's heart trembled when he heard his beautiful superior's words. He had naturally coveted the female version of Angelina Jolie for a long time, but he didn't dare to really have any thoughts. After all, what a woman said couldn't be taken seriously. Who knew if his beautiful superior was telling the truth or just testing him? What did his beautiful superior mean by this? Chapter 650. Li Wangyu was troubled by his beautiful superior's words for the entire night. The next day, he yawned and got out of bed with dark circles under his eyes. He rode his horse to the Tongming Gate beside Yeting Palace. The reason he came so early in the morning was naturally to wait for Pai Lupi and accompany Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium to watch the game. Not long after, Pai Lupi, dressed in casual clothes,
led Mito out of the Tongming gate, followed by a dozen palace guards in the same casual clothes. Haha, Zio, you keep your word. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's not delay the game. Pai Lupi did not waste any time and urged his horse to go south. Mito squeezed his horse's belly and urged it to go to Li Wangyu's side. Taking advantage of the fact that Pai Lupi was not paying attention to them, he whispered to Li Wangyu, "Count Huxian, there is something I don't know if I should say." Li Wangyu was curious. Mito was Pai Lupi's chief of internal servants and the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants. Why was he hesitating? Mito, just say what you want to say. Mito lowered his voice. He doesn't know what the reaction to the article he wrote in the newspaper will be. Count Huxian, please don't let it slip. Li Wangyu was surprised. What did Mito mean? He had not been paying attention to the newspaper recently and did not know what the reaction would be after it was published. After all, Li Wangyu was not the head of the Secret Service. Why would he care about such things? Mito, what do you mean? Count Huxian, you don't know? Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell do I know? Seeing Li Wangyu's bewildered expression, Mitua hurriedly told him what the 100 Cavalry Department had reported. When he heard that the people on the street had scoffed at Pai Lupi's fake name Li Tianshou, Li Wangyu could not help but find it funny. The people of Chang'an really did not give Pai Lupi any face. However, this was very normal. Who knew who this Li Tianshou was? Compared to Du He, the young master of the Lai Duke residence, it was obvious that the people were more willing to believe the latter. Mito, it doesn't matter, right? His Majesty writes the commentary under a pseudonym. It's normal that the people don't know about it. Li Wangyu didn't understand why Mitua was so nervous and even came to ask him to keep it a secret. Mitua said bitterly, Count who you don't know. Everyone is very concerned about that comment he wrote. If he knew that the people on the street were dismissive of that comment, wouldn't it be bad for his reputation? Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. Pai Lupi was an emperor who cared a lot about his reputation. It was best to avoid such things as much as possible. If Pai Lupi was angered because the people didn't give him face, who knew who would be the unlucky one? He nodded at Mitua, indicating that he understood and that he would find a way to cover it up. Thinking about it, Pai Lupi wouldn't go to the court and ask people what they thought of that comment, right? After today's game, this matter would be considered over. If Pai Lupi's guess was correct, then naturally, the people would choose to believe what Li Tianshou said when he served the ball. If he guessed wrong, then Pai Lupi wouldn't have the face to care about the people's attitude towards his commentary. Li Wangyu and Mi Tuo's plan was pretty good, but they didn't expect that Li Er actually didn't play according to the plan, which directly exposed the matter. The group arrived at the court. Li Wangyu took out the tickets he had prepared and invited Pai Lupi to enter. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi waved his hand. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the court. Instead, he walked with his hands behind his back to the place where lottery tickets were sold outside the court. Li Wangyu and Mi Tua looked at each other and saw that something was wrong from each other's eyes. Uncle, let's go in first. If we're late, there will be too many people. I'm afraid it's not safe. Li Wangyu quickly found an excuse to persuade him. Pai Lupi ignored him. It's bright and sunny. What's not safe about it? Zio, don't learn from me to. Li Wangyu secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that it was useless to say more. He could only follow Pai Lupi. He only hoped that this guy wouldn't get angry out of humiliation and vent his anger on others. Pai Lupi took out a 5-tael gold ingot from his waist and bet 1 tael of gold on the lottery tickets according to the 5 teams he chose in the commentary. The Tang Dynasty's Royal Batting League had only been played for 1 day. The lottery tickets for the batting competition were even more interesting. Although the Tangs liked to gamble and there were many people who bet on lottery tickets, there weren't many people like Pai Lupi who took out 5 taels of gold to bet. After all, the people didn't know much about the 22 batting teams. Naturally, they didn't choose to bet. Most people just bought lottery tickets that were worth a few coins for entertainment. Pai Lupi's big gamble also attracted the attention of the people lining up to buy lottery tickets. 5 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 strings of copper coins, which meant that Pai Lupi bet 6 strings of copper coins for every game. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already considered this situation. Now, in the second game, in addition to the 2 taels of gold, there were also lottery tickets that represented different amounts of money for sale. Finally, someone couldn't help but bow to Pai Lupi. Lang Jun, please. May I ask why you dare to bet so much at one time to buy lottery tickets? Pai Lupi was waiting for someone to ask this question. Naturally, he twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? On a certain newspaper, Li Tianshou's article was very reasonable. Based on his analysis, I bought the lottery ticket. What? Did you all not see the newspaper? His words caused the surrounding people to be stunned. Then they all shook their heads. Lang Jun, that's not appropriate. There were 2 articles in the newspaper that analyzed today's game. Duke Li's Duke Duhe's views are different from Li Tianshou's. I think it's better to take Duke Du's analysis as a reference. That's right. Everyone knows that the Great Zhao Batting Field and the Royal Batting League are managed by Count Huxian. The 2 Duke Li's sons are good friends with Count Huxian. Naturally, his analysis is more trustworthy than Li Tianshou's article. That's right. I also plan to buy lottery tickets based on Duke Du's analysis. I don't know who Li Tianshou is, and why did the newspaper publish his article? Of all the officials and nobles of the great Tang, who has ever heard of this Li Tianshou? Lang Jun, I think your 5 taels of gold are going to be wasted. Who is this Li Tianshou? No one knows. Lang Jun, are you confused? How can you listen to this person's words? Everyone's words angered Pai Lupi so much that he almost went berserk. He never thought that the work he was so proud of would be looked down upon by the common people. Pai Lupi purposely came to buy the lottery ticket to listen to the flattery of the audience. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face, making him feel very embarrassed. He turned his head and glared at Mi Tuo, whose legs were already weak. Then, he cupped his hands towards the crowd. Haha, the winner and loser will be decided after today's game. However, I still believe Li Tianshou's words. Pai Lupi didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and walked towards the field. When he passed by Mi Tuo, he said, I'll deal with you when we get back. Mi Tuo was so scared that he almost kowtowed in front of everyone. Even Li Wangyu was glared at by Pai Lupi. Seeing Pai Lupi walk angrily towards the field, Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell is this? How innocent am I? What does it have to do with me if the common people don't buy my story? Chapter 651. The last time Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi to watch a polo match, he followed Pai Lupi's request and sat in the cheapest yellow section. It had to be said that nothing good came cheap. Even Li Wangyu despised himself for being a profiteer. The view in the yellow section was too bad. This time, he learned his lesson and asked someone to prepare the red section with the best view for him. Pai Lupi did not object to this. He just kept a straight face and sat in the audience with Mi Tuo's careful help. Li Wangyu also hurriedly called the Niu brothers to help prepare hot drinks and snacks. They could not just sit here for the whole day to watch the match. After the first day of the match, Li Wangyu had already realized this point. Now, in the stadium, there were stadium staff selling cooked water and food everywhere. It was a good income. He rubbed his hands and was about to comfort the depressed emperor. Before he could speak, he heard a voice behind him. Zio, your brothers are here. Why don't you sit in the box and watch the match? How can the stands be more comfortable than the box? Zio, where is Li Tianshou? Ask him to come out and talk to us. Yes, where is Li Tianshou? Zio, didn't you say that you asked him to come out and watch the match today? Ask him to come out and talk. Li Wangyu's face suddenly darkened. Damn, he forgot that he had dug a hole for the foppish playboys yesterday. Originally, he wanted to see the foppish playboys make a fool of themselves. But at that time, he did not know that Pai Lupi would be dissed by the people of Chong, and because he used the alias Li Tianshou to write an article. Now that Pai Lupi was still sulking, the foppish playboys came to find trouble with Li Tianshou. Were they not looking for trouble? He quickly turned around and winked at the foppish playboys, signaling them to shut up. Cheng Chumo did not understand his meaning. Zio, what are you doing? Are your eyes twitching? Why are you blinking? Let me ask you, where is Li Tianshou? I'm going to have a good talk with him today. Li Wangyu let out a long sigh, speechless. All right, if this guy wanted to court death, he couldn't stop him. As expected, the moment Cheng Chumo finished speaking, a very familiar voice came from behind Li Wangyu. We are Li Tianshou. Cheng Chumo, you bastard, what do you want to reason with us about? Chang Chumo suddenly quivered, his knees giving way as he knelt down.
Your Majesty, this subject does not know. The group of debauches were also dumbfounded, but their reactions were not slow.
Without another word, they all followed Chang Chumo and knelt down. Fortunately, these 500 copper coins tickets were located at the highest level of the viewing platform. In addition, the spectator stands were filled with spectators looking for their seats after entering the stadium. It was noisy everywhere. Pai Lupi and the others were surrounded by the palace guards in plain clothes, blocking the view of the surroundings. For a moment, no one noticed what was going on in the stands. "Get up! Don't disturb us from watching the game. I'll deal with you bastards later." Pai Lupi's expression was very ugly. After angrily rebuking them, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the debauches. Hearing Pai Lupi's words, the debauches were about to cry. How could Li Tianshou be Pai Lupi? The debauches didn't dare to speak any more nonsense. One by one, they stammered as they stood up, looking at Li Wangyu with eyes full of hidden bitterness. Feng Yai moved to Li Wangyu's side, gritted his teeth, and asked in a low voice, "Zio, you bastard, why didn't you say earlier that Li Tianshou was His Majesty's alias?" Li Wangyu shrugged, an innocent expression on his face. "Brother Yai, how would I know? Why are you shouting like this the moment you arrived? Your little brother was just joking with you. Can't you see the person clearly? His Majesty is sitting right here, and you can't see him. How can you blame me?" The debauches were almost choked to death by his words. They knew that they had been tricked by this brat. They wanted to get even with him, but because Pai Lupi was here, no one dared to be presumptuous. The debauches sat down in the stands with worried expressions. They were all anxious and uneasy. They didn't know how they would be punished by Pai Lupi after the game. Especially Chang Chumo, who had loudly shouted that he wanted to argue with Li Tianshou.
His expression was as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread.
The stadium was gradually filled with spectators, and the atmosphere in the stadium became more and more lively. Even though the two batter teams for the first game had yet to appear, the 100,000 spectators in the stadium were already shouting, "Rise!" in unison. After the two batter teams warmed up in the stadium, a gong sounded, and the referee blew the copper whistle to signal the start of the game. The cheers in the stadium reached a climax. As the game progressed, the debauches temporarily forgot about Pai Lupi's threat and followed the crowd in shouting. The rumbling of the horses' hooves brought about a dance of speed and passion, as well as the fearless determination of the brave. This kind of blood-pumping sport was indeed more adrenaline rush than football in the future. It was difficult for other sports to compare with its confrontational, competitive, and entertaining nature. The reason why polo was unknown in the future was because it was too expensive to develop. Few ordinary people in the future had ever ridden a horse, let alone participated in something like polo. Perhaps most people's experience of riding a horse was at tourist attractions. They would pay a few dozen yuan and ride a dirty old horse around the fence a few times. As a result, no matter how beautiful polo was, there was no land for it to develop. In the Tang Dynasty, although horses were more expensive, ordinary horses that cost around 10 strings of cash were not rare in the middle-income families of the Tang Dynasty. The popularity of this car was not much worse than the family cars in the cities of the future. As a result, in the Tang Dynasty, there were many officials and nobles. Polo was naturally their favorite sport. Even among the commoners, there were many people who were good at batting. There was enough of a foundation. Ever since the Tang Dynasty Royal Batting League appeared, there were already some batting teams among the commoners who tried to ask Cho Kuan if they could form a team and join the league. Regarding this, Li Wangyu asked Cho Kuan to keep the information of those who asked. When the time was right, it was necessary to bring in more batting teams to join the league. Otherwise, just relying on the 22 Imperial Army batting teams would not be able to create a strong atmosphere like the Football League in the future. Li Wangyu even began to think about whether or not to build 2 more batting stadiums. A regular batting match would take 2 hours, which was 2 hours. There was only one Dazhao batting stadium, and at most 5 matches could be arranged on a day. That was the limit. As a result, no one would be able to watch the matches of the other batting teams, and no one would be able to sell tickets to bet. This was a huge waste for a profiteer like Li Wangyu. In Li Wangyu's opinion, if 2 more batting stadiums could be built in or outside Chang'an City, it would be excellent. While he was thinking about these trivial things and absent-mindedly, he heard a tsunami of cheers coming from around him. Li Wangyu looked up and saw the cheers in the field. It was obvious that a goal had been scored on the field. After one of the teams put up a flag that represented a goal behind the goal, Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head to look at Pai Lupi. The team that scored the goal was the team that Pai Lupi predicted to win. At this moment, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty was no different from an excited fanatic fan. He waved his fists and kept shouting. After Pai Lupi vented his emotions, he could not help but look at Du He and the other playboys. Du He, look carefully. The team that I predicted scored a goal. Yes, your majesty is wise. Du He's face was bitter. What else could he say at this time? He could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Even the playboys began to pray in their hearts that their predictions were wrong and that they would not win against Li Tianshou. Chapter 652. The playboys felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles as they watched the match. Every time they wrote an article predicting the winning team's goal, not only did the playboys not stand up and cheer, but they all looked as if they had lost their parents. On the other hand, when Pai Lupi predicted that the team would score, the group of playboys waved their fists and shouted excitedly as if they had guessed correctly. Pai Lupi naturally knew what the group of playboys were thinking, but he didn't point it out. He only cheered along with them. The good thing was that Pai Lupi was much more experienced than the playboys when it came to batting. In addition, Pai Lupi had watched the 22 Imperial Army batting teams countless times, so he was very familiar with the strength of these batting teams. Therefore, the article written by Pai Lupi using the alias Li Tianshou was naturally more accurate in predicting the results of today's 5 matches. Out of the 5 matches, there were 4 matches where the results were different from each other. And out of these 4 matches, Pai Lupi guessed 3 matches correctly, while the playboys only guessed 1 match correctly. As for the match where both sides predicted the same result, there were no surprises. They all guessed correctly. Thus, on the second day of the Royal Batting League, out of the 5 matches, Pai Lupi using the alias Li Tianshou predicted 4 matches correctly. The playboys, on the other hand, were a bit unsightly. They only guessed 2 matches correctly. This result made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He laughed and called me to return to the palace. All the silk pants quickly stood up and bowed their heads respectfully, preparing to send Li Er off. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi stood in front of Cheng Chumo and patted his shoulder. You little bastard, you dare to call yourself lousy in front of me. Tell me, how should I punish you? Cheng Chumo didn't expect Pai Lupi to still remember this. He was so scared that his knees went soft and he knelt down. Your Majesty, I deserve to die 10,000 times. I didn't know it was your Majesty. Please forgive me, your Majesty. Pai Lupi laughed. Ha, you little bastard. You said you deserve to die 10,000 times, but now you want me to forgive you. This makes me feel very conflicted. Cheng Chumo had a long face and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi continued, Okay, the ignorant are innocent. I won't bicker with you little bastards. Obviously, in the 2 articles that predicted the match, Pai Lupi using the alias Li Tianshou had won the final victory. This naturally put Li Er in a good mood, and he couldn't be bothered to fuss over the disrespectful actions of the silk pants from before. When the playboys heard this, they all secretly let out a sigh of relief. After today, they didn't want to write any articles. Competing with the emperor was really too exciting. But what the playboys didn't expect was that Pai Lupi said to Li Wangyu, Tomorrow, I will have me Tua send over the next article. In addition, Du He's article is also not bad. Let them continue to write. Haha, I want to continue competing with these little bastards in the newspaper. His words stunned all the silk pants. What? He wants them to continue to write reviews in the newspaper? He wants them to continue to compete? Isn't he just messing with them? Your Majesty, Du He's face was bitter. He still wanted to argue, but he was really scared. If they had known that Li Er would write an article in the global newspaper, they would not have dared to oppose him even if they had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Okay, no need to think too much. If I tell you to write, then write. I forgive you. Ziyu, you are not allowed to leak information to them. You are not allowed to show my articles to them. Otherwise, you will be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Do you understand? Pai Lupi turned and left. He didn't give the playboys a chance to speak. At this point, what else could the silk pants say? They could only obediently agree and respectfully send off Pai Lupi. When Pai Lupi's back disappeared from everyone's sight, The playboys rubbed their hands and surrounded Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo and Feng Yai cracked their knuckles.
Their faces were ferocious. "Li Ziyu, you bastard! Today, I will let you know the fate of a traitor."
"Yes, teach this little bastard a lesson. We can't let him go easily today. Who told him to play with us? F***CK. I almost peed my pants just now." He added fuel to the fire. Li Wangyu was straightforward. He directly surrendered. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. "Brothers, please don't hit my face. I still rely on this face to make a living." His weary appearance naturally caused the group of silk pants to burst into laughter. "Ziyu, tell us, how are you going to compensate us for our losses today?" I was wrong. Today, I will treat you to a meal. P Square is still a wine shop. Brothers, please feel free. All expenses will be covered by me."
Li Wangyu knew that he had angered everyone, so his attitude was very proper. Not to mention how Li Wangyu was blackmailed by the playboys. After the royal batting tournament, there was a big wave in the streets. Today was the day of the tournament. Many people believed in He's analysis and bought lottery tickets because of his identity as the eldest son of the Lai family. But they didn't expect that they would only win 2 out of the 5 matches. It could be said that they lost miserably. In the stadium, the torn lottery tickets were flying in the air. They were like snowflakes, chilling to the heart. The loud curses of the audience in the stadium made the playboys cover their faces and leave in shame. They didn't dare to stay in the stadium for long, afraid that they would be recognized. There were even more people who beat their chests and stomped their feet, regretting that they didn't believe in Li Tianshou's analysis and missed the chance to win money. Only one day after the tournament, the name Li Tianshou became famous in Chang'an City. Everyone began to look forward to the next edition of the newspaper. They wanted to know if this Li Tianshou would continue to publish articles to predict the outcome of the tournament. The 100 Horsemen department reported all the feedback to Pai Lupi in full detail. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. That night, he excitedly burned the midnight oil to write an analysis and prediction of the next 5 matches. At the same time, he also commented on the 5 matches that day. When Li Wangyu received the commentary from Mito and read it carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked by Pai Lupi. Could this guy also be a time traveler? Pai Lupi's second commentary made Li Wangyu feel like he was reading an article from Titan Sport in the future. Not only were his words witty, but they were also spicy. He had the style of those famous football commentators in the future. Li Wangyu was even sure that if Pai Lupi didn't become the emperor, even if he traveled to the future, he wouldn't starve to death. The playboys, on the other hand, were in pain. They didn't know how to write this commentary. If the prediction wasn't accurate, they wouldn't be able to stand it if they were scolded by the people of Chang, and who lost every match. But if the prediction was accurate, where would Pai Lupi's face be? Originally, Cheng Chumo wanted to secretly ask Li Wangyu how Pai Lupi predicted. They just had to follow His Majesty's judgment. However, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't agree to their little schemes. What a joke. Pai Lupi said that if they leaked his article before the newspaper was printed, they would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Li Wangyu's disloyal attitude naturally angered the playboys so much that they raised their middle fingers at him to show their disdain. He and the others regretted it now. Why do they have to listen to this bastard Li Wangyu's persuasion and write some bullshit newspaper article? Trap. It was really a trap. Chapter 653. After the Spring Lantern Festival, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other courtiers discussed and accepted Li Wangyu's proposal. It was officially confirmed that the national games of the Tang Dynasty would be held in Chang'an City in March of the 4th year of Zhengguan. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict and announced it to the world. The envoys of various countries also sent messages to their respective countries, asking them to start recruiting people to participate in the games and prepare to leave for Chang'an. Now, more than 30 vassal countries had confirmed that they would participate in the games. In the first year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi divided the country into 10 provinces based on the geography of the mountains and rivers. They were Guanyi Province, Hunan Province, Hadong Province, Hebei Province, Shannan Province, Longyu Province, Huainan Province, Jiangnan Province, Jiannan Province, and Lingnan Province. Pai Lupi also issued an imperial edict to these 10 provinces for the games, asking them to select their participants and gather in the capital in March of next year to participate in the games. Chang'an City, Huanyan City,
Chang'an City, and Chang'an County formed their own teams. There were also the Imperial Army of the Southern Government and the Imperial Army of the Northern Government. A total of 14 teams would participate in the national games of the Tang Dynasty. Including the vassal countries' teams, there would be 40 to 50 teams competing for the championship. The competition was quite fierce. As for the games, in addition to the 5 that Li Wangyu proposed in the imperial court that day, which were batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting, Pai Lupi and the courtiers discussed and added the games of Kuju, Jiaotong, Chuawen, wooden archery, and tug-of-war. Li Wangyu did not expect that the Tang Dynasty would have so many games. Needless to say, Kuju was the predecessor of modern football. In addition, there were many games of Kuju in the Tang Dynasty, including 2 types of goals and 1 type of goal. One type of goal was a bit like volleyball in the modern era, but much more difficult. The 2 sides each stood on 2 sides of a goal. In front of the goal, they used their feet to pass the ball back and forth. The ball could not fall to the ground. If the ball passed through the round hole called the eye of the wind, hanging high above the goal, it would score a point. The 2 type of goal was not much different from modern football, similar to the popular polo of the Tang Dynasty. It was just that shooting was more difficult. Similarly, one needed to shoot the ball into the eye of the wind above the opponent's goal to score. Kakajitsu was wrestling, and Japanese sumo was learned from the Tang Dynasty. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Chuawen was a bit like a combination of modern golf and the gate ball played by the old people. The rule was to hit the ball into the hole with a club. The wooden arrow was almost the prototype of the bowling ball of the later generations. 10 wooden pillars were written with red pen: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, warmth, kindness, respect, thrift, yield. The other 5 wooden pillars were written with black pen: slow, arrogant, mischievous, greedy, promiscuous. During the match, the wooden ball would roll out. If it hit the red wooden pole, it would win, and if it hit the black wooden pole, it would lose. Needless to say, the tug-of-war was the same as the rules of the later generations. The only difference was that the tug-of-war in the Tang Dynasty was too spectacular. The rope was more than 1,000 feet long. Thousands of strong men were involved in the tug-of-war. Tens of thousands of people were watching at the scene. A row of bare-chested warriors were beating drums to cheer them on. The scene was full of smoke and dust, like a landslide. According to the records of the Feng family, this kind of scene once made the Ayaman guests, scholars and commoners at the scene, so much so that the Xiongnu people lost their tendons and bowed again, saying, "If the monarch is here, his country will perish." The tug-of-war could scare the Xiongnu envoy to pee his pants, which showed how powerful it was. The national games of the Tang Dynasty naturally attracted a lot of discussion among the people in Chang'an. Games was a new term that had never been heard of before. It sounded very interesting. In this era, there was no concept of national fitness. It was a prosperous era to let the people eat and not starve, not to mention the concept of nutrition and fitness. This was the so-called the poor study and the rich practice martial arts. Without enough food, or even a large amount of meat, it was impossible to train a body of muscles. As for studying, it was relatively cheap. At least eating porridge and starving did not affect one's studies. The people wanted to have fun. After all, there were too few entertainment activities in the Tang Dynasty. Although the people had never seen the national games of the Tang Dynasty, it did not affect the people's yearning and expectations. Li Wangyu took this opportunity to apply to the Pai Lupi for a new baseball stadium, but he did not expect to be directly rejected. It was not that the Pai Lupi was reluctant to give the land to Li Wangyu, but that the civil and military officials in the imperial court were jealous. When Li Wangyu wanted to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium, he was mocked by the people of Chang'an for being a spendthrift, and the officials in the imperial court also secretly made fun of him. But when the baseball stadium, which cost 20,000 taels of gold, was completed and put into use, the profits it generated in just 2 short days shocked the officials. For 2 consecutive days, the Dazhao baseball stadium was filled to the brim. After the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs did some calculations, they were shocked to find that the Huxian County Count Li Wangyu had earned no less than 10,000 strings of cash just from selling tickets. Needless to say, there was also the income from the lottery tickets and the cooked water and food in the stadium. The Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, estimated that in a year, Li Wangyu relied on this baseball stadium to earn no less than 300,000 strings of cash. After seeing Dai Zhou's calculations, The officials were speechless. Who the hell said that the Huxian County Count Li Wangyu was a spendthrift? Those officials who secretly laughed at Li Wangyu's spendthrift now felt a burning pain in their faces. Their faces were slapped by the numbers given by Minister Dai. After the embarrassment, they were full of jealousy. In front of such a huge profit, how could the officials in the imperial court sit still? Naturally, they wanted a share of the profits. Building a baseball stadium only cost 20,000 taels of gold and 120,000 strings of cash. It could be earned back in half a year. Only a fool would not do such a thing. In fact, Li Wangyu's Dazhao baseball stadium did not completely belong to him. Early in the construction of the baseball stadium, Li Wangyu was very tactful. He went to Empress Zhong's son and offered 40% of the shares with both hands. He also gave 20% of the shares to Chang Yaojin's residence. When building the baseball stadium, he borrowed a large amount of gold from Chang Yaojin. It would be unreasonable if he did not get some of the benefits. As for the tickets to the baseball stadium, Li Wangyu did not take that many. He had already asked Pai Lupi for permission. Half of the income from the tickets would be given to the 22 Imperial Army squads. In the end, the baseball stadium would also provide a large sum of money as a reward for the champion of the league tournament. However, Dai Zhou's prediction was not wrong. According to the calculations of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, even if half of the income from the tickets and the operating costs of the baseball stadium were deducted, the annual income would not be less than 200,000 strings of cash. In other words, every year, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, the uncle and nephew, would each receive no less than 80,000 strings of cash from the baseball stadium. Chang Yaojin would also receive 40,000 strings of cash as a bonus. Although Pai Lupi could earn a lot of money from it, he could not use this as a reason to stop Dai Zhou and the other's suggestion. After all, he was first and foremost the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. He had to consider the imperial court and not just the income from the palace treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi rejected Li Wangyu's suggestion to build another baseball stadium. Instead, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Works began to look for a suitable square in Chang'an City to build a new baseball stadium. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and express his regret. He did not particularly care about this matter. There were many ways to make money. It was also a good thing that the imperial court was willing to fund the construction of a baseball stadium. He was even a little happy. At least the officials of the Tang Dynasty could finally see the rich returns brought by the sports industry. Thinking about it, with this kind of stimulation, the development of sports in the Tang Dynasty might have a different trajectory. Li Wangyu was very happy to see such a change. Chapter 654. In the sound of the morning drum, the city gate of Chang'an slowly opened. Bai Macho looked up at the dark city wall in front of him and exhaled a long breath. He had finally arrived at Chang'an. Bai Macho was a merchant from the Qiuzi kingdom. Every year, he would travel between Qiuzi and Chang'an to sell various goods. It was 748 kilometers east of Chang'an from the Qiuzi king's Yan city. It would take them nearly 3 months to reach their faraway destination. The caravan led by Bai Macho came in spring and went in summer. They would go back and forth once a year to sell goods. In this era, the long journey was definitely an unimaginably arduous journey. If it were not for the high profits that this Silk Road could bring him, he would not have been able to persist. Bai Macho was almost 30 years old. He had been running this trade route from Qiuzi to Chang'an for many years. The constant traveling made him look like he was in his 40s or 50s. His face was blown by the wind and sand, showing the vicissitudes of time. In fact, Bai Macho did not have to work so hard. In Qiuzi, Bai was a national surname, just like Li in the Tang Dynasty. In the Qiuzi language, Bai was the transliteration of the Sanskrit Puspa, which meant flower for Buddha. Unfortunately, the Qiuzi king was addicted to beauty and singing and ignored the state affairs. As a result, the Qiuzi government had already fallen into the hands of Neili, the prime minister of Qiuzi. Bai Macho and the other members of the royal family were suppressed by Prime Minister Neili, so their lives became difficult. As a last resort, Bai Macho, who was only 18 years old, was forced to follow a caravan from the western region and began to learn how to do business to support his family. The walnut powder, benzoin, and fine horses produced by Qiuzi could be sold at a high price after being shipped to Chang'an. The silk and porcelain sold from Chang'an were even more precious than gold. In the blink of an eye, Bai Macho had been running on this silk road for nearly 10 years.
After many years of arduous business journey, he had accumulated a lot of property. Even in the Chotzi kingdom, Bai Macho was one of the top merchants. Originally, Bai Macho wanted to reach Chang'an before the Lantern Festival this year. He had spent several spring lantern festivals in Chang'an City, and he was fascinated by the bright night lights of tens of thousands of homes. It was a pity that a dozen of the camels in the caravan had some problems, which delayed the journey for a few days. They missed the chance to celebrate the Spring Lantern Festival in Chang'an again. Right now, Bai Mohu only wanted to enter the city as soon as possible. After unloading the goods at the warehouse in the Western Market, he would go to the Hu People's Tavern and have a good drink to relieve the pain of the 3 months of traveling. There were a lot of caravans waiting to enter the city. At the city gate, there were soldiers guarding the city to check the entry documents and conduct public inspection. The officials of various cities in Chang'an were checking and registering the caravan's goods. Therefore, the speed at which they were allowed to enter the city could not be considered too fast. Bai Mohu's caravan was not small. There were nearly 100 people and more than 300 camels. They carried goods worth no less than tens of thousands of strings of coins. He estimated that the caravan would not be able to enter Chang'an City without 2 to 4 hours. Thinking of this, Bai Mohu felt a little irritated. He really wanted to go to the Hu's tavern and drink a cup of good wine. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he saw a team of nearly 100 carriages coming from afar. They did not even line up and directly entered the city through the illustrious Virtue Gate. The soldiers guarding the gate did not stop them at all, as if they did not see them at all. What made Bai Mohu feel even more strange was that these carriages had 4 wheels. The size of the carriages was also much larger. There were also different colored handles on the carriages. He simply jumped off his horse and walked in front of a soldier guarding the gate. He placed his hand on his chest and saluted. "This soldier, may I ask why these carriages do not need to be inspected and can directly enter the city?" The soldier guarding the gate was an old soldier. He was quite polite to the caravan from the western regions. Hearing his question, he could not help but smile. "Manager, have you not been to Chang'an for a long time?" "Yes, I left Chang'an in the 4th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. I am a merchant from the Chotzi kingdom. It is not easy for me to go back and forth." Bai Mohu sighed. The old soldier nodded. "No wonder you don't know. These carriages are not for transporting goods. They are public carriages in Chang'an City. Therefore, there is no need to inspect them. May I ask what is the meaning of public carriages?" Bai Mohu asked hurriedly. The old soldier explained, "Haha, I think you also know that Chang'an City is big and it is not easy to live there. In such a big city like Chang'an, it is not easy to travel without a horse. These public carriages are the new toys created by County Earl Huxian. Everyone can take these public carriages. It costs 2 coins to send you to your destination. It is very convenient." Bai Mohu had heard of the County Earl Huxian mentioned by the old soldier. After all, when he left Chang'an City last year, Li Wangyu had just been conferred the title of County Earl Huxian by Pai Lupi. Bai Mohu thought that this County Earl Huxian should be a noble in Chang'an City. It had nothing to do with him, so he did not care about it. "Is there such a good thing? Then may I ask, what is the meaning of the different colored pickles on these carriages?" "Those are the public carriages routes. Public carriages of different colors take different routes in Chang'an City. Manager, you are going to the Western Market, right? Do you see the carriage with the green handles? Take the carriage and it will send you directly to the Western Market." After Bai Mohu thanked the old soldier, he thought for a while and simply greeted the manager of the caravan. He was going to enter the city first and rest in the Western Market's Hu Tavern. After leading the caravan into the city, he would go to the warehouse to meet the caravan. After telling the manager of the caravan, Bai Mohu took a servant and stopped a carriage with the green handles in front of the Mingda gate according to the old soldier's instructions. "Hello. Lang Jun. I am going to the Western Market. Can I take your carriage?" Bai Mohu politely greeted the coachman of the carriage. "Yes, come on up. 2 coins per person and put it directly into the box." Seeing his dressing, the coachman knew that it was his first time in a carriage. He smiled and introduced, "Lang Jun, please take care of your monkey. Don't let it disturb the other guests later." The monkey that the coachman mentioned was the one that Bai Mohu kept. At this moment, it was squatting on his shoulder, squeaking and looking around. This monkey was not a pet that he kept.
It was a guard in the caravan that was used as a lookout and a warning. The Silk Road from Chang'an to the western region was not smooth sailing. In addition to the desert, mountains, grasslands and wilderness, these harsh tests of nature, the biggest enemy of the caravan was the bandits. The merchants on the Silk Road mostly carried silk, pearls, gems, and gold coins. They were precious and relatively light, which made them easy to transfer and sell. They were the most attractive, fat meat in the eyes of the bandits. In order to protect themselves, the caravan traveling to the western region was not small and had a certain amount of armed forces. Monkeys were smart and alert, and they had a lot of energy. Most of the caravan in the western region would keep monkeys as a lookout at night to prevent wild beasts or bandits from attacking the caravan. Later archaeologists had unearthed many figurines with monkeys and camels on the Silk Road in the western region for this reason. In The Journey to the West, written by Wu Qinzhen, the monkey that Sun Wukong was based on originated from the monkeys kept by the caravan on the Silk Road. Of course, Bai Mohu kept monkeys in his caravan. Because this monkey was quite clever, Bai Mohu liked it very much. Therefore, no matter where he went, he liked to bring this monkey with him. Haha, don't worry. This monkey is very obedient. It won't cause any trouble. That's good. The coachman nodded and did not say more. He waved the whip and the carriage moved forward slowly. Bai Mohu and the servants sat in the carriage and looked around curiously. They felt that everything was very novel. He did not expect that in just half a year away from Chang'an, there would be such a novel thing as a public carriage. The carriage moved forward. Soon, Bai Mohu found something new. Chapter 655. There was also a pile of paper printed with ink on the public carriage, but Bai Muchuan did not know what it was for. While Bai Mohu was puzzled, he saw the carriage slowly stop, and a passenger got on the carriage. The passenger was a young man dressed like a scholar. When he saw Bai Mohu, a barbarian merchant in the carriage, he bowed to him politely as a greeting. "Coachman, today's newspaper is out? Great. I'll buy one. Including the fare, it's 3 coins. I've put it into the money box." The scholar threw out a copper coin and grabbed a newspaper. He sat down and began to read it with great interest, ignoring the bumpy carriage. Bai Mohu could not hold back his curiosity. He hesitated for a while but still could not help asking, "Sir, may I know what you're buying?" The scholar smiled and said, "This is a newspaper." "Oh, it's a report and analysis about the batting matches." Batting matches? Bai Mohu was a little confused. He certainly knew about batting matches. Polo was the favorite sport of the western region. But it was hard for him to understand why there was a newspaper analysis about the batting matches. Seeing his confusion, the scholar explained, "It's the Royal Batting League of the Tang Dynasty. It was created by the Earl of Hu County. There are 22 imperial batting teams in total. Every rest day, they will catch and kill each other. It's very exciting. And this newspaper is to report about these matches." The Earl of Hu County again? This was the second time Bai Mohu heard the Earl's name today. He made a mental note of the Earl's name. It seemed that the Earl of Hu County was also a great nobleman in Chang'an. After Bai Mohu thanked the scholar, he also put in a coin and bought a newspaper from the coachman. As a member of the royal family of Cheesy Country, he certainly knew Chinese characters. This was also a compulsory course for the nobles in the vassal states around the Tang Dynasty. Many vassal states that did not have a native language even directly used the Central Plains language as their own language. This was not unusual. Bai Mohu flipped through the newspaper with great interest. He was very interested in the contents of the newspaper. "Excuse me, may I know where the Great Zhao batting field is?" Bai Mohu looked at the information about the batting match in the newspaper and asked the scholar curiously. "Haha, speaking of this Great Zhao baseball field, it's really amazing. This was a baseball field that Count Huxian had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build. It could hold 100,000 people at the same time. It was a spectacular sight and could be called a miracle. When Lang Jun is free, he must go and take a look." This De Zhao baseball field is where De and Square and Zhaoxing Square were originally located. Speaking of the Great Zhao baseball field, the scholar's face was full of pride. When Bai Macho heard that, the shock and astonishment in his heart could not be expressed in words. Was it that county Count Hu again? 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? Teskask. Even a wealthy merchant like Bai Mohu was speechless upon hearing this number. What kind of person was this count? He was so inconceivable. And a batter's field that could hold 100,000 people was beyond Bai Mafo's imagination. The total population of Chotzi country was less than 100,000 people. How magnificent would this building be? Bai Mohu made a mental note of this baseball league and the great Zhao baseball field. He planned to go and see for himself what kind of grand occasion the next day of the game would be. While he was talking with the scholar, passengers kept getting into the carriage. Soon, not only was the carriage full of people, but there were also many passengers standing in the middle of the carriage.
After many passengers got into the carriage, those who were literate would happily buy a copy of the newspaper like the scholar and read it with great interest.
Those who were illiterate would beg for someone to explain the content of today's newspaper to them. Bai Mohu looked at the people in the carriage who were talking about the game. It was very lively. Everyone, that Li Tianshou published another article. Have you read it? Of course. On the next day of the game, I might buy a lottery ticket according to Li Tianshou's analysis. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't believe Li Tianshou in the last round. Who would have thought that the young Duke of Lai Manor could only guess the results of 2 games correctly? I've lost too many times. Isn't that right? Who would have thought that? I wonder who this Li Tianshou is. He actually got 4 out of 5 correct. That's amazing. TSK. TSK. In the last round of the game, I saw someone take 5 taels of gold and buy a lottery ticket according to Li Tianshou's analysis. At that time, I persuaded him to come. Now it seems that he is a smart person. 5 taels of gold became 8 taels of gold. That's really amazing. Alas, why didn't I bet with that person that day? There was a sigh in the carriage. In the last round of the game, most people bought a lottery ticket after reading Du He's prediction. Unexpectedly, they lost so badly. Because of that, Du He and the other fops were almost cursed by the people of Chang'an City. No one expected that the little-known Li Tianshou, who was laughed at before, would write an analysis and prediction article in the newspaper so accurately. Out of the 5 games, he guessed 4 right. How amazing was that? Some of the commoners who had lost the match even guessed that County Count Hu and Li Tianshou had colluded to cheat. However, there was no market for such speculations. After all, the newspaper had clearly published the results of Li Tianshou's predictions. If they had listened to Li Tianshou and bought a lottery ticket, they would have won money. Who would beat drums and gongs to tell others that they were cheating? Therefore, this could only be the work of the little-known Li Tianshou. He had an extremely high level of analysis and unique insight. For a moment, Chang'an City was filled with the flavor of Luoyang's paper. The new issue of the newspaper was quickly sold out. Everyone was talking about Li Tianshou and the newspaper, his prediction of the next game, and how to buy a lottery ticket. Who was Li Tianshou? No one in Chang'an City knew. Even the officials of the imperial court were guessing and asking around. There were also people who guessed that this Li Tianshou might be the alias of County Count Hu Li Wangyu. Those who knew who Li Tianshou was all kept quiet. Even the foppish rich didn't dare to wantonly spread the news that Pai Lupi was Li Tianshou. In Noda's Chang'an City, Li Tianshou had become a mysterious figure whose whereabouts were rarely seen. After the narcissistic Pai Lupi received the news from the 100 Cavalry Department, he was naturally very pleased. In particular, Mi Tuo's report on the public opinion gathered by the 100 Cavalry Department spies in Chang, and was even more tiresome. For 10,000 years, the 2 counties of Chang'an City have been discussing a person named Li Tianshou. This person published an article in the newspaper run by the county count Hu, predicting the outcome of a game. Li Tianshou's article is incisive and his insight is unique. He accurately predicted 4 out of the 5 games, moving the public. The 100 Cavalry Department doesn't know this person's background and hasn't verified it yet.
Pai Lupi looked at the report from the 100 Cavalry Department in his hand, and then looked at Mi Tuo beside him. He picked up his teacup and said, Mi Tuo, tell the 100 Cavalry Department not to meddle in other people's business. Mi Tuo naturally understood Pai Lupi's meaning and hurriedly bowed. Yes, everyone, I will go and warn them. Don't meddle. Wasn't this nonsense? Li Tianshou was Pai Lupi. If the 100 Cavalry Department wanted to find out who Li Tianshou was, wouldn't they have nothing better to do? Mi Tuo, who knew the inside story, naturally wouldn't let the 100 Cavalry Department do such a stupid thing. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and looked at the report from the 100 Cavalry Department again. Then he picked up the newspaper beside him and carefully read it.
What happened in Taiji Palace naturally had nothing to do with the public. In the public carriage, Bai Mohu was listening to the conversation with great interest. After leaving Chang'an City for half a year, he felt that the world's #1 city had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chapter 656. Fortunately, Bai Mohu had never read Dream of the Red Chamber. Otherwise, he would feel that he was like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden and was curious about everything. Bai Mohu found it very interesting as he listened to the people in the carriage talking about the batting match 2 days ago and discussing how to buy lottery tickets on the next day. When the public carriage arrived at Shi City, he was fascinated by the vending machines in front of the shop selling cooked water. In Bai Mohu's eyes, this machine was like a fairy weapon. Once you put in a copper coin, the machine could automatically pour out warm cooked water. It was incredible. Bai Mohu even suspected that there was a waiter hiding in the wooden cabinet that sold cooked water. Otherwise, how could this inanimate object tell how many copper coins he put in? He could not understand why these shops would put such a precious treasure in front of their shops. Were they not afraid that it would be stolen? Bai Mohu even wanted to buy one of these vending machines and transport it back to the Chotzi country. He thought that it would cause a sensation. He asked the shopkeeper of the shop and found out that these magical mechanisms were made by the Earl of Huxian. This was the 3rd time he heard the name of this earl today. Bai Mohu held the bamboo tube full of cooked water and thanked the shopkeeper. Then he strolled in Shi City with his monkey sitting on his shoulder and the servant following behind him. He had just taken a few steps when he saw someone playing gongs and drums in front of him. It was very lively. Bai Mohu squeezed into the crowd curiously and found that it was a shop with a sign saying, Tang Dynasty Lottery. Many people had gathered in front of it. He took a closer look, but he did not find any goods in the shop. As for what lottery tickets were, Bai Mohu was even more confused. Could it be something like colorful brocade? Excuse me, may I know what this shop sells? Bai Mohu asked the passerby curiously. This is a shop selling lottery tickets. Of course it sells lottery tickets. The passerby looked at him in confusion and then looked at his clothes. He suddenly realized something. You just arrived in Chang'an, Langjun? Hee, this lottery ticket is also a kind of gambling. One bet only costs 2 copper coins. If you bet on a set of numbers, you can win 200 taels of gold at most. If you're interested, you can try your luck by buying a few lottery tickets. Hearing that he could win 200 taels of gold by spending only 2 coins, even a great merchant like Bai Mohu's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a good thing in the world? While he was feeling suspicious, he saw an official in the Tang Dynasty uniform standing in front of the lottery shop shouting to the surrounding people, "The 15th round of the Tang Dynasty lottery has been opened. There will be 2 special prize winners in this round, and each of them will win 200 taels of gold." This official was the one in charge of supervising the issuance of lottery tickets in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of envious discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, just as County Count who said, you can buy as much or as little as you want in the lottery. You have to buy as much as you want in the lottery. Early, middle, late, and early, you have to win. The 16th lottery of the Tang Dynasty is now on sale. You can come in and buy it now. With the living example of a lottery winner, it naturally attracted the common people and merchants in Shi City to rush into the lottery shop and take out a few copper coins to buy lottery tickets. After Bai Mohu asked the passers-by, he naturally followed the crowd into the lottery shop. After waiting in line for a long time, he took out 10 copper coins to buy 5 lottery tickets. Walking out of the lottery shop, Bai Mohu looked at the beautifully printed lottery ticket in his hand and could not help shaking his head. The Tangs were really extravagant. They printed such beautiful paper just for gambling. And this lottery ticket was created by the Count of Hu County. This was the 4th time he had heard this name today. After watching the fun and trying to buy the lottery ticket, Bai Mohu continued to stroll in Shi City to see if there were any fresh goods worth selling to the Chotzi country. After drinking the boiled water in the bamboo tube, he could not help but feel a little urgent to pee. So he turned around and walked to an alley in Shi City to find a corner to relieve himself. Unexpectedly, before Bai Mohu untied the belt on his robe, he was caught red-handed by Wu Ho, who was patrolling the street. "Hey, that barbarian merchant, you are so strict that you drown wherever you go. Otherwise, you will be punished with 20 canes. Don't blame me for not informing you in advance." Wu Ho's words stunned Bai Mohu. It was not like he had never stayed in Chang'an City. Every year, He would stay in Chang'an City for 2 or 3 months. Since when did Chang'an City have such a rule?
But with Wu Ho's reminder, Bai Mohu suddenly realized that since he entered the city today, he did not see those yellow and white things on the street. He did not dare to argue, but just quickly saluted with his hands folded.
Wu Ho officials, I haven't been to Chang'an City for a long time. I just entered the city today. I really did not know, please forgive me. But this person has 3 needs, I don't know. Bai Mohu was also a little depressed.
If he was not allowed to relieve himself wherever he went, would he have to hold it in?
Wu Ho looked at each other and laughed out loud. Do you see that house? That is the toilet. It is funded by the county count of Huxian and built for the people. It is to prevent the city from hiding dirty things everywhere. If you need to relieve yourself, you can go directly to the toilet. Remember, you are not allowed to relieve yourself wherever you go in Chang'an City. Otherwise you will be caned. In Chang'an City, there are toilets everywhere. If you need one, you can ask around. Yes, I will keep it in mind.
Bai Mohu quickly bowed and led the servant to the toilet. After being relieved, Bai Mohu could not help shaking his head again. He almost lost his face today. If he was caught and caned because of relieving himself wherever he went, he would lose all his face. It was that Count of Huxian again. Bai Mohu really did not know how to evaluate this count. He only felt that after entering Chang'an City today, all the things he heard seemed to be related to this count. And he had lived in Chang'an City for a long time, but he had never heard of this mysterious count before. He could not help but be curious about this Count of Huxian. If Bai Mohu did not know that his identity was different from that count, he would like to pay a visit to this mysterious noble of the Tang Dynasty. Although he was also a member of the royal family of the Chotzi country, in front of the powerful Tang Dynasty, even an 8th or 9th level official in Chang'an City would not look him in the eye. Bai Mohu already knew this from his many years of experience in business. The Tang Dynasty was such a huge empire that it was impossible for people not to be in awe of it. Thinking of this, Bai Mohu could not help shaking his head with a wry smile. Then, he walked into a bookstore. Every time he came to Chang'an City, he would come to these bookstores to see if there were any new books for sale. Bai Mohu felt that all kinds of books from the Central Plains must be worshipped. The culture of the Central Plains was too attractive to him. He even often thought that after he no longer needed to run around doing business, he would live in Chang'an City and spend the rest of his life studying those poems, policies, decrees, scriptures, and moi. That was the life he wanted most. Walking into the bookstore, Bai Mohu couldn't help but exclaim softly. Why were those copied books for sale in the bookstore all gone? Instead, they were replaced by stacks of square-shaped, bound books. Shopkeeper, why don't I see any books for sale? Bai Mohu asked curiously. Haha, sir. Have you just come to Chang'an City? You don't know that the bookstores in Chang'an City now no longer sell those hand-copied books. The shopkeeper laughed. Why is that? Haha, it's all thanks to Count of Huxian. He came up with the craft of engraving printing. Now these books are all printed by engraving and then bound into books. It's not only convenient, but also much cheaper. Sir, look at the Analects of Confucius. It used to cost 2 copper coins, but now it only costs 500 coins. Bai Mohu was stunned. Is there such a good thing? But before he could answer, someone beside him said, Haha, Count of Huxian was just lucky. Chapter 657. In this bookstore in the West City, besides Bai Mohu and the shopkeeper, there were also several scholars who were buying books. When the crowd heard that someone was shamelessly boasting that the county count was just lucky, they couldn't help but become angry. They turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, wanting to see just what kind of arrogant person could say such a thing. The person who spoke was a young man in white, who was followed by a stunning beauty and a blonde lady with blue eyes. Although Bai Macho did not know the Earl of Huxian, what he saw and heard after entering Chang'an today made him yearn for the Earl and admire him greatly. Bai Mohu could not help but show a displeased expression when he heard someone belittling the magical count. However, he was only a businessman from cheesy country, so it was not convenient for him to speak now. However, the shopkeeper and the scholars in the bookstore did not have such scruples, and they all refuted. Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? The county earl who is a genius. How can you belittle him like this? How can you have the nerve to say the word, lucky? That's right. Young man, you seem to be a scholar.
Didn't your teacher teach you what it means to give me a peach and give me a fine jade in return? Now you can buy books at such a low price because of the county earl who. How can you say it's lucky?
Young and frivolous and arrogant. After being reprimanded by the shopkeeper and the scholars, the young man did not feel ashamed or annoyed. Instead, he looked embarrassed and touched his nose, as if he did not know what to say. However, the stunning beauty beside him covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard what he said. The Hu lady widened her eyes and looked like she could not believe it.
Everyone is right, it was a slip of the tongue. That county earl who, well, he is definitely a peerless genius. He is blessed by God and is a distinguished person. The young man in white realized what he said had angered the crowd, so he quickly corrected himself. His words didn't make much of a difference to the shopkeeper and the scholars, but it made the exceptional beauty and Hu Ji by the young man's side laugh out loud. Everyone glared at each other angrily. If it weren't for the fact that they were two women, they would have already cursed it out loud. The white-robed youth was naturally Li Wangyu, while the stunning beauty and Hu Ji beside him were his beautiful boss Su Chongqing and Aphrodite. Since he had nothing to do today, he invited beauties out for a stroll in Shi City. As for that girl Perrin, because of a few pimples on her face, she was unwilling to go out and stayed in the manor. In this regard, Li Wangyu also shook his head. Even Perrin, this lass, had started to show off. As expected, there was no difference between a girl and a woman. Thinking about those young ladies in the future, if they didn't turn on the beauty filter when taking photos, it would be like taking their lives. Thinking about it, it was the same principle. Li Wangyu entered the bookstore not to buy books, but to see how the sales of his three kingdoms were doing. Deep down, this man was actually similar to Pai Lupi in that they both liked to secretly peep at others praising them. After entering the bookstore, Li Wangyu was strolling around when he heard the shopkeeper and the Hu merchant talking about him. He couldn't help but feel smug and couldn't help but pretend to be modest. He didn't expect that his casual remark would attract the ridicule of the crowd. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and even made his beautiful boss laugh secretly. On the other hand, after Li Wangyu shamelessly praised himself, how could his beautiful boss and Aphrodite hold it in any longer? Naturally, they burst into laughter. Seeing that everyone in the bookstore was glaring at them, their beautiful boss and Aphrodite hurriedly stopped laughing and pretended as if nothing had happened. They casually grabbed a book and started reading. The shopkeeper frowned but couldn't say anything more. He could only ignore the young man and his group and continue to say to Bai Macho, "Sir, do you want to buy a book? There is a set of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is definitely a good book that you can't miss. This book was written by the Count of Hu County, and it talks about the struggle for hegemony in the Wei, Shu, and Wu kingdoms at the end of the Han Dynasty. This book is the most amazing book in the world." Bai Macho was naturally interested to hear that it was written by the Count of Hu County. Since it was written by the Count of Hu County, I must read it. Shopkeeper, please give me a copy. Haha, sir, the Three Kingdoms is a set of 24 books. Do you want to buy a set or a book first? If you buy a set, it will be 12 strings of copper coins. Bai Macho was stunned when he heard that. He really didn't expect that there would be so many books in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, 12 strings of copper coins wasn't a problem for him. Since he was going to buy a set, he naturally had to buy a set. Hearing that he wanted to buy a full set of the Three Kingdoms, the shopkeeper smiled even more brightly and hurriedly called the shop assistants to pack up the books for Bai Macho. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that the Hu merchant actually bought a full set of the Three Kingdoms without hesitation. This Hu merchant from the western region was actually literate? That was quite refreshing. Nowadays, illiterates were everywhere in the Tang Dynasty. It was rare to meet a Hu merchant from the western region who was literate. Li Wangyu was curious, so he went up to the Hu merchant and cupped his hands. Lang Jun, may I ask which country in the western region you are from? Although Bai Macho didn't like what the young man said before, he still cupped his hands politely and replied, "Mr. Xiao Lang, I am from the Chotzi country in the western region." Chotzi country? Lang Jun, you can also read the language of the Tang Dynasty? That's not easy. I have loved the culture of the Central Plains since I was young, so I have learned some rough knowledge. I can barely read and write, Bai Macho replied politely. In fact, learning the language and culture of the Central Plains was a compulsory course for the Chotzi royal family. However, Bai Macho did have the talent. Although the other Chotzi royal family also had the basic knowledge of the royal family,
It was just so. There were very few who were as proficient as him. In fact, this situation was not rare in the countries around the Tang dynasty. Almost all the aristocrats in the countries had to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. If they didn't, they would be laughed at. Li Wangyu saw that the Xianxia merchant had an extraordinary way of talking, so he wanted to make friends with him. He was also interested in the Xianxia culture. After all, in the future, the Xianxia civilization had disappeared in the long river of history. It was one of the 22 ancient countries that disappeared in the history of Wuxia. Today, he met a Xianxia merchant who was ready to read the Three Kingdoms. It was worth chatting with him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu cupped his hands again and said to Bai Macho, Lang Jun, if you are free, how about I treat you to a drink?
I am interested in the Xianxia culture, so I would like to ask for your advice.
Well,
Bai Macho was a little hesitant about Li Wangyu's invitation. After all, he didn't have a good first impression of this young man. He felt that this young man was young and frivolous, so he didn't want to get close to him. While Bai Macho was thinking about how to decline, he heard a noise outside the bookstore.
He and the others couldn't help but look to the side to find the source of the noise.
Chapter 658. The street outside the bookstore was in an uproar at the moment. The matter was not complicated. It was just a dispute caused by a few well-dressed young men on horseback who knocked over the wicker basket of a roadside peddler. However, the well-dressed young men who were obviously in the wrong did not apologize. Instead, they signaled the troops behind them to beat up the peddler. The peddler was badly battered and his goods were all overturned and trampled. You blind thing, you broke my precious horse. Even if I beat you to death, you won't be able to compensate me.
Bah, continue to beat him.
The arrogant attitude of this group of people annoyed the onlookers in the West Market.
However, looking at the well-dressed young men and the deterrence of the strong troops, no one dared to speak up for the peddler who was beaten. Everyone was angry but did not dare to speak up. The shopkeeper of the bookstore and the group of scholars who had reprimanded Li Wangyu with righteous indignation were all speechless at the moment. The crowd just shook their heads silently, but no one intended to stop them. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see that this group of well-dressed young men were obviously the sons of the nobles in Chang'an City.
Otherwise, they would not be followed by such a large group of troops. Some sharp-eyed people even saw the patrolling marquis of the West Market behind the crowd.
However, they immediately pretended not to see them and turned to walk away. Even the marquis of the West Market did not dare to control this group of people, let alone this group of weak scholars.
Bai Mohu also shook his head.
Such cases of the nobles bullying the common people were indeed everywhere.
Even a powerful empire like the Tang Dynasty was no exception. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss changed their expressions when they saw this scene outside the bookstore. Haha, I didn't expect that this group of bastards would dare to come back to Chang'an City so soon. Chongqing, you and Avro wait in the bookstore for a moment. I'll go find them. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk out of the bookstore. However, his beautiful boss stopped him. Wangyu, let's forget it. It's been so long. The beautiful boss looked slightly worried.
Li Wangyu spat on the ground and said, Bah, these bastards, I've wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time.
Back then, this group of bastards ran away quickly and didn't manage to catch them. It's only been half a year. Since they dare to come back to Chang'an, I have to play with them. The reason Li Wangyu was so angry was naturally because of the group of violently dressed youths. These people were Wang Ziqiao, Zhang Kongbua, and the others, who had been sent out of Chang'an by the aristocratic families after they had offended Li Wangyu and returned to their families to lie low. Li Wangyu hated Zhang Kongbua so much that the roots of his teeth itched. This bastard actually wanted to kidnap his beautiful superior for him to abuse. If it wasn't for the fact that his beautiful superior coincidentally met Empress Zhang's son, she might have forced Li Wangyu, who was still a virgin at that time, to use explosives to open a path and risk his life against Xingyang's Zhang. At that time, he was just a commoner. Although he had used Empress Zhangxuan's power to force Xingyang's Zhang to lower her head and admit her mistakes, he hadn't hurt her at all. To the Zhang family of Xingyang, the gold was not even worth mentioning. If Zhang Yuanshou hadn't been wrestling with Pai Lupi at that time and wanted to force Pai Lupi to confess his crimes, even Zhang Kongbua might not have been sent back to Xingyang. As for Wang Ziqiao and the others, they were sent back to Taiyuan and other places by their respective families because they had sent their subordinates to Sun's bookstore in the East City to commit murder and arson. However, It was obvious that this group of fops wasn't someone who could hold back. How could places like Xinjiang and Taiyuan compare to the prosperity of Chang'an? Therefore, after half a year, this group of legitimate sons of aristocratic families rushed back to Chang'an before New Year's Eve. Li Wangyu didn't know anything about this at first, but he didn't expect to run into this group of fops bullying the common people when he was out strolling today. Seeing Li Wangyu's resolute attitude, his beautiful superior naturally couldn't say anything more.
She could only silently tell him to be more careful before pulling Afro to the side.
Since they were out strolling today, the Niu brothers and the troops naturally followed them. However, Li Wangyu disliked them for being too bright and only ordered them to follow him from a distance and not disturb his date with the two girls. Seeing Li Wangyu come out of the bookstore, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others hurriedly followed him. The Niu brothers naturally recognized Zhang Kongbua, Wang Ziqiao, and the others. When they saw these fops taking advantage of their power to bully others, they were so angry that they couldn't wait to beat them up. However, since Li Wangyu didn't say anything, they naturally couldn't be nosy and cause trouble for Li Wangyu. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, it shouldn't be a problem to take care of those bastards, right? Li Wangyu waved at them and called the troops to his side. Don't worry, Lang Jun. My brother and I are enough to beat those bastards up. Niu Wu cracked his knuckles as he replied fiercely. That's good. You guys go and beat those bastards up. Li Wangyu pointed at Zhang Kongbua and the others. Niu Wu responded excitedly. Just as he was about to step forward, Niu Yong pulled him back. Lang Jun, what about the sons of the Zheng family, the Wang family, the Lu family, and the Cui family? Isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, Niu Yong was more mature and prudent. He was worried that he and the others would cause trouble for his Lang Jun by beating up those bastards. Li Wangyu looked around and picked up a brick from the corner of the street. He weighed it in his hand and said, You guys go and beat up all their lackeys. I'll take care of those good-for-nothings myself. He knew that Niu Yong was right. Zhang Kongbua and the others had different statuses. If his troops beat them up, it would be troublesome. Since that was the case, he would do it himself. At most, he would go to the Taiji Palace to fight a lawsuit with those aristocratic families. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. When Niu Yong saw this, he could only smile bitterly. He ordered the troops behind him, You guys protect Lang Jun. Don't let him get hurt. The troops of the Li family were all old soldiers recruited from the Jianghu guards. Although they didn't know what conflict their Lang Jun had with those bastards, they weren't afraid. Anyway, they just needed to listen to their Longjuan's orders. With their Longjuan's close relationship with the sage, beating up those bastards wasn't a big deal to them. Just like what Li Wangyu said when he recruited them, his uncle is a sage. In this world, other than those princes, was there anyone who was more dandy than their Lang Jun? Even the crown prince and the king of Yu had to respectfully greet their Lang Jun as teacher when they saw him. Therefore, this group of troops did not feel that there was anything wrong at all. They all let out a strange cry and rushed out with Niu Wu. They directly surrounded Zhang Kongbua and Wang Ziqiao's troops and gave them a round of beating. The troops of the Zhang and Wang families didn't expect that there would be someone in Chang, and who dared to meddle in their business. Originally, their strength was not as good as the Niu brothers and the old soldiers recruited by Li Wangyu. In addition, they were caught off guard. This group of troops of the Zhang and Wang families who were brazenly beating up the peddlers were immediately beaten to the ground by the Niu brothers and the others. They were all beaten up until they cried out in pain. Zhang Kongbua, Wang Ziqiao, and the others were also stunned. Then they flew into a rage and said, Who are you? How dare you beat up the troops of the Zhang and Wang families? Do you want to die? Before they finished their words, they saw Li Wangyu holding a brick. He separated the crowd and walked over. Child Zheng, Child Wang, Child Lu, Child Cui, long time no see. I miss you very much. Chapter 659. Li Wangyu's appearance caused Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Lu Xiang, and Cui Hong to stare blankly for a moment before quickly reacting. Li Wangyu, did you order the prefectural troops to commit murder? What do you want to do? Do you want to become enemies with the 5 families and 7 hopes? Surnamed Li, you've got guts. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a county earl? Hurry up and tell your prefectural troops to stop. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us?
Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at the clamoring of the nobles.
You bastards, Why didn't you say that you were condoning murder when you ordered your troops to bully others? That's right. I was the one who ordered the beating. Not only do I want to beat up your lackeys, but I also want to beat up all of you bastards. Li Wangyou's words caused Wang Ziqiao to involuntarily take a few steps back.
He forced himself to remain calm and shouted sternly, "Li Wangyou, what do you want to do?
Could it be that you're condoning your subordinates to attack us in broad daylight? Do you really think that the 5 families and 7 hopes are made of mud?" Cui Daogu was much calmer than Wang Ziqiao.
He said with disdain, "What's there to be afraid of?
Could it be that he dares to order the prefectural troops to beat us up? I'd like to see who dares." "Humph, that's how it is. County Earl who is so mighty. But I'd like to see which blind person dares to touch us." Cui Hong also hooted. Lu Xiang and the others also reacted at this time. That's right, what was there to be afraid of? Even if their own troops were beaten up, so what? Could it be that the Li family's troops dared to touch them, the nobles? As long as Li Wangyou didn't lose his mind, he wouldn't order his troops to attack. Otherwise, if this matter got out of hand, even if Pai Lupi could protect Li Wangyou, his troops would still be in trouble. If the Lai Hot's troops didn't make a move, how could they be afraid of Li Wangyou? Now it was 5 against 1. Not only did they have more people, but they were also older than Li Wangyou. Why should they be afraid of this young man? Wang Ziqiao and the others' words made Zhang Kongbua glare fiercely at Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou recognized Zhang Kongbua, but it was Zhang Kongbua's first time seeing Li Wangyou. Back then, Li Wangyou only hid in the dark and dug a hole for Zhang Kongbua. The two of them didn't meet face to face. However, Zhang Kongbua was not a stranger to Li Wangyou, who had cheated the Zheng family of Xingyang several times. Hearing this person's name, Zhang Kongbua was almost sick of it. "This bastard Tian Shenu is Li Wangyou?" Zhang Kongbua pointed at Li Wangyou and asked the young masters beside him. Wang Ziqiao and the others immediately nodded and didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, it's him. Brother Kongbua, I'm afraid you don't know that you were forced to leave Chong and because of this person. The young lady in the carriage is one of Lai Hot's people." Hearing this, Zhang Kongbua's eyes suddenly turned red. "So your Tian Shenu is Li Wangyou? That stinky woman that day is one of your people? Was the gambling house of the Zheng family cheated by your Tian Shenu? I'll kill you today." After he finished speaking, he ignored everything else and pounced on Li Wangyou. He raised his fist and punched Li Wangyou's face. Zhang Kongbua was originally a reckless person, and he had always been unscrupulous. He didn't care whether Li Wangyou had a noble title or whether he was Pai Lupi's nephew or the crown prince's teacher. Right now, all he could think of was how to beat Li Wangyou up to vent his anger. This guy had a good idea, but he neglected 2 things. First, Zhang Kongbua's body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Although he was much older than Li Wangyou, he was very weak. That seemingly ferocious fist appeared to be weak and powerless in the eyes of the bystanders. Second, he completely ignored the deterrent power of the brick in Li Wangyou's hand. Therefore, Zhang Kongbua suffered a tragedy. Li Wangyou leaned to one side to avoid Zhang Kongbua's fist. Then, without hesitation, he raised the brick in his hand and slammed it on Zhang Kongbua's face. "If I don't beat his face until it blossoms, he won't know why the flowers are so red." Li Wangyou succeeded in one hit, and he was very happy. He couldn't help but think of the classic line of Sun Wukong in the Lotus Lamp. When Wang Ziqiao and the rest saw that Li Wangyou really dared to hit Zhang Kongbua, and with one hit, he made Zhang Kongbua's nose and mouth spurt out blood, they were scared out of their wits and screamed. Zhang Kongbua was hit by Li Wangyou's brick, and almost fainted. He only felt his vision go black, and then came the sharp pain. His head was buzzing, and he saw stars. His body went soft and fell to the ground. He was stunned for a while, and then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Li Wangyou still felt that it wasn't enough. When he thought that his beautiful boss was almost harmed by this scum in front of him, his heart was burning with anger. Li Wangyou didn't care about Zhang Kongbua's continuous screams, and directly raised his leg to kick him, making him roll on the ground like a rubber ball. Wang Ziqiao and the others were all intimidated by Li Wangyou's ferocious and fierce actions. Not only did they not dare to stop him, but they also retreated. Their bodies were shaking like sieves, and they covered their mouths with their hands. They didn't even dare to breathe. The 2 brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu were afraid that Li Wangyou would kick Zhang Kongbua to death and cause a lot of trouble, so they hurried over to hold the furious Li Wangyou. Lang Jun, don't hit him, don't hit him, Niu Yong whispered in Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu was happy to hit him, and he also vented the anger in his heart. When he heard Niu Yong's words, he calmed down. He spat at Zhang Konghua, who was howling on the ground, and then turned his head to glare at Wang Ziqiao and the rest. Count who? What? What do you want to do? This is Chang'an City. There are laws. Don't mess around. Wang Ziqiao was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Zhang Konghua, the eldest son of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, and the son of Zhang Yuanshou, was beaten by Li Wangyu until his face was covered in blood and he couldn't get up. How could they not be afraid? Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the rest didn't expect that Li Wangyu, this young man, would be so fierce and so ruthless. Even though they used to fight with Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys, they had never seen someone like Li Wangyu, who directly hit his face with a brick. Li Wangyu threw the brick in his hand to the ground and patted the dust off his hands. Pay up. Pay what money? Wang Ziqiao and the rest were dumbfounded. Li Wangyu beat up his own troops, beat Zhang Konghua until his face was covered in blood, and still asked them to pay up. Was there any law? Li Wangyu pointed at the peddler who was being helped up by his troops. You beat him up and kicked over his goods, so you naturally have to pay up. What? But if you don't want to pay up, do you want me to argue with you? Seeing that he was about to pick up the brick on the ground, which was still covered in Zhang Konghua's blood, Wang Ziqiao and the rest immediately screamed, Pay, we will pay. After saying that, Wang Ziqiao hurriedly took out 5 taels of gold from his waist, and signaled his troops who had struggled to get up to give it to the beaten peddler. The peddler was a little submissive. He waved his hands and didn't dare to accept. I don't want so much, I don't want it. These things are not worth so much money. Li Wangyu glared at him. I told you to take it, so take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll take the extra money for your medicine. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the merchant who was beaten received the gold ingot gratefully and bowed to Li Wangyu. He didn't even bother to pick up the goods on the ground. Instead, he turned around and dived into the crowd of onlookers, disappearing without a trace. Li Wangyu wasn't angry. This kind of commoner didn't dare to cause trouble. They were afraid of the revenge of the noble families. This was common sense. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the rest. He patted the dust off his clothes and walked back to the bookstore. He smiled at the barbarian merchant. This gentleman, how about it? Do you have time to let me treat you to a drink? The bookstore was deathly silent. They had all seen the scene just now. No one would have thought that this white-clothed youth was the Hu County Count that everyone had been talking about.